Chapter 1. Rebirth, the Eerie Countdown. Blue Planet, Southeast Province of Xia Country, Sanshan City. March 5th, 2049, Awakening of Insects. At 3 in the morning, a gentle drizzle enveloped this coastal city. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, a thick bolt of lightning illuminating the pitch-black heavens. A thunderous roar followed. Seconds later, the tremendous sound of thunder reverberated, causing the window panes to buzz ominously. Ah! In the depths of slumber, Xia Yang let out a heart-wrenching scream, abruptly sitting up in bed, his hands instinctively shielding his eyes. He realized his back was drenched in sweat, his cotton pajamas clinging uncomfortably to his skin, causing an indescribable sense of unease. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the small room for a fleeting moment. Xia Yang's complexion was as pale as a sheet, resembling that of a corpse. At this moment, he was still in a daze, and it took him a while to regain his senses. He glanced down at his body, even lifting the covers to check, relieved to find that, regardless of how significant or trivial, all his parts were intact. A hint of confusion crossed Xia Yang's face, as the warm ambience of the room felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. This was because he had just emerged from an extremely frigid, frozen apocalypse, having narrowly escaped a life-threatening crisis. Xia Yang had been executing a material transfer mission with his task force in Xia Country's largest strategic resource reserve when they stumbled upon an ammunition depot that unexpectedly detonated in a catastrophic explosion. In those final moments, all he could see was blinding white light, which explained why he instinctively shielded his eyes upon waking. Theoretically, in the event of such a large-scale ammunition explosion, those within the depot would be vaporized instantaneously, leaving no trace of flesh behind. How could he possibly be alive and whole? Xia Yang found this utterly astonishing. Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating the room once more. It was then that Xia Yang recognized the environment around him. It felt familiar. His mouth agape in surprise, he reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. He surveyed the well-known single apartment, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Before the apocalypse descended, he had rented this small room for 3 years. Xia Yang picked up the electronic clock from the bedside table, which displayed the time. March 5th, 2049, 3:13. Slowly, he opened his mouth, an expression of profound disbelief etching itself on his face. He vividly remembered the date the apocalypse began, April 5th, 2049, a month after the awakening of insects. Humanity was caught completely off guard, and within a short span, the temperature across the blue planet plummeted dramatically, transforming it into a veritable ice ball. Xia Yang had struggled to survive in the frozen apocalypse, facing numerous life-and-death crises, and eventually, after awakening his dimensional space ability, he was absorbed into a survivor organization in Xia Country, which improved his living conditions somewhat. Of course, it was precisely due to his dimensional space ability that he had undertaken missions, ultimately falling victim to the ammunition depot explosion. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined in life. Such is the marvelous nature of human circumstances. Xia Yang stared blankly at the electronic clock in his hand, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. His mind began to race. Had he truly been reborn a month before the apocalypse struck? Or perhaps, the harrowing year of the apocalypse was merely an elongated, terrifying dream? As he sat in the warmth of his blankets, surveying the familiar little abode, he found himself momentarily unable to distinguish between dream and reality. At that moment, Xia Yang sensed a flickering shadow before his eyes and couldn't help but rub them. The symptoms showed no sign of improvement. Could it be floaters? Xia Yang recalled that his eyesight had been perfectly fine. He focused intently on the shadow before him, and an astonishing scene unfolded. A string of numbers gradually came into focus. 640:45:38. This sequence of numbers was not static. In fact, it flickered every second, the last set of numbers decreasing steadily. 640:45:37. 640:45:36. 640:45:35. As a programmer, Xia Yang's logical thinking was naturally sharp. With a moment's contemplation, he realized this must be a countdown. The last set of numbers represented seconds, the middle set minutes, and the first 3 digits indicated hours. Xiaoyang quickly found his phone on the bedside and opened the calculator. This calculation was straightforward, and soon he deduced the countdown would conclude at 8 p.m. on April 5th. Xiaoyang was stunned. Regardless of whether the memories of that entire year in the apocalypse were a dream or a genuine experience, he was indelibly marked by that precise moment. April 5th, 2049, at 8 p.m. Beijing time, the global populace would witness a spectacular meteor shower. Of course, in some regions, it was daytime, yet people could still behold the multitude of meteors streaking across the sky. That day, social media platforms were inundated with posts about the meteor shower, transforming into a global celebration. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, this beautiful meteor shower was, in fact, the harbinger of a dreadful catastrophe. It was this very meteor shower that heralded the onset of the global frozen apocalypse. Xiaoyang attempted to close his eyes, but the countdown persisted to flicker before his vision, changing steadily at a rate of once per second. Of course, should his attention waver from the countdown, the string of numbers would gradually fade into an indistinct shadow, not causing any significant disruption to his life. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Xiaoyang's forehead. If the past year's experiences in the apocalypse had been a dream, how could he explain this eerie countdown? Xiaoyang surmised that he had most likely been reborn. Thus, a month from now, the grim apocalypse would likely descend upon him once more. In other words, he had a month to prepare for the impending harsh realities of the apocalypse. Before his rebirth, or rather, in the dream, after enduring the most challenging month, Xiaoyang had fortuitously awakened the rare ability of dimensional space. In the days that followed, his circumstances had improved considerably compared to those of ordinary survivors. Reflecting on his experiences over the past year in the apocalypse, Xiaoyang instinctively reached out to sense his dimensional space. Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely acted out of habit, seeking to sense the dimensional space that had accompanied him for over 10 months in the apocalypse. To his astonishment, he actually sensed the existence of the space. Could it be that his dimensional space had also returned with him in this rebirth? A joyful smile spread across Xiaoyang's face. With a month remaining, he possessed a dimensional space, allowing him to prepare extensively for the impending apocalypse. However, even greater surprises awaited him. Chapter 2: Strategic Material Reserve. Xiaoyang soon discovered that his dimensional space seemed to have expanded significantly. Prior to his rebirth, although he had awakened his dimensional space ability, it remained in its rudimentary stage until the moment of his demise. The entire dimensional space was roughly the size of 5 or 6 shipping containers. Now, upon re-establishing mental contact with his dimensional space, he felt as though the entire expanse was boundless. Of course, the dimensional space couldn't truly be infinite, it merely appeared vast enough to give Xiaoyang that illusion. In fact, the space could accommodate several forbidden cities, making it not entirely inaccurate to describe it as boundless. After all, it was nearly impossible for Xiaoyang to fill such a colossal space to capacity. Then, Xiaoyang inhaled sharply, realizing the surprises of the dimensional space were not yet exhausted. He discovered a somewhat familiar structure at the boundary of the space. Isn't that the strategic material reserve? Xiaoyang murmured to himself. How did it end up in my dimensional space? Indeed, the very structure he had identified was the strategic material reserve, the site of the catastrophic explosion that had led to his rebirth. This reserve was one of the 3 major strategic storage facilities in Xia country, prepared for extreme situations, housing an astonishing quantity of materials, weapons, and equipment. In reality, this strategic material reserve had hollowed out an entire mountain and featured extensive underground structures. It was a fortress constructed of reinforced concrete and vast amounts of steel, designed to withstand significant impacts, remaining intact as long as one was not at the epicenter of an explosion. Now, this colossal fortress had somehow detached from the mountain and entered Xiaoyang's dimensional space. What an astonishing surprise this was! With a sweep of his mind, Xiaoyang quickly grasped the situation within the reserve. In truth, he could only perceive a small portion of the strategic material reserve. Approximately 4/5 of the structure remained shrouded in mist. This location was already the boundary of the dimensional space, with the strategic material reserve appearing to be stuck at the edge, with merely 1/5 situated within Xiaoyang's dimensional realm. Yet, Even that one-fifth of stored materials left Xia Yang utterly flabbergasted, got a warehouse brimming with an array of high-quality ores. Mountains of iron ingots, copper ingots, and aluminum ingots piled high. In a vast seed repository, various seeds of plants and crops are meticulously categorized. An abundance of cables, fiber optics, pipes, and assorted accessories. Hundreds of sealed stainless steel water tanks, each capable of holding tons, filled with purified water. A plethora of supplies including clothing, tents, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, and everyday medications. Xia Yang even discovered 2 sets of disk arrays, one primary and one backup, with the label electronic knowledge base inscribed on the cabinet. It is estimated that the information stored within encompasses the scientific, cultural, and artistic knowledge of Xia country, and even the entire globe. This strategic reserve was originally established to preserve the flame of civilization. Thus, the electronic database should be as comprehensive as possible. Xia Yang roughly estimated that the current value of the materials that can be directly retrieved from the dimensional space exceeds 10 billion. Of course, in the wake of the apocalypse, money holds no significance whatsoever. Banknotes are worth less than scrap paper, scarcely fit for wiping one's posterior. Since the moment he discovered the strategic reserve within the dimensional space, Xia Yang has been engulfed in excitement. This immense stockpile of strategic resources will play an immeasurable role after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet he also feels a twinge of regret. For some of the supplies he values most, such as rice and flour, the staple grains, as well as various light and heavy weapons, are located in the other 4/5 of the reserve, inaccessible to him at present. In terms of weaponry, Xia Yang has only procured 2 Type 95 automatic rifles, 1 standard pistol, approximately 200 rounds of rifle ammunition, and 100 rounds of pistol ammunition from the guard room at the entrance of the reserve. According to his understanding, this strategic reserve contains enough light and heavy weaponry to equip at least 1 brigade, along with wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, mortars, self-propelled artillery, and an abundance of stored ammunition filling 2 warehouses. On the top floor of the reserve, 2 armed helicopters and 2 transport helicopters are stationed, with the ceiling capable of being opened directly in emergencies. Moreover, Xia Yang has heard rumors that deep within the reserve, intercontinental ballistic missiles have been deployed, though whether they are equipped with warheads remains uncertain. Regarding food supplies, the strategic reserve holds tens of thousands of tons of rice and flour, sufficient to sustain 50,000 people for an entire year. If Xia Yang could access these grains, he could survive for 50,000 years on his own. Additionally, there are vast quantities of gasoline, diesel, aviation fuel, extremely expensive scientific equipment, complete artificial ecosystem setups, advanced CNC machine tools, and more. At present, however, Xia Yang can only ponder these resources. Fortunately, having survived for over a year in the apocalypse, he understands well how to upgrade his spatial abilities. Now that he has returned to a month before the apocalypse descends, his foresight offers him a significant advantage. As long as his dimensional space abilities continue to evolve, he will be able to acquire a steady supply of various resources, which is an unparalleled boon in the apocalyptic environment. After inventorying the vast resources within the dimensional space, Xia Yang gradually calmed down. He is now nearly certain that the apocalypse will arrive on Blue Star within a month. Thus, he must carefully plan and prepare as thoroughly as possible. A month is not a lengthy period. Every second counts for Xia Yang. It is nearly 4 in the morning, yet he feels no trace of sleepiness. He rises from his bed, approaches his desk, and retrieves several sheets of paper from the printer. With a programmer's logic, he lists the tasks he must accomplish over the next month in order of priority. Xia Yang does not complete this work on a computer, for any computer connected to the internet cannot guarantee absolute information security. As he contemplates, he scribbles on the sheets of paper. Unbeknownst to him, the dawn begins to break outside the window. Holding 2 sheets of densely written paper, Xia Yang stands up, strolls to the window, stretches, and exhales a long breath of stale air. At that moment, his phone buzzes with a WeChat notification. He picks up his phone to take a glance. Initially, a faint smile graced his face, but upon seeing the WeChat message, his expression instantly turned icy. The sender's profile features a cute cartoon image of a beautiful girl, and Xia Yang has saved the contact under the name Qianbao. It is a message from his girlfriend, Wu Qian. Xia Yang, I still haven't bought that bag I liked last time. When will you send me the money? Xia Yang's face resembled a sheet of ancient ice. He took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. With a blank expression, he swiftly typed a few words on his phone. I have no money, let's break up. Without hesitation, Xia Yang pressed send, casually tossed his phone aside, and returned to contemplating the plans he had written. Chapter 3: Grudges and Rivalries. In an upscale apartment located in the city, a woman clad in silk pajamas, possessing an exquisite beauty that radiated a hint of innocence, gazed at the message received on her phone. Unable to contain her exclamation, "Is Xia Yang out of his mind?" This woman was Wu Qian, Xia Yang's girlfriend. As her words fell, a jade-like arm emerged from under the covers, belonging to a woman with a hint of seduction in her expression, who rubbed her eyes and inquired, "What is the matter? What happened?" Fuming, Wu Qian replied, "Bing bing, look, that useless Xia Yang actually took the initiative to break up with me." The woman in the bed was Wu Qian's close friend, Zhou Bingxing. Upon hearing this, she perked up, leaning over to glance at Wu Qian's phone screen. With a mischievous grin, she teased, Qian, do you think Xia Yang has discovered something? Perhaps about your affair with young Master Wang?" "Impossible," Wu Qian declared emphatically. However, after her assertion, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Last night, young Master Wang had indeed stayed over, and they had engaged in mixed doubles. Later that night, Wang was called away by his rowdy friends for drinks. Leaving Zhou Bingxing to spend the night at Wu Qian's place, that I'll give him a call. Wu Qian insisted that I in a modest apartment. Xia Yang's phone rang, that he glanced at the incoming call, recognized it was Wu Qian, and without a second thought, he ended the call. Xia Yang decisively blacklisted both Wu Qian's phone number and WeChat, taking a deep breath as a glimmer of hatred ignited in his eyes. In his previous life, Xia Yang had been utterly oblivious, nearly losing his life due to Wu Qian's betrayal. Xia Yang worked as a programmer for a small internet company, while Wu Qian was a clerk at a neighboring firm. He had felt incredibly fortunate to have won the affection of such a pure and charming girl, believing it to be a reward for his past virtues. Tio Xia Yang. Wu Qian epitomized perfection. Her sweet smile, alluring figure, and that captivating voice. Aside from her extravagance, she seemed devoid of flaws. That wasn't it only natural for such a delightful fairy to treat him with kindness. Thus, in his previous life, Xia Yang did everything he could to fulfill Wu Qian's lavish demands, even resorting to credit cards to bridge his financial gaps, often subsisting on plain bread by the month's end, yet he bore it all with a smile. Then came the apocalypse. Initially, it was merely an onslaught of snowstorms. But soon the source beasts began to attack the urban areas, leading to countless casualties. Xia Yang, along with Wu Qian and Zhou Bingxing, blended into the throngs of survivors, embarking on a perilous journey. They soon encountered Wang Ku, the young master Wang Zhou Bingxing had mentioned. Wang Ku was the owner of Wu Qian's company, though to him, that small firm was inconsequential, a mere pastime. That in truth, Wang Ku was a quintessential rich second generation, his father ranking among the top 10 on the list of the nation's wealthiest, with an astonishing family fortune. Naturally, upon reuniting with acquaintances, they banded together for mutual support. Xia Yang silently toiled within the group, prioritizing Wu Qian's needs, even if it meant going hungry himself. Just as assistance from Wang Ku's father arrived, a source beast set its sights on their fleeing party. That in a moment of sheer betrayal, Wu Qian and Wang Ku callously thrust the unsuspecting Xia Yang toward the beast, making their escape in the vehicle that had come to rescue them. By some stroke of luck, Xia Yang managed to evade disaster, ultimately finding a silver lining in his misfortune. Yet he would never forget the triumphant smiles on Wang Ku and Wu Qian's faces as they departed. Wang Ku's parting words etched themselves into Xia Yang's memory. "Ha! Silly boy, do you know, your goddess is actually my lapdog. You think you're in a romantic relationship, but in reality, Qian is merely executing the task I assigned her. Didn't you find her tone odd when she called you those times? That was because we were engaged in our own activities. Ha ha." After awakening to his dimensional powers, Xia Yang harbored a burning desire for revenge against Wang Ku and Wu Qian. However, the duo had vanished without a trace. Given Wang Ku's father's influence, it was highly probable that he had survived the catastrophe, likely residing in another survivor enclave. Unfortunately, during a mission, Xia Yang fell victim to an ammunition explosion that in his final moments. He believed he would never have the chance for vengeance. Yet, fate intervened, granting him a rebirth before the apocalypse. This time, He would ensure that the treacherous pair paid dearly, savoring every moment of their downfall. If he could not achieve swift retribution, what was the purpose of living again? These two were also among the reasons Xia Yang understood the extreme dangers that awaited in the mountains after the apocalypse. Yet they still chose to remain. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he struggled to regain his composure. The most pressing matter at hand was to prepare thoroughly before the onset of the apocalypse. As for the treacherous duo, they could live for another month. Xia Yang glanced at the printed paper in his hands, slowly revealing a bitter smile. Money was scarce, although the strategic resource reserve boasted a vast stockpile. Its contents were not particularly tailored for the impending calamity. After all, no one could predict the true form of the impending cataclysm. Xia Yang was acutely aware that in a month's time, Blue Star would transform into an icy wasteland, with many failing to survive even the initial month of severe cold. The reserve contained very few cold-resistant supplies and equipment suitable for such conditions. To withstand the frigid temperatures, Xia Yang urgently needed to acquire a substantial amount of warm clothing, snowmobiles, sleds, all-terrain vehicles, and a plethora of heating devices. Furthermore, while the reserve contained an array of instant noodles, sausages, and compressed biscuits, staples like rice and flour remained unopened. Xia Yang had no desire to subsist on instant noodles and biscuits in the aftermath of the apocalypse, thus stockpiling a variety of food supplies was imperative. Additionally, Xia Yang had certain preparations in mind, leveraging his foresight concerning the frozen apocalypse. All of these endeavors would undoubtedly require a substantial financial investment. Yet at present, Xia Yang's assets were in the negative. Thanks to Wu Qian, he had saved not a penny and was burdened with a mountain of debt. With a wry shake of his head, he returned to his desk, picked up a pen, and wrote 2 large characters at the top priority on the printed paper. Make money. As he stared at those 2 characters, a sense of helplessness washed over him if he were to execute his plans as intended. The amount of money required would be astronomical, at least in the hundreds of millions. The only feasible methods to obtain such funds in a short period would be to delve into criminal activities. Though the world would soon descend into chaos, rendering laws nearly obsolete, that was not an option now. If the apocalypse struck while he was confined in a detention cell, it would be a grave joke indeed. Unless he won the lottery, acquiring such a sum legally seemed impossible, and even winning the lottery would yield only 5 million to wait. The lottery. Xia Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Chapter 4. A little piece of paper worth $1 billion. Xia Yang glanced around and swiftly approached the sofa. Pushing aside 2 stylish plaid shirts, 3 identical pairs of jeans, and a few worn socks, revealing his programmer's essential black backpack, that as he opened the compartment of the backpack, he indeed found a lottery ticket. If memory served him right, he had purchased it the previous evening while passing by a lottery shop on his way home from work. Xia Yang was not accustomed to buying lottery tickets. But upon seeing a handwritten poster at the shop advertising a super lotto jackpot of 1.6 billion, with a theoretical grand prize exceeding 1 billion, he had impulsively decided to buy a ticket. Xia Yang was unaware that winning the 1 billion prize required additional bets. He had merely spent 2 yuan on a single ticket, opting for a quick pick for the numbers. When the time came for the drawing that evening, Xia Yang found himself sitting in front of the television for the first time, clutching the ticket. The entire process of the drawing could be summed up in 2 words: exhilarating. The Super Lotto consists of 2 segments, with the first segment requiring the selection of 5 numbers from 35 and the second segment requiring the selection of 2 numbers from 12. In total, 7 numbers must be chosen, and if all 7 are correct, it results in a first prize. When the jackpot amount was substantial, the first prize for a single ticket could reach 10 million, that if one opted for additional betting, the first prize could soar to 18 million. That day, Xia Yang hit the first 4 numbers perfectly. As the 4 numbers were drawn one by one and matched perfectly with the numbers on his lottery ticket, Xia Yang truly felt that he was on the verge of winning a grand prize. His heart raced with excitement. However, reality soon proved that relying on the lottery to turn one's life around was far less effective than simply washing up and drifting into a dream where anything was possible. From the 5th number onwards, which was the last number of the main draw, and the subsequent 2 numbers from the supplementary draw, Xia Yang missed them all by a hair's breadth. It was indeed a flawless miss. The 5th number drawn was 27. While Xia Yang had 26 on his ticket, the 2 supplementary numbers drawn were 11 and 12, while he had 9 and 10. That hitting all 5 too would have meant a first prize, with a maximum payout of 18 million. Instead, Xiaoyang only managed a 4-0, placing him in the 7th tier with a modest prize of 100 yuan. This experience left an indelible impression on Xiaoyang, who was purchasing a lottery ticket for the first time. Now, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in Xiaoyang's eyes, and the smile on his face grew ever wider that he had purchased the ticket yesterday, and the draw would take place that very evening. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, this particular draw had no first prize winner. This meant that if Xiaoyang were to buy a ticket today, he could potentially claim the entirety of the first prize winnings. All he needed to do was transcribe the numbers from his ticket, changing the main draws 26 to 27 and the supplementary numbers 9 and 10 to 11 and 12. Before visiting a lottery shop to place his bet, multiplying his wager to the maximum allowed, thereby securing a staggering 1 billion prize. At that moment, the dawn had already broken, yet Xiaoyang took his time before heading out. He first made his way to the bathroom for a warm shower, the soothing water cascading over his body, enveloping him in a profound sense of happiness. Many of the mundane details of life that had once been taken for granted had become luxuries in this apocalyptic world, such as a hot shower. After his bath, Xiaoyang donned a clean cotton pajama set and stood before the bathroom mirror, towel in hand, examining his reflection. Yes, he was still the same handsome man as before. With a slight focus, he noticed the countdown timer in his line of sight. 6:36, 38, 29,636, 38, 28. That it continued to tick down relentlessly. Xiaoyang remained oblivious to the nature of this countdown, nor did he have any inkling of what might transpire once it reached 0. Aside from the impending apocalypse, he had never encountered any information regarding a mysterious countdown prior to his rebirth. Of course, it was also possible that he was simply not on a high enough tier to access such information. For Xiaoyang, the countdown served as a constant reminder that the end of the world was nigh, and that time was exceedingly precious. 8:09 in the morning, Xiaoyang sent a resignation message to his project supervisor, Li Wei, and began to prepare himself for a trip to the lottery shop. In reality, the small company where he worked was on the brink of collapse. It had been nearly half a month since their last project was completed, and rumors of layoffs had already begun circulating within the office. Therefore, although Xiaoyang's resignation was somewhat informal, he received a prompt response from Li Wei, who readily agreed and suggested that Xiaoyang come into the office for a brief handover and settlement. Xiaoyang replied dismissively. Having no intention of returning to the office, he donned his coat and mask and sauntered out of the community, rather than visiting the nearby lottery shop, where he might be recognized by the owner. He strolled down a couple of streets until he found a small lottery shop and stepped inside. "Boss, I'd like to purchase a ticket for the Super Lotto," Xiaoyang said, handing over the paper on which he had written his lottery numbers. The female owner of the shop did not lift her gaze, taking the paper and swiftly inputting the numbers, all the while asking, "Would you like to add extra bets or multipliers?" Xiaoyang nodded and replied, "Yes, I'd like to add a supplementary bet and multiply by 200 times. The calculation for the Super Lotto's first prize was quite complex, and Xiaoyang was too lazy to figure out how many tickets he would need to clear the jackpot. So he opted for a straightforward 200-fold multiplier. After all, the additional bet only cost 3 yuan per ticket, amounting to a mere 600 yuan for the 200-fold bet. As he left the shop, Xiaoyang withdrew the last few thousand yuan from his credit card via the POS machine, ensuring he had sufficient funds for his lottery purchase. The shop owner paused, unable to resist glancing at Xiaoyang, and kindly remarked, "Young man, even if this set of numbers wins the first prize, you wouldn't need to multiply by 200 times to clear the jackpot. Would you like to buy a little less?" At this, Xiaoyang chuckled, amused by her attempt to dissuade him. "That I'll stick with the 200-fold. Thank you. Consider it a contribution to charity." The shop owner, recognizing his resolve, nodded in agreement. The ticket totaled 600 yuan, and the owner cautiously repeated all the numbers to Xiaoyang before placing the order, ensuring his confirmation before printing the ticket. Xiaoyang paid the 600 yuan with his phone, and as he exited the lottery shop, he tucked the ticket safely into his dimensional space. This piece of paper held a value of 10 billion, although money would become worthless after the apocalypse. The current 10 billion could be exchanged for tangible resources. Xiaoyang was determined to keep it well protected. On his way back, Xiaoyang opted to take a taxi. As he stepped out at the entrance of his community, he heard someone calling his name from behind. "Xiaoyang." Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Xiaoyang's expression turned slightly cold, but he turned to see Wu Qian stepping out of a Porsche sports car, followed by a young man with slick back hair and a mocking grin. "Wang Ku." Earlier that morning, after Wu Qian's phone call to Xia Yang had been abruptly ended, she quickly realized she had been blocked on WeChat as well. Understanding that Xia Yang might have uncovered her secret with Wang Ku, she hurried to inform him. Wang Ku, having grown weary of the game, decided to accompany Wu Qian to confront Xia Yang, eager to unveil the truth before him, relishing the twisted satisfaction it would bring. Wang Ku was no stranger to such games, and it was during these climactic moments that he felt the most exhilaration. Anticipating Xia Yang's reaction of impotent rage, as they arrived at the entrance of Xia Yang's apartment complex, they spotted him emerging from a taxi that Wu Qian immediately called out to him. Upon seeing the two of them, a flash of cold murderous intent crossed Xia Yang's eyes, but his expression quickly returned to calm, but he stood still as Wang Ku, with an arm around Wu Qian's waist, swaggered toward him. Xia Yang quietly regarded Wu Qian, noting the air of promiscuity that surrounded her, and no amount of perfume could mask her true nature. He had been blind in his past life to have found such a woman innocent and charming. "Is there something you want?" Xia Yang asked coldly. Wu Qian nestled against Wang Ku, who boldly introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself." "I know who you are," Xia Yang interrupted. Wang Ku chuckled. "It seems you are indeed aware of certain matters, even recognizing my identity. But do you know?" Once more, Xia Yang cut him off, coldly stating, "Are you asking if I know Wu Qian is your pet dog?" Wang Ku's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly caught off guard, Xia Yang smirked mockingly. "Of course I know. I knew from the very beginning. And I've even assessed your dog. She performs quite well. In a certain light, your taste is commendable, you cuckold with that." Xia Yang turned away from the stunned Wang Ku and Wu Qian, striding toward the apartment complex. After taking a few steps, he paused, glancing back to add, "By the way, I won't be charging you for the assessment fee." "No need to thank me, cuckold." Wang Ku snapped back to reality, his heart filled with a surge of rage. "That I swear, I'll make you pay for this." Xia Yang's expression turned icy as he swiftly approached Wang Ku. Slap, slap, two sharp slaps resounded, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on each of Wang Ku's cheeks, visibly swelling before their eyes. Xia Yang leaned in close, locking eyes with Wang Ku, devoid of any compassion. "That I don't believe you. Show me what you can do." Wang Ku felt a chilling dread in Xia Yang's gaze, as if a ferocious beast had fixed its stare upon him, causing his blood to run cold and leaving him paralyzed. Xia Yang held Wang Ku's gaze for a full 10 seconds before disdainfully averting his eyes, then turned without a backward glance as he entered the complex. Throughout the ordeal, Xia Yang hadn't even spared Wu Qian a single glance. Wang Ku felt his legs tremble, still shaken by the intensity of Xia Yang's gaze. Only when Xia Yang's figure vanished into the complex did he feel himself regain a semblance of composure. Anger boiled within him. He had been struck twice without daring to retaliate. "How dare you? I will make you pay dearly for this. A mere country bumpkin has the audacity to strike me. Just wait and see how I will ruin you." "Young Master Wang, don't be upset," Wu Qian said in a delicate voice. "Being angry is harmful to one's health." Wang Ku, with a fierce motion, delivered a resounding slap, cursing, "You wretched creature! Do you have any right to speak? Tell me, did you inform him?" The unyielding blow sent Wu Qian staggering, causing her to fall to the ground, covering her face. She whimpered, "I didn't say anything. He suddenly broke up with me. I truly know nothing." "Humph! Can anything uttered by a vile creature like you be trusted?" Wang Ku sneered. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Wu Qian had already lost her value. Even without today's incident, Wang Ku would have ruthlessly discarded her. "Please don't. Young Master Wang," Wu Qian pleaded desperately. "I am your Qian slave. You cannot abandon me." "Get away," Wang Ku reviled, kicking her aside before striding away and driving off. Sitting on the ground, Wu Qian wept inconsolably. The scene, situated at the entrance of the community, soon attracted a throng of onlookers, all whispering and pointing at her. After crying for a while, unable to endure the stares of others, she got up and left, head hung low. Xia Yang returned to his rental apartment, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. Internally, he was far from the tranquility he portrayed. He had been suppressing his hatred, for otherwise it would have been all too easy to obliterate the pair of despicable lovers. Although he had not awakened any extraordinary powers, the enhancement of his physical abilities upon awakening was undeniable, albeit less conspicuous than that of a genuine power user. With Xia Yang's current strength, he could easily crush Wang Ku, whose body was already ravaged by indulgence. Upon entering his room, Xia Yang began packing. The convenience of dimensional space allowed him to swiftly store all his belongings. After casting a final glance at the small nest he had inhabited for 3 years, he turned and left, devoid of any lingering attachment. From this moment forth, Xia Yang decided he would no longer reside in the rental apartment. He was acutely aware that a brash and arrogant scion like Wang Ke would never accept such a significant loss without seeking retribution. If Xia Yang remained here, he would inevitably encounter various troubles, but he was not fearful of Wang Ke bringing a crowd to cause a ruckus. Even if they were numerous, a volley from the concealed Type 95 automatic rifle in his dimensional space would ensure there would be no survivors. However, Xia Yang preferred to avoid making a scene before the apocalypse descended and order collapsed. After all, he had many preparations to make and numerous tasks to accomplish. His plans could not be disrupted at will. With merely a month until the apocalypse, time was of the essence. Moreover, Xia Yang did not wish to hastily bring about the demise of Wang Ke and Wu Qian, that he believed today's events would not trigger a significant butterfly effect. It was highly likely that Wang Ke and Wu Qian would survive the onslaught of the source beasts and embark on their escape, at that juncture, Xia Yang could truly enjoy playing with them, ensuring they did not perish slowly in despair, for his resentment would not easily dissipate. Should they perish during the source beast invasion, he would consider it merely a stroke of luck for them. Chapter 6. The 10 billion jackpot secured. Xia Yang exited through the side gate of the community and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Shangri-La Hotel. Upon arrival, he booked a luxurious suite. Tomorrow, he would claim the 10 billion jackpot. Such a sum was too trivial to be stingy about. Dinner was arranged via a phone call to the restaurant, resolved within the confines of his room. At precisely 9:25 in the evening, Xia Yang settled before the television, which was tuned to the sports channel. The draw commenced on schedule, and Xia Yang retrieved the lottery ticket from his dimensional space. His gaze fixed intently on the screen, in the televised footage. The little balls danced joyfully within the transparent drawing machine. Shortly thereafter, the first ball was drawn. 09. Xia Yang nodded inwardly. He recalled the previous draw vividly, where the first number was indeed 09, and he had matched the first 4 numbers perfectly. It seemed promising. Soon, the numbers continued to be revealed. 09, 30, 03, 31. Once again, he had matched the first 4 numbers. The final number of the front area was about to be unveiled. In his previous life, he had chosen 26, while the result was 27. This time, he naturally opted for 27, but the last ball was ejected from the drawing machine. 27. Xia Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The results had not changed due to his rebirth. Next came the draw for the back area, where 2 numbers would be selected from a pool of 12. Unsurprisingly, the final numbers drawn were 11 and 12, both of which Xia Yang had selected. 52, all matched. The 10 billion jackpot was in his grasp. Xia Yang gently clenched his fist, stowing the lottery ticket away in his dimensional space before switching off the television with the remote. With it being late at night, there was no opportunity for claiming his winnings. His current intention was to enjoy a good night's sleep and head to the provincial lottery center during business hours to collect his prize. If this had been his previous life, winning such a substantial amount would have left him restless with excitement. However, now he felt little more than a ripple of emotion. Anyone who had experienced the era when money became worthless during the apocalypse would likely share his sentiment. Acquiring wealth was not his ultimate goal. It merely served as a means to facilitate the execution of his preparations for the impending apocalypse. The following morning, influenced by the biological clock established during the apocalypse, Xia Yang awoke at 6:30. After freshening up, he called the hotel restaurant to order breakfast. Taking his time to enjoy his meal, he departed the hotel and did not alight directly at the lottery center, but chose to disembark near the sports complex, where many came to exercise daily, rendering his arrival inconspicuous. After traversing the sports complex and crossing a crosswalk, he found himself directly opposite the lottery center. On his way, Xia Yang entered a public restroom and emerged shortly thereafter, having changed into a new outfit. Now clad in a somewhat bulky jumpsuit, complemented by yellow boots, a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, he was thoroughly disguised. The sunglasses and mask were from home, while the jumpsuit and cap were retrieved from his dimensional space's strategic reserve. This attire, though somewhat baggy, effectively concealed his true physique. Upon entering the lottery center, Xia Yang's appearance did not alarm anyone, nor was he mistaken for a terrorist. After all, He was certainly not the first person to come in seeking to claim a jackpot. Moreover, news had spread that a lottery ticket purchased at a certain station in Sanshan City, Southeast Province had yielded a staggering 10 billion prize, setting a new record. The staff within the system had long been prepared, and many media representatives had arrived early, eager to interview the fortunate winner. Consequently, when Xia Yang entered the lottery center, all eyes were drawn to him that a rather attractive female staff member promptly approached, inquiring, "Sir, may I assist you?" "I'm here to claim my winnings," Xia Yang replied nonchalantly. The female staff member's expression shifted to one of eager acknowledgement, her gaze softening as she gently asked, "Is it the first prize?" Xia Yang nodded. "Yes, where do I go to claim it?" "Please follow me," the female attendant said, somewhat excited. Though the winnings were not hers, the mere thought of a 10 billion jackpot was enough to send shivers of excitement through her. Moreover, this winner, though bundled up, sounded youthful. Perhaps there was a chance for a relationship beyond mere friendship. Early that day, media outlets had already stationed themselves at the lottery center, aiming to gather the first-hand scoop. The inquisitive journalists quickly surrounded Xia Yang, bombarding him with questions. "Sir, are you the winner of the 10 billion Super Lotto jackpot? How did you purchase the ticket? Any insights to share? Are you planning to donate to charity?" Simultaneously, representatives from various banks approached, eager to solicit deposits and promote their financial products. In an instant, the reception hall descended into chaos. The female attendant hurriedly interjected, Everyone, we now require verification of the information, and a media interview will be arranged shortly. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask, but please refrain from disrupting our normal operations." Xia Yang remained silent, while the female receptionist struggled to calm the restless crowd before leading Xia Yang into a meticulously decorated reception room. An hour later, Xia Yang exited the lottery center. The redemption process was remarkably smooth. After verifying Xia Yang's lottery ticket and identification, the staff instructed him to fill out a form, and the procedures were swiftly completed. Although some inquired about his intentions regarding donations, Xia Yang resolutely declined, and the lottery center did not press him further. Their attitude merely became less enthusiastic. After all, there are explicit regulations prohibiting any form of coercion on winners to make charitable donations, and they dared not defy the law. Xia Yang was indifferent. As long as the funds were disbursed in full, he did not mind a few cold remarks. Engaging in charitable donations at such a time would be sheer folly. Furthermore, Xia Yang's winnings amounted to 1.05 billion yuan, but he was required to pay a 20% windfall tax, leaving him with a net sum of 840 million yuan. The tax was directly withheld and remitted by the lottery center. Otherwise, Xia Yang would have undoubtedly considered tax evasion. That on the form Xia Yang filled out, he provided his bank account details. Due to the substantial prize amount, there were additional internal procedures to complete. But the funds would be credited by tomorrow at the latest. After finalizing the paperwork, Xia Yang donned a bulky mask to cooperate with the media for photographs and participated in a brief interview. The media was somewhat taken aback by the fact that this newly minted billionaire chose not to donate even a dime. It seemed rather uncharacteristic. Wouldn't their pre-prepared script need to be entirely rewritten? After managing to evade the media's relentless pursuit, Xia Yang left the lottery center, but he headed to a nearby gym, changed his clothes in the restroom, and then discreetly exited through another door. Subsequently, Xia Yang took a taxi to a nearby shopping mall, changed clothes again in the mall's restroom, exited through a different door, and switched taxis twice along the way before finally returning to his hotel. Having survived for over a year in a post-apocalyptic world, Xia Yang had long since developed a cautious demeanor that in contrast. The people of the peaceful and prosperous era prior to the apocalypse had lived far too comfortably, exhibiting little sense of security. In Xia Yang's eyes, they were like innocent little rabbits. The next day, Xia Yang received a text notification confirming the arrival of 840 million yuan in his account. Upon logging into his mobile banking app, he was momentarily dizzy at the sight of a string of zeros at last. He had money. Now it was time to indulge in some shopping. Chapter 7. Temporary shelter in 2 lifetimes. Xia Yang had never possessed such an enormous sum of money. Of course, it would only be meaningful to spend it before the onset of the apocalypse. Xia Yang had already devised a plan for the utilization of these funds. The prize exceeded his expectations by several million, enabling him to execute his plans smoothly, and the financial resources remained ample. After tidying up briefly, Xia Yang checked out of his hotel room and took a taxi to a rental agency. He had booked a vehicle online the previous day, as he had numerous errands to run in the days ahead. Chapter 8. A shopping frenzy. Purchasing some digital products online was merely an appetizer. Xia Yang contacted a reputable trading company from northeast China to procure 300 tons of northeastern rice, that he did not request any discounts, agreeing to the price of 5,000 yuan per ton for bulk purchases, with the sole requirement being swift delivery to a warehouse in Sanshan. The 1.5 million yuan deal was taken seriously by the other party. The most efficient means of transporting 300 tons of rice from northeast China to Sanshan was, of course, via freight train, requiring approximately 5 carriages. The other party had some influence in northeast China as well. Chapter 9. The Ark of the Apocalypse RV. On this day, with no goods to receive, Xia Yang drove the rented clunker straight to the northern outskirts of Sanshan, that he recalled a few RV sales and modification companies in the area and intended to purchase a recreational vehicle. In the apocalyptic environment, RVs were not particularly useful, especially in a globally frozen landscape, where ordinary RVs would struggle to move at all. However, for Xia Yang, who possessed a dimensional space, it represented an excellent backup option. He could store the RV in the dimensional space when not in use, and when he reached a safe and sufficiently spacious environment, he could deploy it at any time. Chapter 10. Extravagant wealth. When the saleswoman saw the long string of numbers displayed on the POS screen, she couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Are the wealthy of today so low-key, driving a rented clunker and wearing clothes worth only a few dozen yuan? Xia Yang smiled and asked, "Can we proceed with the tour now?" The saleswoman snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Of course, please, right this way." The cashiers could not help but cast envious glances at the saleswoman. This was an authentic wild tycoon, if this deal went through. Chapter 11. The long winter approaches. After signing the contract, Xia Yang promptly paid the full purchase price of 15 million yuan for the RV, leaving the warehouse address before driving away, that he did not possess a driver's license. So he certainly could not operate the RV at this stage. However, in a few days, he would be free to do as he pleased. The RV factory would send a driver to deliver the vehicle. The dealer tried to upsell additional modification accessories, but Xia Yang understood that such modifications would hold little significance after the apocalypse, so he decisively declined. Chapter 12. The Wandering System. What is this? A system? Xia Yang could not help but slightly part his lips, displaying a look of bewilderment. This countdown panel had appeared in his field of vision since the day he was reborn. And aside from the incessant ticking, there were no other anomalies. Xia Yang had speculated more than once about whether this thing served any purpose beyond indicating the time until the apocalypse. However, until the countdown concluded, nothing else occurred, and the virtual panel shattered. Unexpectedly, the answer was revealed now. Chapter 13. Mobile Survival Base. After much contemplation, Xia Yang spoke, "I want to transform it into a mobile survival base." While he still harbored some resistance toward the reckless behavior of wandering in the apocalypse, this air raid shelter was merely a temporary stronghold. The survival conditions in Sanshan would soon deteriorate drastically, making it unsuitable to establish a fixed survival base here, but he also held some anticipation for the mobile survival base, that if the heavy-duty RV could be sufficiently fortified after modification, Xia Yang could adjust his plans accordingly, as he inherently had a need for long-distance travel. Chapter 14. The transformed heavy-duty RV. Are you an onboard AI? Xia Yang inquired. Astonished at a soft, gentle voice replied, "I am your base steward. Please do not compare me to ordinary artificial intelligence." The voice even carried a hint of grievance. Xia Yang was greatly intrigued. This artificial intelligence seemed quite advanced. The conversation was not at all mechanical, and it even conveyed a touch of emotion. The soft voice continued, "Master, you haven't given me a name yet." After a brief moment of thought, Xia Yang smiled and said, with such a cute voice, "I shall name you." Chapter 15. Dimensional Fuel Tank Blueprint Fragment. This time, the system did not directly present Xia Yang with a list that a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Methods for acquiring contribution points include, but are not limited to, signing in, lotteries, and completing system tasks. Additionally, I must remind you that signing in at new locations will yield extra rewards, and the range of rewards varies by location. There is also a chance of obtaining a lottery opportunity when signing in at new locations. Xia Yang could not help but scoff. In essence, this encourages wandering around. Wait, signing in? Xia Yang couldn't help but ask, "Can I sign in now?" Chapter 16. The situation begins to deteriorate. The page before Xia Yang suddenly switched. and he quickly focused his gaze. The task page was divided into two sections: daily tasks and temporary tasks. Daily tasks were long-term and ongoing. In this section, Xiaoyang noted that there were currently 4 tasks. 1. Kill 1 low-level orc. Reward: 0.5 contribution points. 2. Kill 1 D-class source beast. Reward: 10 contribution points, with a certain probability of receiving a lottery opportunity or special item. 3. Kill 1 D-class parasitic beast. Reward: 20 contribution points, with a certain probability of receiving a lottery opportunity or special item. Chapter 17. Charge Forth. The Rising Sun. Orcs were the first challenge humanity faced after the onset of the frozen apocalypse. Approximately a week after Judgment Day, orcs began to appear in various regions. According to subsequent research by scientists, the meteor shower on Judgment Day carried an unknown virus, leading to infections worldwide. However, each individual's constitution varied, resulting in different symptoms post-infection. The majority of humans could withstand it, quickly developing antibodies and remaining unaffected. A small portion, however, would transform into orcs. Chapter 18. First kill of an orc. The villain grows old. The biting cold wind enveloped the desolate landscape. Inside the cockpit of the Rising Sun, warmth prevailed. The vehicle's driving was managed by Meng Meng, while Xiaoyang relaxed in a soft seat, saying, "Meng Meng, deploy several drones to scout and maintain vigilance within a 3-kilometer radius of the Rising Sun." "Got it." With a charmingly adorable tone, she responded as the hatch of the drone mothership atop the cockpit cracked open, releasing 3 rotor drones in succession. 1 flew straight ahead to scout the path, while the other 2 took to the skies on either side, maintaining high altitude. Chapter 19. The Future Magneto. That makes things easier. The officer chuckled, saying, "Show me what you've got." Without hesitation, Xiaoyang unzipped his cold-weather suit and retrieved his phone. After pulling up the exterior surveillance footage, he handed the device to the officer. The square-faced policeman accepted the phone and began to scrutinize the footage intently. Meanwhile, the elderly woman and her family exchanged anxious glances. The officer's expression grew increasingly grave as he returned the phone to Xiaoyang and furrowed his brow at the elderly woman, saying, "What is going on here? The young man clearly saved you." Chapter 20. A close call amidst the biting cold wind. The tires of the Liang vehicle kicked up ice shards as it traversed the desolate streets. 3 drones accompanied the car, relaying images from all directions in real time. Xiaoyang lounged comfortably in the warm cockpit, legs crossed and listening to music, his fingers gently tapping a rhythm on the armrest. "Brother Yang, it seems there is something happening at the residential building ahead," interrupted Meng Meng's voice, halting the music. Xiaoyang straightened, replying, "Drones approach for reconnaissance." Zooming on the footage, the first drone soared towards the building. Chapter 21. Long-distance worry. Xiaoyang opened his eyes and casually inquired, "Who was calling?" The caller ID displayed Erwo Lin. Meng Meng informed him. Xiaoyang, holding a can of cola, nearly spewed it out upon hearing the name. Erwo Lin was the nickname he had assigned to his sister, Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was Xiaoyang's only family in this world, currently stationed far away in Yonglei County of the Border Province as part of an aid work team, having been dispatched there for a year last year. During the cataclysmic events of his previous life, Xiao Lin had also been present. Chapter 22. A fish and a net. 10 reconnaissance drones surged forth, swiftly ascending to greater heights as they quietly approached the warehouse under the cover of night. The transmitted images appeared instantly on the cockpit screen. The drones produced by the system featured night vision capabilities and displayed commendable image quality. "Meng Meng, activate the thermal imaging," Xiaoyang commanded. "Let us first investigate the perimeter." "Understood," Meng Meng replied. The thermal imaging device of the reconnaissance drone powered on, revealing detected heat signatures on the screen. 2 human-shaped heat sources were detected at the warehouse entrance. Chapter 23. Misfortunes never come alone. Luo Saihu glared at the surveillance footage of Xiaoyang on the laptop, gritting his teeth as he spat. "You will pay for this. You killed 2 of my brothers. We will never rest until you are dead." Xiaoyang chuckled, stubborn. "Aren't you? Well, take your time." With that, he tossed the handheld microphone aside and stood up. Xiaoyang made his way to the living quarters, retrieving a clean and refreshing light sleeping outfit from the wardrobe, slipping on his slippers before heading to the bathroom. He genuinely intended to take a shower and then catch some sleep after a long day of hunting orcs. Chapter 24. A total sweep inside the air raid shelter. Chaos ensued as the little bearded orc chased after his former brother, gnawing at him mercilessly, while Luo Tsaihu and his companions desperately evaded. They sought to subdue the little bearded orc together, but without weapons, the mutated little beard proved overwhelmingly strong, with several unable to restrain him. To make matters worse, during the pursuit, another underling transformed into an orc. The odds shifted from 1v7 to 2v6 in an instant, complicating matters for Luo Tsaihu. Chapter 25. The puppet master Sheng nonchalantly exited the vehicle that he approached Luo Tsaihu and began dragging him towards the air raid shelter. With the underlings following like a line of tethered grasshoppers, unable to resist being pulled forward as Luo Tsaihu stumbled along. Tied with a rope, he anxiously called out, Big brother, you promised not to harm us. Why the panic? Did I say I would kill you? Shiyang replied while continuing to drag them towards the shelter. Soon, he had brought the 6 of them into the flat cave within the air raid shelter. Chapter 26. Harvesting contribution points. Striking at the core, Luo Tsaihu dared not withhold any information, promptly spilling everything he knew about Niu Jihao, like a bamboo tube spilling beans. The other 5 underlings eagerly chimed in to add their accounts. After listening, Shiyang nodded slightly that he stood up and retrieved several alloy chains from his dimensional space, custom-made prior to the apocalypse at a mechanical factory, which were now perfectly suited for the task. He pulled one person over and wrapped the alloy chains around him several times, binding him like a zongzi. Observing this, Luo Tsaihu's expression darkened. Chapter 27. The God of Death arrives under the cover of night. Drones approached the lakeside villa. The entire area was plunged into darkness due to a power outage, rendering it completely black. The drones swiftly surveyed the surroundings. The area had few houses, comprising several dilapidated small property villas that had yet to be demolished over the years. After the drones completed their perimeter reconnaissance, Shiyang grasped the situation. Niu Jiao's villa was the largest in the center, with no signs of activity around the 3 neighboring houses, while faint lights flickered from Niu Jiao's residence. Chapter 28. Leave no one behind despite suffering excruciating pain from a gunshot wound to his thigh. Niu Jiao dared not move an inch. Faced with the immense threat of death, his former arrogance evaporated, leaving him trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering audibly. Brother! A sudden blow from the gunstock struck his cheek, knocking out several teeth and causing his face to swell visibly. Shiyang coldly remarked, Who are you calling brother? You think you deserve that title? Chapter 29. Fuel for zero purchase activity begins. Through the frigid night, the Liang vehicle pressed forward along the frozen second ring road. The streets were nearly devoid of vehicles. A sight unimaginable before the apocalypse that at this hour. The evening rush hour would have made the second ring road a chaotic mess. After about 10 minutes, the Liang vehicle arrived at a gas station adjacent to the second ring south auxiliary road. Originally a 24-hour operation, the gas station was now shrouded in darkness. Cautious as ever, Xiang dispatched a reconnaissance drone to circle the gas station. Chapter 30. The revenge operation commences in Zhongluo district of Sanshan City. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze with snowflakes drifting down and traces of accumulating snow along the roadside that a dark gray heavy truck RV sat at the street corner, resembling a quiet steel behemoth. Both the front and body of the vehicle were smeared with mud, and upon closer inspection, one could discern faint bloodstains. Distant gunfire occasionally rang out, accompanied by the sounds of weeping and wailing. The city had descended further into chaos. Leaning against the vehicle, Shiyang took a final drag. Chapter 31. A sudden revelation: shrapnel flew everywhere. The solid wooden bar counter was obliterated in an instant. The outermost 2 bodyguards let out muffled groans, and moments later, their heads drooped, lifeless. Their backs were covered in a mass of shrapnel. Da Chong and the other 3 bodyguards, along with Wang Ku, whom they were shielding, experienced a ringing in their ears. Blood trickled from their mouths and noses. The close-range explosion of a high-explosive grenade was devastating. While the outer bodyguards absorbed the brunt of the shrapnel, the blast still wreaked havoc. Chapter 32. The ugly truth revealed. Xiang distinctly remembered that he was initially not part of that mission. Zhao Liqiang had arrived with several ability users at their survival point, and they had exchanged glances. The following day, the mission team leader invited him to join, citing a need for his dimensional space abilities that at the time. Shiyang hadn't thought much of it, but now, reflecting back, it was likely Zhao Liqiang's suggestion to include him in the mission team. Zhao Liqiang, having spent years by Wang Ku's side, might have seen Xiaoyang at some point, or at least viewed his photograph. Chapter 33. A fortuitous encounter with a Barrett. Xiaoyang brings warmth. Wang Ke watched in terror as Xiaoyang approached him step by step. Helplessly seated on the ground, he futilely tried to shuffle backward, pleading, "Brother Xiang, please don't kill me. I was at fault regarding Wu Qian, but I don't deserve to die." Xiaoyang raised his hand, aiming the gun at Wang Ke, and coldly stated, "Move back any further, and you will die." Wang Ke, paralyzed by fear, dared not to move, yet his lips incessantly pleaded for mercy. Xiaoyang stepped forward, without uttering a word, and began to bind Wang Ke with alloy chains. Chapter 34. A grievous revenge. The chaos of Source Beast a cigarette, but fell to the ground. Flames swiftly erupted from the villa's floor, spreading rapidly. Wang Ke's curses and Wu Qian's cries transformed into desperate, piercing screams. Xiaoyang turned and boarded the rising sun. He sat quietly in the cockpit, gazing at the orange tongues of fire spilling through the shattered windows of the villa. His emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity, tinged with a sense of loss, yet predominantly filled with exhilaration and relief after gaining clarity. The fire raged fiercely, billowing thick smoke. Wang Ke and Wu Qian. Chapter 35. Waiting for the rabbit, the source beasts appear. The rising sun, braving the heavy snow, slowly churned its tracks towards Wusher Mountain. Approximately 3 kilometers east of the warehouse that in recent days, Xiaoyang had piloted the rising sun along this route several times. His choice of the southern suburbs as a temporary base was significantly influenced by the proximity to Wusher Mountain that on this very day in his past life, around 20 source beasts had landed on the eastern coast, wreaking havoc in Sanshan City. These source beasts typically operated in groups of at least 5, yet only 2 had ventured to Wusher Mountain due to the sparse population in that area. Chapter 36. Fortuitous luck, a desperate escape that a crowd fleeing towards the northeast indeed made a beeline for Wusher Mountain. Their numbers dwindled rapidly under the onslaught of the source beasts. Before long, only a handful of individuals reached the foot of Wusher Mountain, desperately scrambling up the slope. The terrain here was relatively more complex, and the presence of air raid shelters on the mountainside offered a glimmer of hope that they might evade disaster. The ferocious source beasts closely pursued them, occasionally catching up to an unfortunate soul and draining them to a desiccated husk. Chapter 37. The trap strikes. The second source beast quickly closed the distance to the rising sun to mere meters. At such a proximity, an attack on the rising sun was imminent. Xiaoyang maintained his aim. The vehicle's high-speed motion caused inevitable jolts, and the swirling ice fragments and snow behind obscured his view. Coupled with the source beast's movement, targeting proved exceedingly challenging. Xiaoyang found it difficult even to keep the beast within his sights. As the distance diminished, his finger gently rested on the trigger. Chapter 38. A-Class Alloy Dagger. Given the circumstances, Xiaoyang always exercised utmost caution, never feeling a shred of shame that in this brutal post-apocalyptic world, preserving one's life remained paramount. Returning to the cockpit, the drone's mother hub opened. And a reconnaissance drone ascended. It swiftly flew over the trap, the gimbal adjusting its angle. On the screen, Xiaoyang beheld the chaotic scene within the trap, revealing a disarray of twisted alloy javelins and the mechanisms he had set. Chapter 39. Upgrading the source crystal processing module. A detection of source crystals prompted the query. Should they be traded for contribution points? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyang rejected the notion. No trade. I scarcely have enough for myself. You expect me to exchange source crystals for contribution points? Dream on. As he spoke, he sliced open the abdomen of the source beast with his alloy dagger. The source crystal lay to the left side of the beast's abdomen, roughly corresponding to the position of a human kidney. The beast's tough hide posed a considerable challenge, even post-mortem, to penetrate its skin. Yet, the A-Class Alloy Dagger. Chapter 40. This microwave is quite advanced. The system notification indicated that the upgrade process would require 20 minutes, with time to spare and a slight hunger gnawing at him. Xiaoyang decided to retrieve a source beast carcass and prepare to roast some of its meat. The source beast bore a striking resemblance to a cattle, complete with a pair of curved horns. However, it was significantly larger and typically maintained a semi-upright posture, in his past life. Abilities users favored source beast meat for its tender quality, particularly when grilled, offering a delightful flavor, especially for those who consumed it regularly. Chapter 41. Awakening a New Ability. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xiaoyang gradually regained consciousness. Shaking his head to dispel lingering apprehension, feeling no discomfort, that a sense of relief washed over him. It was evident that consuming the energy liquid bore no adverse effects. However, had he awakened a mental ability, as he understood, mental abilities, akin to dimensional space abilities, were exceedingly rare, besides the scarcity of such source crystals. The success rate for awakening was notably low. Some individuals resorted to consuming mental-type source crystals multiple times before achieving success. Chapter 42, Source Crystals. The more, the better. As night fell, Sanshan City resembled a hellscape. Despite only 20 or so source beasts having landed, aside from the two that had met their demise heading towards Wuxia Mountain, the remaining beasts faced no opposition during the initial landing. They rampaged through the ancient city, slaughtering and feasting upon humanity's flesh, instilling terror as people fled in all directions, engulfed in profound despair. The extreme cold had already drained most individuals of their strength, depleting their reserves. Chapter 43, Triple Draw. Xia Yang and Meng Meng's coordination grew, increasingly harmonious. The two source beasts pursued them relentlessly, but Xia Yang utilized the Barret to slow their advance, primarily targeting their legs with a significantly higher accuracy than before awakening his mental ability. He found the Barret to be quite effective, though regrettably low on ammunition. By the end of the day, only about 50 sniper rounds remained, necessitating careful use. Additionally, he wished for a bit more power. At present, Chapter 44. Time waits for no 1.5 minutes later, the microwave emitted a notification sound. Xia Yang, filled with anticipation, turned his gaze to the text displayed on the right side panel. Strength System. Strength System, Elemental System, Gold. Disappointed not to have drawn dimensional space or mental attributes from the source crystals, Xiaoyang understood that such outcomes were typical. The most common source crystals were of the strength type, followed by elemental types, spatial and mental attributes. Chapter 45, Gratitude from the Elite. In the Bell Tower district of Sanshan City, at the entrance to Donghu Park, thick snow blanketed the streets, rendering them muddy and treacherous. With a thunderous crash, a source beast shattered the glass facade of a small supermarket, roaring as it tumbled in the snow. Crimson blood splattered against the pristine white snow, a gruesome sight. That a figure darted from the supermarket, moving swiftly toward the source beast like a specter. This individual was none other than Xia Yang, who prowled the city, hunting source beast. In his hand was an A-class. Chapter 46, Dimensional Space Expansion. Suddenly, Xia Yang recalled how in his past life, Zhou Yaowu had spent an entire day and night in the sewers before awakening his powers and ultimately escaping. Could his early encounter with Zhou Yaowu alter history? The natural awakening of abilities likely had no correlation with the sewers. However, what if Zhou Yaowu embarked on his escape route too soon and perished? Would he inadvertently become the architect of a future powerhouse's demise? Do you have anything to say, Brother Xia? Zhou Yaowu inquired curiously, noticing Xia Yang's hesitance. Chapter 47. C-Class Ability, User, Xia Yang. A swift scan of Xia Yang's mind revealed a clear understanding of the open ammunition depot. Hundreds of ammunition boxes were crammed within, filled with rounds of various calibers, including 12.7mm rounds suitable for the Barret sniper rifle. A rough estimate suggested there were at least tens of thousands of rounds available, allowing for unrestricted use without the need for frugality. Additionally, there were dozens of boxes filled with grenades, perfectly complementing the drone's ammunition needs. Chapter 48. The soul of the military of Xia Country. In Sanshan City, on the North Second Ring Road, power had long been cut off, casting the entire city into darkness. The moonlight reflecting off the snow faintly illuminated the hazy silhouettes around. Nearby, towering concrete structures loomed like phantoms in the night. In the downtown area, flickers of firelight and the sporadic sounds of gunfire and grenade explosions could be discerned. In the darkness, a weary group of soldiers was constructing makeshift fortifications, while behind them, residents from several neighborhoods were. Chapter 49. Society. My brother Lei. In the distance, Xia Yang faced off against two source beasts alone. Armed only with a dagger, he engaged both beasts simultaneously, astonishingly gaining the upper hand. To be precise, Xia Yang was overpowering the source beasts. The resounding thuds echoed, his powerful kicks landing on the beast's bodies. Was this truly a human? They seemed more like humanoid monsters. The soldiers could only think of 4 words: terrifyingly impressive. The captain snapped back to reality and shouted urgently, Chapter 50. The Butterfly Effect. In the frigid night, the rising sun plowed through the snow-laden streets, braving the wind. Xia Yang sat comfortably in the warm cockpit, absent-mindedly toying with the source crystal while asking, Ming Ming, can the two major functions of this source crystal processing module be used separately? For instance, I merely wish to ascertain the attributes of the source crystal, without the intention of processing it into energy liquid. Is that feasible? Ming Ming smiled and remarked, how could Yang Ge have such an unusual request? A source crystal cannot be utilized without being processed into energy liquid. Just tell me if it could be achieved, Xia Yang inquired. Chapter 51. As hard as iron, the tracks of the Liang vehicle crunched over the snow-covered road under the dark night's wind and snow. Heading north towards the city's outskirts, the Liang had fully realized autonomous driving, leaving Xia Yang somewhat idle in the driver's seat that he perused the system panel and noted that in recent days, through signing in, hunting source beasts, and dispatching orcs he encountered along the way, he had accumulated a considerable number of contribution points, now totaling 183. The Xia Yang initially aimed to save up 200 contribution points to upgrade his weapon module first. Chapter 52. Do you know who my father is? Among the group of 7 or 8 individuals, the leader appeared to be a plump young man in his early 20s, clad in a long black down coat, with a conspicuous white big goose emblem on his sleeve. Adorned with thick leather gloves, he wielded a steel pipe that a glint of greed sparkled in the young man's eyes as he approached the cockpit of the Liang. Accompanied by his entourage, with an air of arrogance, he gestured towards the Liang, prompting a rather comical youth dressed in a green cotton coat to step forward. Chapter 53. You should ask your mother. Xia Yang had initially been disinclined to engage with them, content to observe the antics of the clowns below from the cockpit. However, upon hearing the words of the chubby Wang Dingyu, he couldn't help but chuckle, lowering the car window with a hint of pity. Xia Yang said, such matters are best directed towards your mother. Wang Dingyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Xia Yang mused, poor child, growing up without even knowing who his biological father is. Chapter 54. This breakfast is quite extravagant. The service area hall was enveloped in a heavy silence. After a while, the patrons dared to cautiously lift their heads, feeling a measure of relief when they noticed that the murderous figure outside the heavy truck had not approached. Some bolder individuals began to whisper among themselves. Gradually, everyone rose from the ground, though none dared to make any further attempts at the RV. The gruesome scene they had just witnessed had thoroughly frightened them. Initially, some had intended to continue their journey, but now, with the Liang parked outside, an unspoken pressure loomed, preventing anyone from leaving the service area. Chapter 55. Unanimously among the group, a woman clad in a black mink coat, exuding an air of allure, furrowed her brow and said, who is so bored as to film me with a drone at such a time? It shows a complete disregard for one's privacy. The others exchanged peculiar glances, finding her self-absorption somewhat excessive. The rotund director Wang cleared his throat and replied, Hu Laosher, perhaps it's a misunderstanding. It could be a military drone sent to search for survivors. Chapter 56. Pattern recognition. A new approach. Xia Yang was still sound asleep on the Liang Point 2 hours later. Gentle music roused him from his slumber. Yang Ge, it's precisely 9 in the morning. Ming Ming announced, your designated wake-up time has arrived. Xia Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes, rose from bed, and washed his face in the bathroom, instantly feeling invigorated. Since awakening his abilities, his sleep quality had been exceptional. A mere 2 hours of rest left him brimming with energy throughout the day. After changing his attire, he settled onto the circular sofa in the rear of the living quarters. Chapter 57. Ferocious now that Xia Yang had located Li Mu Yu's whereabouts, he instructed Ming Ming to recall the other drones, keeping only one at a distance, trailing Li Mu Yu and her companions. Despite Hu Mei's efforts to attract attention, the drone remained unresponsive, following them at a consistent distance. Frustrated, she donned a hat and mask, continuing her journey towards the highway. Xia Yang sat on the circular sofa, his gaze fixed on Li Mu Yu on the television screen, lost in thought in his previous life. It was this very girl who, Chapter 58, System Mission Hu Mei was unfortunate, encountering Wang Diyong at his most irritable moment, directly placing herself in harm's way. Wang Diyong's fist dripped with blood as he grinned menacingly, advancing on Hu Mei. Terrified, she retreated, repeatedly pleading, stay back. Don't come any closer. Wang Diyong scoffed, stepping forward and like a child picking up a chick, seized Hu Mei and roughly yanked off her mask. Upon seeing her exquisite features, his eyes lit up with a glimmer of desire. Chapter 59. Overwhelming power. Wang Diyong stared at Xia Yang for several seconds, tilting his head in inquiry. Laozi, is this the one? Laozi quickly affirmed. Uncle Yong. He is the one who shot you go. Wang Diyong nodded, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes as he regarded Xia Yang. You little brat. Tell me, how would you like to die? Xia Yang flashed a grin, retorting, Old brat, I may not know how I will perish, but I am certain that today you will meet a grim fate. Chapter 60. Decisive. Wang Diyong trembled uncontrollably, partly from pain and partly from fear. His face turned pale, stripping him of his earlier bravado. He stammered, Please spare me, great hero. I realize my mistakes. Wang Diyong quickly capitulated. Xia Yang shook his head, stating, Since you've made no choice, I shall choose for you. The method of death you just mentioned seems quite intriguing. I have decided to give it a try. Wang Diyong's expression shifted alarmingly, and he shouted in distress. Chapter 61. Li Xiaohua, long time no see on the side of the Wang Jin film crew, whom Mei was left pale with fright. The horrifying scenes of Wang Diyong brutally killing her 2 bodyguards, followed by Xia Yang torturing him in the most cruel fashion, and finally executing Laozi up close, had inflicted severe psychological trauma upon her. How had the world transformed so drastically after just a few days of filming in the mountains? At that moment, Humei spotted Xia Yang approaching them, that a sudden realization struck her. The strength of this man was indelibly etched in her mind. Chapter 62. Shall we take a shower first? Xia Yang frowned slightly and turned to see Humei approaching with a warm smile, linking her arm with Li Muyu's and casting a flirtatious glance at Xia Yang. Xiao Yu. Why don't you introduce me? Li Muyu felt a chill run down her spine. Although she played the second female lead in the crew, Humei had scarcely acknowledged her presence previously, often treating her dismissively, flaunting her superiority throughout the filming process. Chapter 63. How do you know my size? Xia Yang stifled a laugh, saying, Please wait here for a moment, but he then turned and walked to the main bedroom area of the living quarters, avoiding Li Muyu's gaze as he retrieved a complete set of new clothing from the dimensional space. Underwear, thermal wear, extreme cold gear, hats, windproof masks, and more. He returned to the shower area, presenting the clothes to Li Muyu with a smile. Here you go. The outerwear can be left outside. You can wear it when you come out. Chapter 64. Little girl, I'll support you. Humei gritted her teeth in frustration, contemplating kicking the tire of the Liang to vent her anger. Just as she lifted her foot, the window of the cockpit slowly descended, revealing Xia Yang's inscrutable face. That a shiver ran through her as she realized that he was not merely Li Muyu's classmate, but also a fearsome killer. Cautiously, she retracted her foot, forcing a smile of appeasement. However, Xia Yang did not wait for her to speak. Chapter 65. It settled in the dining area of the rear living quarters of the Liang at the Qishan service area. The circular table was laden with steaming delicacies. Li Muyu gazed at the large bowl of golden abalone rice before her, along with familiar hometown dishes on the table, feeling as though she were in a dream. What are you dawdling for? Eat. Xia Yang smiled. Before him lay a single plate containing 2 hefty pieces of pan-seared source beast meat, weighing a total of 5 or 6 pounds. Li Muyu snapped back to reality. Scooping. Chapter 66. Benevolence. Seeing Li Muyu's bewildered expression, Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. All right, don't worry about so much. You'll understand in due time. Okay, Li Muyu replied with a shy smile. After they finished their meal, she took the initiative to start clearing the dishes. Although there was a dishwasher on board, tidying up the food remnants and operating the machine felt like contributing in some small way. Such a trivial task, and yet Xia Yang did not compete with her for it. Instead, he sat on the sofa, cradling a tablet and engrossed in a drama. Chapter 67. Embarking on the journey westward. Li Muyu widened her beautiful eyes and turned her head to glance at Xia Yang, who even lifted a finger. Stunned, she finally managed to utter, Is it self-driving, Xia Yang? Does your vehicle have self-driving capabilities? Over the years, there had been no significant breakthroughs in autonomous driving technology, nor had it been widely adopted. Thus, Li Muyu was utterly astonished to see the heavy-duty RV, named Liang, operating autonomously. Xia Yang chuckled and said, Isn't it fascinating? Do you think our Meng Meng is just idly sitting by? Meng Meng might actually be working. In Chapter 68, as danger approached, Xiaoyang immediately directed his gaze to the screen before him, which displayed the infrared imaging from Liang. Not far ahead was a small house, and the infrared image revealed 3 conspicuous humanoid heat sources nestled among the trees nearby. Li Muyu, feeling a bit anxious, inquired Xiaoyang, could there be any danger? Xiaoyang responded nonchalantly, indeed, it is quite perilous. What? I meant the people hiding in the bushes. Xiaoyang added, let us hope they aren't targeting us.in Chapter 69. Is it too late to cling to a benefactor? Xiaoyang grinned and said, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would know your answer is affirmative, right? Li Muyu paused for a moment before replying. Yes, but I understand that you must have your reasons for doing this, correct? Xiaoyang did not directly address her words, but rather stated, actually, I could have driven straight through earlier. Those 3 were mere trifles, and their pathetic weapons could hardly inflict harm on Liang. Yet, I chose to stop and eliminate them. Do you know why? In Chapter 70, upgrading the weapon system, Xiaoyang's spirits lifted as he eagerly asked. So, what is the outcome? Did you find anything? I only found some suspected photographs. I've already downloaded and saved them. That I need you, Yanggu, to further verify them, Meng Meng explained. She continued, the satellite captures images from a high angle, making it difficult to get a clear shot of people's faces, so we can only conduct fuzzy comparisons. Moreover, the chances of capturing the target outdoors while the satellite is passing by are rather slim. Understood. No worries, let us first examine the photos you filtered out, Xiaoyang said while standing. In Chapter 71, bargaining with System Daddy, the system remained silent for several seconds before responding. Host, you may speak directly. This system is not human and does not require conversational niceties. Xiaoyang, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and said, well, you see, upgrading these various modules consumes contribution points and mineral materials, correct? If I want to upgrade the sea-level mobile survival base, I still need to expend another 1,000 contribution points. Isn't that unreasonable? The contribution points needed for upgrading individual modules are already quite substantial, yet for an overall upgrade, the consumption remains unchanged. This contradicts fairness. In Chapter 72, what is the learning material? Curiosity killed the cat. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nearly burst into laughter. He stifled his amusement and feigned confusion, asking, what is wrong? Is this bed not large enough? I think it's quite sufficient for sleeping. Li Muyu's face instantly flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, it's just one bed. How are we supposed to sleep? Xiaoyang pretended to be taken aback, exclaiming, you actually want to share a bed with me? Li Muyu, I never realized you were that kind of person. Of course not. Li Muyu protested, both flustered and anxious. There is only one bed here. And you said in Chapter 73, mind control, Xiaoyang, filled with a hint of suspicion, returned to the front cabin and closed the door. After changing into his pajamas, he lay down on the large bed in the master suite. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes occasionally drifted onto the roof. However, Liang's soundproofing and insulation were exceptionally good. The interior felt quiet and warm, providing a profound sense of security. Xiaoyang didn't immediately drift off to sleep. He too was watching a drama on his tablet. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped past midnight, but he set aside the tablet and accessed the system panel to check in Chapter 74. Meticulous care, Xiaoyang placed a damp towel on Li Muyu's forehead and said, Muyu, you should rest for a while. If you feel particularly unwell, just call me. I'll be in the front cabin. Li Muyu weakly nodded her head. Xiaoyang then crawled back over from the master bed to the driving cabin. According to the traffic regulations prior to the apocalypse, passengers were not permitted to lie in bed while the RV was in motion. They had to sit in their seats and fasten their seatbelts. However, these regulations were no longer enforced. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, Xiaoyang still. In Chapter 75, feelings grow. After finishing his cigarette, Xiaoyang returned to the vehicle. Li Muyu was sipping on some century egg and lean meat porridge. The steaming bowl seemed to invigorate her more than before. Xiaoyang sat beside her, engaging in conversation, and soon enough, Li Muyu had finished an entire bowl of porridge. Xiaoyang stood up, grabbed the bowl and utensils, and walked over to the kitchen area to wash them. It was just one bowl, so there was no need to use the dishwasher. Muyu, let me help you to bed for a bit, Xiaoyang said with a smile as he wiped his hands with a paper towel. In Chapter 76, Orcs Attack, Xiaoyang realized that although they hadn't traveled at full speed yesterday, they had crossed through Southeast Province and arrived at the neighboring Gannan Province. This check-in confirms Xia Yang's earlier judgment. For the first time checking in at a new location beyond the Three Mountains, he earned 10 contribution points as a one-time reward. This time, checking in at a new location yielded only basic contribution points, without any additional rewards. However, these basic contribution points were double those earned for repeated check-ins at the same location. Furthermore, today's check-in did not. In Chapter 77, first kill of intermediate orcs, additional reward, in the blink of an eye. Liang plunged into the horde of orcs that a loud crash echoed as the foremost orc was sent flying. Yet, the orcs, undeterred by fear, continued their relentless assault on the steel beast that was Liang. Some even leaped high, crashing against Liang's windshield, the sound of impacts ringing incessantly, and blood splattered everywhere. As Li Muyu witnessed the orc collide with the windshield, she gasped in shock. In Chapter 78. Slicing through like melon, Li Muyu was taken aback, instinctively grabbing Xia Yang's arm. "Xia Yang, it's too dangerous outside," she urged. "Let us just charge through." She recognized that Liang was incredibly sturdy, and staying inside the vehicle was relatively safe. Although there seemed to be many orcs, forcing their way through would pose no problem for Liang. Once they picked up speed, shaking off the orcs would be a trivial matter. Yet, Xia Yang's expression shifted slightly. Li Muyu grasped his hand. In Chapter 79, gathering sand to form a tower, abundant harvest, Xia Yang first checked his total contribution points, 285.5 points. He silently calculated that before encountering the orc horde. He had only 11 contribution points. After killing the intermediate orc, including the first kill bonus, he earned a total of 88 contribution points. Thus, today's elimination of ordinary orcs had yielded him 186. 5 points. Including those orcs killed by Liang's charge, he had approximately taken down 300 to 400 ordinary orcs today. The numbers seem accurate. In Chapter 80, Li Muyu's abilities, Xia Yang initially wore a mischievous grin, eager to witness Li Muyu's amusing antics. However, her unexpected action left him utterly bewildered. The fragrant, soft girl suddenly leaped into his embrace. Who could resist that, especially as she involuntarily released currents of electricity in moments of tension and excitement? Even for Xia Yang, a sea-level ability user with a tough exterior, the delightful and tingling sensations, coupled with the sweet fragrance of a young girl wafting into his nostrils, were undeniably exhilarating. Xia Yang found his hands somewhat at a loss. In Chapter 81, lightning abilities, as the orc was struck by lightning, its body convulsed, and its howls abruptly ceased. Its form became charred, especially after the final jolt, where an explosive current nearly obliterated its heart. Naturally, the unfortunate creature could not survive such devastation. After enduring numerous torments, it had finally found release. Li Muyu stared in astonishment at the orc curled on the ground, motionless, struggling to comprehend that it was truly she who had dealt the fatal blow. In Chapter 82, Don't Mess Around, Xia Yang remained utterly astonished as he gazed at Li Muyu. Initially, he pondered how to persuade her to accept source beast meat, for it was, after all, the most easily absorbed and nutritionally dense sustenance for those with abilities. For instance, if Li Muyu were to excessively consume her powers, indulging in source beast meat would significantly expedite her recovery. However, Xia Yang never anticipated that he would not need to employ any persuasive rhetoric. Li Muyu, to his astonishment, spontaneously shoved a hefty piece of meat into her mouth and began to devour it voraciously. Witnessing her indiscriminate feasting brought a smirk to Xia Yang's face. Especially as he noticed her delicate features contorted in surprise, he swiftly unfastened the alloy chains binding the beast man, who immediately bared its teeth and lunged at Xia Yang. With a swift kick, Xia Yang sent it sprawling 3 meters away, pointing at Li Muyu, exclaiming, "That one is your target." "Please no." Li Muyu could not help but scream. The beast man, naturally oblivious to Xia Yang's words, was drawn to Li Muyu by her scream. Moving closer in response, upon their return to the fierce sun vessel, Li Muyu made her way to the rear of the living quarters, sliding the door shut behind her. She changed into a lightweight and comfortable set of loungewear. For the interior temperature had been maintained at a pleasant 20 degrees. Certainly, a heavy winter coat would be unbearable in such an environment. When she reopened the sliding door, she discovered that Xia Yang had already prepared an array of ingredients. Not only were there whole lobsters, foie gras, baked snails, white wine snails, liver paste seared scallops, cabbage rolls filled with meat, and foie gras seared scallops, but an abundance of culinary delights filled the small kitchen. The following day, as the Fierce Sun vessel braved the howling northern winds, it traversed the Su-Guang Expressway. Upon entering Xiangnan Province, the highway was devoid of the throngs of refugees, and the roads were comparatively broader than the national highways. Thus, Mingming opted for the expressway in her route planning, by the afternoon. The Fierce Sun was approximately 90 kilometers from Baling. The pace had been sluggish due to the reports of source beasts, which heightened Xia Yang's vigilance. He instructed Ming Ming to deploy the reconnaissance drones in 3 groups to alternate in scouting ahead. 10 minutes later, the snow was stained with alarming amounts of blood, and 3 source beast corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. Xia Yang was slightly out of breath, his polar cold-resistant suit torn in several places, and his legs bore 3 deep gashes. Additionally, there was a shallow wound on his face. Fortunately, his handsome visage remained intact. Xia Yang pressed gently against the wound on his thigh, involuntarily hissing in pain. Reflecting on the peril he had just faced at Li Muyu, clearly skeptical, questioned, "Isn't that wound supposed to be stitched? How could it possibly heal?" Xia Yang smiled reassuringly. "Muyu, you mustn't judge an ability user's physique by conventional standards. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of my own body. It is truly not severe. As long as I refrain from strenuous activity for a couple of days, I shall recover swiftly." Reluctantly, Li Muyu nodded in tentative agreement before leaning closer, stating, "Allow me to help you bandage it." Xia Yang's expression shifted to one of caution as he replied, "What do you intend to do?" In a distant location over 100 kilometers away, Jiangcheng, a city that once ranked among the top 10 metropolises in the nation, now lay in ruins. Within the central urban area of Jiangcheng, a perimeter of approximately 45 kilometers surrounding Guanggu Avenue, Simlin Avenue, and the bypass highway had been fortified into an impenetrable bastion. Utilizing these thoroughfares, a steel wall stood over 5 meters high, encircling an area of around 100 square kilometers, establishing a substantial human enclave. As dawn broke in Honghu town at the highway service area. The weather was rather pleasant, with the sun casting a rare smile. Inside the warmly lit Fierce Sun vessel, Xia Yang and Li Muyu had risen early. After a brief wash and breakfast, they made their way to the cockpit. "Muyu, if all goes well, you should be able to see your parents today," Xia Yang cheerfully remarked. "May I inquire about your feelings at this moment?" Li Muyu bit her lip, replying, "How should I put it? Excited, nervous, anxious, perhaps a bit of each." Upon reaching Jiangcheng, Ming Ming's quick reflexes allowed the Fierce Sun to swiftly reverse that in an instant. The large tree came crashing down, thudding heavily onto the ground. Had the Fierce Sun not moved in time, it would have been struck squarely. Li Muyu stared in disbelief at the chaos ahead, unable to fathom what she had just done. Did she truly break a tree that could be embraced by a single person? It felt surreal, as though she were caught in a dream. Captain Ji, the female lieutenant, cast a fleeting glance at Xia Yang and Li Muyu before nodding to a soldier, instructing, "Good. Thank you for your efforts. You may proceed with your duties now." The soldier saluted Captain Ji and exited the tent. Once he departed, Captain Ji retrieved 2 forms, addressing Xia Yang and Li Muyu. "Please fill out these forms. Afterward, I have a few questions to discuss." Li Muyu silently nodded and rose to gather her belongings from the rear cabin. When she first joined Xia Yang, she had arrived with nothing but herself. Now, she possessed several personal items, including multiple sets of clothing, shoes, and a complete set of toiletries and cosmetics. Xia Yang handed her a large camouflage backpack, encouraging her to organize her belongings while he remained in the front cabin. Retrieving a matching camouflage backpack to stow supplies that he was uncertain about the resource availability at the Jiangcheng survival point, so he aimed to pack as much as possible. This truly Xingho city. Li Muyu gazed upward at the towering walls, marveling, what a monumental undertaking. As they continued forward, they encountered heavily armed guards stationed at the entrance of Xingho City. A conspicuous warning line was drawn 10 meters from the gate, marked with the words, "The sentinels are sacred. Trespassers will not be tolerated." A soldier on duty gestured for them to halt, sternly declaring, "Comrades, this is a restricted area. No entry is permitted without a special pass." Li Zhao Yang and Fong, when Xin dashed out of the research facility, heading swiftly towards the southern gate. Unless it was an urgent military mission or an exceptionally important individual, civilians were prohibited from using vehicles within Xingho City. Even though Li Zhao Yang and Fong, when Xin were esteemed professors, They had not yet attained the status of the two scientists from Xia Yang's previous life who had successfully led the Source Crystal Energy Liquid project, significantly enhancing humanity's overall capabilities. Thus, despite their urgency, they were still subject to the limitations faced by ordinary citizens. Upon seeing Xia Yang limping, Li Zhaowen could not help but whisper, "Mu Yu, what happened to Xia?" Tears welled in Li Mu Yu's eyes as she replied, "He was injured in the leg while saving me yesterday." Did I in truth? Xia Yang's injury was not a direct result of rescuing Li Mu Yu. Yet to her, it made little difference that Li Zhaoyang felt a surge of guilt wash over him. Fong Wen Xian suggested, "Let us enter first. We shall remember Xia's great kindness to our family and repay it when the opportunity arises." Exchange. Both Li Zhaoyang and Fong Wen Xian gasped in unison. Li Zhaoyang quickly inquired, "Mu Yu, are you saying Xia has such crystals?" "There should be," Li Mu Yu affirmed. "Otherwise, how could he offer you anything in exchange?" Li Zhaoyang exclaimed, "We are indeed in need of such monster crystals. The demand for our recent experiments has surged." He rubbed his hands together, adding, "Mu Yu, could you persuade Xia to provide us with these crystals? We can offer other supplies in exchange." Chapter 97. Shock and cognitive overhaul. Li Mu Yu swiftly tucked the large bag of sanitary napkins into the cabinet, but a hint of shy happiness graced her delicate face, and her heart felt warm and fuzzy. Naturally, she did not dwell on how Xia Yang had accurately deduced the date of her relative's visit, nor could she fathom that Xia Yang had spent over 10 days with her in a previous life. Li Mu Yu merely viewed Xia Yang as exceptionally thoughtful, for even if these items were not needed in the immediate days, they would undoubtedly be of use sooner or later, in a world where resources were exceedingly scarce. Finding such items would indeed become a challenge. Chapter 98. Radiant image. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Li Zhaoyang stepped inside with a cheerful expression. "What are you two chatting about?" "I could hear you from across the hallway," he remarked jovially. Fong Wen Xian's voice quivered slightly as she said, "Old Li, come over and see what your daughter has brought back." "What is it?" Li Zhaoyang inquired, his mood visibly brightening as he entered the room. Fong Wen Xian pointed to the travel bag, saying, "It's filled with the meat of that monster." Chapter 99. Transaction, Part 1. At the survival point outside the city, Xia Yang had just risen from bed. He was seated on the circular sofa of the solar flare, with a large bowl of hot dry noodles placed on the dining table before him. Today marked Xia Yang's first day clocking in at Jiangcheng, and aside from earning 2 contribution points, the system had generously gifted him 1,000 servings of the city's signature dish, hot dry noodles. Xia Yang mused that if he traversed the world, sampling the local delicacies, the system's complimentary offerings would suffice for a lifetime. He vigorously stirred the noodles, the rich aroma of sesame paste growing ever more intense. Chapter 100. Transaction, Part 2. Inside the solar flare, Xia Yang patiently awaited the test results. Outside, Li Zhaoyang and the others anxiously stared at the microwave, though they were uncertain what good their vigilance would do. Even Sun Ming was fixated on it, as if fearing the source crystal might vanish in a thin air. Moments later, a sweet voice echoed in Xia Yang's mind. "Yanggu, the testing is complete. This source crystal possesses strength attributes." Xia Yang bore no disappointment on his face, for strength attributes were the most common type of source crystal. Chapter 101. Broad daylight. "What are you two up to?" Xia Yang meticulously recalled the events of that day. "Lei Go." He suddenly remembered the officer inquiring about his name before he departed, to which he had responded with, "Call me Lei Feng." So was this Lei Go? Amused by the connection, Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Regarding source beasts, he had little further information to offer, only advising caution regarding their secondary evolution and the benefits of source beast meat to enhance the physique of ability users. Chapter 102. Our little secret. Upon noticing a somewhat familiar vial of energy liquid, Li Mu Yu instinctively recalled the electrifying sensation from her previous consumption. Earlier, while Xia Yang, Li Zhaoyang, and Fong Wen Xian discussed source beasts and source crystals, she had been keenly listening. Thus, a flicker of realization dawned upon her. "Xia Yang, is this medicine made from source crystals?" she inquired. Xia Yang smiled and nodded, replying, "You should take it first. I have something else to discuss with you shortly. This item is quite precious." Chapter 103. Parting flute. Li Zhaoyang's expression soured slightly as he blurted out, "What were you two doing in the car?" Fong Wen Xian quickly tugged at his sleeve, interrupting Mu Yu. "Xia, have you finished discussing the matter?" After speaking, she shot Li Zhaoyang a fierce glare. What kind of father asks such things? Does that not put her in an awkward position, with their parents watching? Li Muyu's face flushed deeper. Yet, she quickly retorted, I haven't done anything. My heart. Chapter 104. Fortuitous encounter. The roar of the solar flare's engine attracted numerous gazes. Xia Yang sat in the driver's seat, hands lightly resting on the steering wheel, oblivious to the myriad emotions of astonishment, envy, and jealousy directed at him. Before long, the towering steel gates of the outer city came into view. In the distance, several law enforcement officers clad in black uniforms approached, gesturing for Xia Yang to stop. Xia Yang calmly stated, Ming Ming. Chapter 105. Earth System Ability. User Xia Yang patted the side of the solar flare with a smile, saying, I drove it all the way here. I've got some business to attend to. How did you end up in Jiangcheng? After departing from Sanshan, he had not dawdled much on the road. Given the harsh weather conditions, his pace was notably swift, even for the military. Thus, he was increasingly curious about why this lieutenant officer was in Jiangcheng. Private Wu trembled with excitement at the sight of his idol. Chapter 106. Don't bother me when I'm in a bad mood. Xia Yang loaded the rocket launcher, shouldering it as he advanced towards the firing port. He shouted, Ming Ming, launch the drones and lock onto those minions. Leave none behind. I'll handle this ability. User. Yes, Yang go. Ming Ming replied with spirited enthusiasm. Xia Yang added, wait, leave that scruffy fellow alive. Understood. After saying this, Xia Yang took aim and firmly pulled the trigger. Boom, a rocket struck its target with precision. Chapter 107. Direct assault. Casual dialogue posed no issue. Ming Ming remarked, however, we still need to capture some of his vocal tones and inflections. Will it be too troublesome? If it's too much trouble. Forget it, Xia Yang asked. Ming Ming smiled. It's quite simple. Yang go, just take out a phone or tablet and connect to the solar flare's network. Xia Yang retrieved a phone from his dimensional space, turned it on, and connected to the vehicle's Wi-Fi. That he inquired, I'm connected. What's next? As Xia Yang observed the phone screen flicker, information began to appear. Chapter 108. Annihilation. The warehouse stood approximately 10 meters high, with a row of two-tiered rooms against the northern wall. Various supplies were haphazardly piled within, broadly categorized, likely amassed through recent plundering. That a fire pit burned on the north side, where 3 individuals sat playing cards, surrounded by scattered cigarettes and sausages, evidently their steaks. Xia Yang couldn't help but frown. Weren't there supposed to be 4 of them? Where's the 4th? He was determined to leave no stone unturned. Thus he resolved to investigate further. Chapter 109. Erasure of Humanity. Minutes later, guided by the woman, Xia Yang opened another room's door. Even with his past experiences, he couldn't suppress a slight frown at the scene before him. 7 or 8 disheveled women huddled in a corner, their expressions vacant. Upon seeing the woman, they merely lifted their eyelids slightly, while they completely ignored the unfamiliar Xia Yang. It was evident that these individuals had become numb to their circumstances. Xia Yang sighed inwardly, wondering. Chapter 110. Luring the snake out of its hole. A few kilometers posed no challenge for Xia Yang. Endowed with wind-type abilities, that he keenly sensed the surroundings, merging with the power of the wind, moving at great speed while deftly stopping and changing direction to avoid obstacles. Simultaneously, he aimed to steer clear of military personnel and survivors scavenging for supplies. Before long, Xia Yang approached within a kilometer of the survival point. As he continued forward, the density of guards would only increase, along with handheld communication devices. Chapter 111. Rooting out the problem. Lin Hui exchanged glances with his 3 subordinates, and they each drew their guns, scanning the area with vigilant expressions. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air as 4 drones flew in, hovering above Lin Hui and his men, their dark gun barrels aimed at them. What the hell? Abow! What are you doing with those drones? Trying to pull a fast one? Lin Hui couldn't help but curse. Where the hell is Ah Feng? Are you looking for them? A mocking voice called out. Lin Hui looked up sharply, only to see Xia Yang. Chapter 112. Special reward. The following day, Xia Yang rose early. His first task was to check in on the system interface. The system prompted, congratulations. Host successfully checked in for the first time at Suizhou, Hebei Province, earning 2 contribution points and 1,000 servings of Suizhou's signature dish, Guaizi Fan. Additional rewards. Xia Yang retrieved a portion of the spoon rice from the system's inventory, only to discover that it was, in fact, pork trotter rice, presumably a local delicacy. Yesterday, due to dealing with Lin Hui, Bao's gang had delayed him for nearly half a day. Xiaoyang entered the expressway from the urban area of Jiang City. Now in Chapter 113, gathering blueprints to summon the dimensional fuel tank, Xiaoyang accessed the system interface and immediately noticed, in addition to his inventory, a military green item resembling a trailer house. Although he was deeply intrigued, he refrained from extracting it for immediate inspection, as the drone had already identified several parking locations. Xiaoyang resolved to drive the Li Ying to a relatively secure location before commencing the upgrade to a Class C mobile survival base. This process would take approximately 20 hours, allowing him ample time to thoroughly examine the compact survival pod later. Mingming had filtered 4 nearby parking spots, and Xiaoyang selected one that was entirely vacant. In Chapter 114, a survival pod brimming with cutting-edge technology, the compact survival pod was predominantly matte green, equipped with 4 robust off-road tires that could swiftly convert into sled runners for ease of movement across snowy terrain. The sturdy survival pod immediately instilled a profound sense of security that I end Chapter 115. The majestic and formidable Class C Mobile Survival Base, Part 1. The first impression that Li Ying imparted to Xiaoyang was its more subdued metallic luster. The matte gray exterior exuded an air of sophistication. Although the vehicle's dimensions had indeed increased, Xiaoyang felt the change was not excessively pronounced, just as he was about to circle the vehicle to inspect the exterior modifications. Mengming's voice resonated in his mind. "Good morning, Yang Guo." Mengming's tone remained vibrantly cheerful, and Xiaoyang sensed a greater degree of human-like inflection in her voice. Hearing her voice again filled him with warmth. In Chapter 116, the majestic and formidable Class C Mobile Survival Base, Part 2. Mingming extended the main bedroom's expansion mechanism and lowered the large bed, restoring the luxurious suite's appearance. Xiaoyang then directed his gaze towards the central area, which previously served as the kitchen. The circular sofa had been relocated to this position, and upon expansion, the central area became exceedingly spacious that a thick wool carpet adorned the floor, and the ceiling on the vehicle door side featured a hidden projection screen, which, when lowered, transformed the space into a miniature cinema. Further inside, to the left, lay the kitchen area, complete with a countertop, refrigerator, and dishwashing facilities that I end Chapter 117. The majestic and formidable Class C Mobile Survival Base, Part 3. Mingming cheerfully announced, "Great. Yang Guo, please proceed to the cockpit." Xiaoyang stood and walked through the passageway at the foot of the main bedroom's bed into the cockpit. He discovered that the cockpit exuded an even stronger sense of technological sophistication, with numerous buttons and screens dazzling the eye, rivaling that of an aircraft cockpit. Although all operations of Li Ying could be executed via voice control, with Mingming assisting, the presence of mechanical buttons was necessary. And typically, a backup system was required as well. In extreme situations, human intervention could be crucial. In Chapter 118. The system mall opens. All goodies await. This system, as the name implies, automatically repairs vehicle damage during regular use. Vehicles inevitably experience wear and tear, especially in combat, where even the strongest defenses cannot guarantee complete safety. Previously, when Xiaoyang faced a massive orc siege, Li Ying sustained minor damages, including claw marks on its body, which he had no means to address at the time. However, with Li Ying upgraded to Class C, he could now rectify these issues. In Chapter 119, a journey of 1,000 miles. Although the final contribution point radar exuded an air of inexplicable mystery, Xiaoyang was overall very satisfied with this upgrade, deeming it a substantial harvest. The comprehensive upgrades to Li Ying resulted in a qualitative leap in both safety and comfort. The introduction of the dimensional fuel tank significantly enhanced Li Ying's endurance, alleviating the hassle of frequent refueling. The additional compact survival pod was equally practical. Following the system upgrade, the mall system was activated. Although the range of products available for sale was still limited, the 3 items offered were all commendable. I end Chapter 120. Not bowing for 5 measures of rice. Everyone has their fears. Some fear snakes, while others dread cockroaches. This is unrelated to one's courage. Xiaoyang harbored an especially intense fear of mice, a phobia that had plagued him since childhood. Mice, with their furry bodies, long tails, and sharp little mouths, sent shivers down his spine at the mere thought. He suppressed his discomfort and hastily entered the cockpit, separated by a mere wall. That moment, the various screens in the cockpit illuminated, displaying the exterior of Li Ying. In Chapter 121, Journeying Westward, before returning to the vehicle, Xiaoyang removed the multiple shoe covers and gloves he had been wearing and discarded them. Upon re-entering Li Huaying, Ming inquired, "Yang Ge, shall we continue our journey?" Xiaoyang replied somewhat irritably, "What are we going to do? Go back to sleep." The corpses of the mutated mice had already been collected by the system, and after this ordeal, Xiaoyang's discomfort had significantly diminished, rendering a change in parking location unnecessary. Thus, Li Huaying was powered down once more, and the expansion mechanism was reactivated. However, Xiaoyang merely instructed Ming. In Chapter 122, Racing Under the Starry Night. Entering the border province, it is often said that one feels apprehensive when nearing their hometown. Although the border province is not Xiaoyang's homeland, it is home to his elder sister, Xiaolin, the only blood relative he has in this world. Hence, as he drew closer to the border province, his heart grew increasingly tumultuous. The early apocalypse's inland regions posed relatively low danger, which further fueled Xiaoyang's desire to hasten his journey. Li Huaying continued to forge ahead through the snowstorm, advancing rapidly through the frigid night. The upgraded Li Huaying was capable of maintaining its normal cruising speed that I in Chapter 123, passing the monument to the beautiful border. Li Huaying officially entered the border province. Xiaoyang sat in the vehicle, gazing at the boundless Gobi Desert before him, his excitement palpable. The swirling snow continued to fall, transforming the Gobi into a snow-covered expanse. The map indicated that there were approximately 700 kilometers remaining to Yonglei County, that if he pressed on through the night, he could reach Yonglei County by daybreak. However, Xiaoyang had no intention of doing so, as the journey would require traversing treacherous terrain that I end Chapter 124. Crossing the eastern Tianshan Mountains, encountering source beasts by the lakeside, the tunnel entrance was nearly buried under a thick layer of snow, rendering Li Huaying unable to pass. Ming halted the vehicle. Xiaoyang instructed, Ming, deploy a drone to scout the tunnel. Despite his enhanced capabilities, he remained as cautious as ever. Better safe than sorry. Understood. The drone mothership at the cockpit ceiling opened, and 6 black drones surged forth, forming 2 formations as they deftly navigated the narrow tunnel entrance and ventured inside. In Chapter 125, Little Cuties. My dagger is eagerly awaiting action. Li Huaying came to a stop. Xiaoyang stood from the driver's seat and commanded, Ming, raise the rooftop sniper pod. Understood. Ming responded. The expansion mechanism atop Li Huaying initiated, first elevating the second level, followed by the gradual ascent of the transparent pod designed for sniping. An alloy ladder was lowered, and Xiaoyang hastened toward the rear living compartment. Ming inquired, Yang Ge, do you need the vehicle-mounted machine gun for assistance? As he walked, Xiaoyang replied, not yet that I in Chapter 126. Continuing to consume medicine. 5 minutes later, 4 source beast corpses lay on the icy surface. The first source beast to be shot, which had sustained injuries, was deliberately left until the end at this point. It was battered and constrained in movement. Akin to a cornered beast that in reality, Xiaoyang had intentionally kept this source beast alive to hone his close combat skills. Now, as the source beast's movements grew increasingly sluggish, Xiaoyang felt it had lost its training value. Thus, he delivered a powerful kick to the source beast's back before swiftly. In Chapter 127, Wind Elemental Ability ascends to Class C. The adverse reactions from the wind attribute energy liquid were relatively mild. Xiaoyang sat in the driver's seat, silently awaiting the absorption of the medicine's effects. After a considerable time, he felt the energy within him surge. Additionally, the system interface revealed that his wind-based supernatural ability had successfully reached level C. Beyond that, there seemed to be no particularly remarkable sensations. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyang pushed open the car door and leaped out. The night breeze in the borderlands was quite strong, and being by the lakeside, the howling northern wind was unrelenting. As soon as Xiaoyang exited the vehicle, he immediately felt its force. Chapter 128. Arrival at Yonglei after more than 2 hours. Xiaoyang, seated in the cockpit of the Liang ship, could finally see Yonglei County from afar. Yonglei belonged to the Changji prefecture of the border province, distinct from Hami, which was situated in a different region. Therefore, Xiaoyang first accessed the system interface to complete today's check-in. 2 contribution points were credited, bringing the total to 102. As it was a newly checked-in area, the system also bestowed a gift as per protocol. However, Xiaoyang was somewhat bewildered. What was the meaning of receiving one? servings of oil-soaked meat mixed noodles. Chapter 129. Carpet search. Upon entering the house, Sheyong promptly closed the security door behind him, but he then cautiously stepped further inside. This was a three-bedroom apartment. And since only two female officials had come to this area for work, the place was essentially occupied by just two individuals, Xiaolin and another female official from the southeastern province, each having their own room, while one room remained unoccupied. After taking a couple of steps, Sheyong could not help but pause. His gaze fixated that it appeared that the house had not been cleaned for at least a month, as a layer of dust coated the floor. Chapter 130. Finding Xiaolin in front of Sheyong. A split screen rapidly magnified, revealing a cluster of ice houses, small structures constructed from ice blocks. These ice houses were scattered throughout the area, with at least a dozen in sight. In reality, ice houses had commendable insulation properties. Residing within them was not as cold as many might imagine. Living in an ice house in a frigid environment was indeed a viable option. Of course, building a house from ice blocks was no trivial task, Meng Meng remarked. Chapter 131. Sibling reunion. Xiaolin felt as though she were dreaming. Her brother was thousands of miles away, and after the apocalypse, he had vanished without a trace. How could she possibly hear his voice in the border province? Sister! Sheyong called out loudly while running. Xiaolin abruptly turned her head, although Sheyong was bundled up in cold-resistant clothing, with a mask and goggles obscuring his face. That familiar voice was unmistakable. As Sheyong ran, he pulled off his mask and goggles, waving energetically at Xiaolin. Chapter 132. A particular hunger. After Xiaolin spoke, she took Sheyong into a nearby ice house. The room was small, containing only a military bed, a simple table, and two folding chairs, yet it was relatively clean and tidy. Upon entering, Sheyong noted that the interior was quite warm. The insulation of the ice house was indeed impressive. Xiaolin, with a hint of pride, remarked, Yang, what do you think of this place? I built it all by myself, including those ice houses next door. They were all constructed by me. Your sister is now a supernatural ability user. Chapter 133. The bizarre red mark. Xiaolin couldn't help but chuckle. You must have the nose of a dog, sniffing out the scent so quickly. Come on in. As footsteps approached, Sheyong looked up to see a young woman clad in thick winter clothing and a red scarf enter the ice house. Oh, we have a guest. The girl glanced at Sheyong and, with a cheerful smile, asked Lin, who is this handsome guy? Why haven't you introduced me? Xiaolin rolled her eyes at her, saying, what kind of memory do you have? You met him once last year. Have you forgotten? This is my brother, Xia. Chapter 134. Decisive action. Xiaolin shot a glance at Sheyong and remarked, observing so carefully, yet you claim to have no interest. Sheyong couldn't help but roll his eyes, responding, Sister, I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Xiaolin pursed her lips, saying, it's not a secret. What's there to hide? The mark on Maisie's forehead appeared half a month ago. As her best friend, I naturally noticed it right away. Half a month ago? Sheyong pondered, inquiring subtly, how could such a large mark suddenly appear? She wouldn't be sick, would she? Chapter 135. First kill of the parasite beast. Sheyong positioned Xiaolin behind him, crossing his arms over his chest, observing he may with a watchful eye. Although the gun's muzzle had lowered, Sheyong was in a state of high alert. Should he make a sudden move, he could swiftly draw his weapon. A slight smirk played on Sheyong's lips as he said so. Tell me, is it you who is foolish or I who am foolish? Since I already know your secrets, do you believe I would be unprepared? Hime's condition worsened, her facial muscles twitching and contorting in a rather terrifying manner. Chapter 136. Hitting someone means hitting their face. Zheng Mingxuan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot upon hearing Sheyong's scathing remarks. Since awakening his supernatural ability, no one had dared to speak so boldly in his presence. Even within the entire Yonglei County settlement, he stood among the elite. You seek death. Zheng Mingxian gritted his teeth, his fury boiling over as an ability user. He would not delegate this task to another. He lunged forward, aiming a powerful strike at Sheyong's neck, a blow clearly intended to take his life. Chapter 137. Only the embarrassed know after speaking. Sheyong took hold of his dazed sister, Xiaolin, and headed outside. The crowd parted automatically, their faces filled with awe as they regarded Sheyong. Zheng Mingxuan's face flushed red and pale, unable to muster another sound. This time, his authority had been thoroughly trampled by Xiaoyang, and it was likely that even the people at the outpost would no longer hold him in much esteem. The aura of the supernatural user had been decisively punctured by Xiaoyang. Chapter 138. The sequence of events as the door to the living cabin of the Liang ship opened. A wave of warmth enveloped Xiaoyang and Xiaolin. Xiaolin gazed at the gently descending alloy staircase, flanked by warm ambient lights, and then at the luxurious yet cozy arrangement within the cabin, feeling as though she were in a dream. Yang, is this our family's vehicle? Xiaolin questioned, a sense of unreality washing over her. Of course, hurry aboard, sister. We'll lose all the heating if we dawdle. Xiaoyang replied with a cheerful smile. Chapter 139. Departure. Seeing Xiaoyang's cautious demeanor, Xiaolin couldn't help but laugh. Yang, you don't need to be so careful. Your sister isn't unreasonable. If I were truly possessed by a parasite beast, then I would no longer be myself. The real me would have been killed by that creature long. Oh, you really think I would maintain sibling affection with a parasite beast? Ugh, such ominous words should never be spoken again. Xiaoyang remarked, all right, let us not dwell on that. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Otherwise, I'd feel as if the sky were collapsing. Chapter 140. Shock May. Plot a course for Chitai County. After proceeding 10 kilometers, the Liang ship will maintain a standard cruising speed and deploy drones to swiftly locate the source beast trail. Understood, Yanggo. Mingming's voice resonated in the cockpit. Who is that? Xiaolin exclaimed, startled, glancing around. Yang, why is there a woman in your vehicle? Where is she? Xiaoyang stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious demeanor. Sister, she is right beside you. Can't you see her? Xiaolin shot him a glare, saying, do you take me for a fool? Chapter 141. Radar warning. Li Gaofeng hurriedly approached the Liang ship, raising his head to salute Xiaolin. As a soldier, it was proper for him to pay respects to Xiaolin, the leader of the outpost. Deputy Captain Xia. What are your orders? Li Gaofeng inquired. Xiaolin smiled. Captain Li, I am no longer the deputy captain of the outpost that a few minutes ago I formally resigned through the radio to Director Feng at the settlement and received approval. Therefore, I am no longer your superior, and there is no need for you to salute me. Chapter 142. Obstructions ahead. The multifunctional tactical glasses possessed all the capabilities of regular spectacles, including automatic adjustments for nearsightedness, astigmatism, and presbyopia, as well as anti-glare features. Naturally, Xiaoyang's eyesight was perfectly fine. Previously, as a programmer, he had experienced mild nearsightedness, but after awakening his supernatural ability, his vision had improved. Thus, the tactical glasses served merely as a pair of plain lenses. Of course, the basic functionality of ordinary glasses was just one aspect of what these glasses could offer. Chapter 143. Wealth and Danger Squad Leader Sure paused briefly before continuing. Deputy Captain Xia. As a supernatural ability user, according to higher directives, if an ability user voluntarily enters a combat zone, we can grant passage. Then there is no problem. Xiaolin declared, we are here to assist. The squad leader Sure promptly responded. Deputy Captain Xia, the situation is quite dire at present. The troops have suffered significant casualties, and we have lost several ability users. Therefore, from my personal perspective, I do not recommend that you enter the combat zone at this time. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin couldn't help but hesitate. Chapter 144. The Iron Barrel Formation. The Liang vehicle traversed a short distance along National Highway 335 amidst the wind and snow, only to encounter another checkpoint at an intersection. This was a T-junction. Heading straight west led to the city of Fukang, home to the Heavenly Lake, while southward led to the Jiangbi Lake scenic area. Xiaoyang and his companion had approached from the direction of Yonglei County, where a checkpoint had already been established. Thus, upon learning of their intent to hunt source beasts, the checkpoint quickly granted them passage. This checkpoint, Xiaoyang gleaned further information from the station soldiers. 2 days prior, the troops had engaged in combat near Jiangbi Lake. Chapter 145. The bait takes effect. Xiaolin had remained in Yonglei County, only having heard of the ferocity of source beasts in Chitai County. Now, she was to confront them in such close proximity, which made her heart race with anxiety. Yang, please prioritize your safety. Xiaolin urged that I can handle myself, but you must not encounter any mishaps. Rest assured, sister, you're still in the vehicle. I would never take unnecessary risks, Xiaoyang replied with a grin. Noticing his sister's lingering concern, Xiaoyang decided to demonstrate the maneuverability of the Liang vehicle. Chapter 146. Swift Resolution. Yang. Xiaolin called out in distress. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Xiaoyang had already departed from the Liang vehicle. When Xiaolin rose again, She saw Xia Yang's figure darting through the forest like a flash of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Though her heart was filled with worry and urgency, there was little she could do but sit anxiously in her seat. As Xia Yang swiftly advanced in the direction indicated by Meng Meng, he communicated telepathically. Meng Meng, ensure that the Liang's doors are securely locked. Do not allow my sister to exit. Chapter 147. Timing overcomes early arrival after a moment of contemplation. Xia Yang inquired, how many human ability users are currently present, and can we ascertain their affiliations? Meng Meng replied, the combat zone is situated within a coniferous forest, obstructing drone surveillance, resulting in incomplete information. It is currently confirmed that there are 3 ability users, and based on their attire, at least one seems to belong to the military. The speed of ability users during combat is exceedingly rapid, compounded by the obstructions of the coniferous forest, rendering the footage captured by drones largely ineffective. Relying solely on the naked eye for analysis would likely yield no clarity. Chapter 148. The Wind Blade's fury. The individual who arrived at this location was none other than Xia Yang. His decision-making time was minimal, and he had sprinted at maximum speed along the way. However, as he approached within a few hundred meters of the battle zone, he witnessed 2 figures in civilian attire swiftly retreating. Xia Yang felt an ominous premonition, especially upon spotting an injured individual clad in camouflage winter gear who had taken out a walkie-talkie, causing his heart to race with trepidation that he understood all too well what this signified. And at that moment, he was still a couple of hundred meters away from them. Chapter 149. The first kill of a C-rank source beast, having hunted numerous D-rank source beasts and drawing from his past life experiences. Xia Yang had amassed considerable expertise in dealing with source beasts. Although he was now faced with a C-rank source beast, the fundamental principles remained unchanged. Thus, his initial strategy was to incapacitate the source beast's mobility. His meticulous planning stemmed from concerns that the Wind Blade might lack sufficient sharpness. Therefore, prior to executing his strike, he devised a means to stab the source beast's leg with a metal dagger. However, employing a short dagger necessitated close-quarters combat, which posed its own challenges. Chapter 150. A bountiful harvest. Beneath the system notification, a series of reward prompts appeared. Congratulations, host. You have slain a C-rank source beast, earning 100 contribution points. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the first kill of a C-rank source beast, receiving an additional 1,000 contribution points and a chance to draw a special item. Following this, a friendly reminder appeared. If the host acquires a C-rank source crystal, it can be recycled through the system for a price of 10,000 contribution points. Upon viewing this cascade of notifications, Xia Yang felt slightly dizzy. That it was evident that the rewards for slaying a C-rank source beast far surpassed those for a D-rank source beast. Chapter 151. Legends of My Brother are everywhere. Guomingyi stared blankly at the vial of potion in his hand, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. The report referred to a formidable figure known as Brother Lei, who had made quite an impression in the city of Sanshan in Southeast Province. That if the Brother Lei he encountered today was indeed the same individual mentioned in the report, it would mean that he had traversed an astounding 3,000 kilometers from the southeastern coast of Xia country to the western frontier under such harsh weather conditions. This was utterly inconceivable. Additionally, the transparent glass vial bore no inscriptions, and within it, the red liquid swirled with an enigmatic allure. Chapter 152. Why pick on me? When Meng Meng contacted Xia Yang, he saw through the tactical glasses that Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei were attempting to forcibly open the vehicle's door. Xia Yang felt little concern. Despite the fact that both individuals were ability users, their capabilities were insufficient to breach the Liang vehicle's door in a short time, a task akin to chasing shadows. Thus, Xia Yang's predominant emotion was indignation. His sister Xia Lin remained inside the vehicle, likely experiencing fright. Moreover, if not for his prior instructions to Meng Meng to ensure the vehicle's security under any circumstances. Chapter 153. Swift Elimination. A fortuitous surprise. Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei were taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the newcomer, who wasted no time in drawing a blade, bypassing any idle chatter. However, they were not overly intimidated. Having collaborated for some time, one focused on offense while the other on defense, their synergy was well honed, in their estimation. Even if Xia Yang acted alone, the outcome of a 2-on-2 battle with the ability user in the vehicle was still uncertain. With Xia Yang initiating the confrontation, Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei were also prepared to respond accordingly. Chapter 154. An overnight stay in the forest. Xiaoyang joyfully collected 3 source crystals. In the previous days, while hunting source beasts at Balakan Lake, he had obtained 3 source crystals of the strength type, which he currently had no use for, so he had stored them away. Today, he had successfully hunted 3 D-rank source beasts, yielding an additional 3 source crystals. Now he possessed a total of 9 D-rank source crystals. After looting the bodies, Xiaoyang contemplated storing the corpses of Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei in the dimensional space as well. These 2 individuals were likely notable figures in Chitai County, and preserving their remains could prove useful. Chapter 155. Another piece of the blueprint, this time for nuclear power. Xiaolin exclaimed, "I am thoroughly satisfied. You are truly remarkable, Yang." Xiaoyang continued, "I have prepared some clothing, daily necessities, and toiletries for you, all neatly organized for your convenience. And there are some snacks in the bedside cabinet. Feel free to help yourself if you get hungry tonight. My brother has really grown up. You are so considerate." Xiaolin chuckled, "That's your only sister. I must provide exemplary service." Xiaoyang smiled, assuring her that the living quarters were fully stocked with water and electricity, allowing her to use them freely without concern for conservation. Chapter 156. Expansion of dimensional space. In front of the co-pilot seat of the Liang vehicle, there was a small table that normally resided in the gap before the source crystal processing device, but could be pulled out when needed, resembling the configuration of an Airbus cockpit. Currently, the small table was adorned with 6 translucent source crystals that Xiaoyang fiddled with these source crystals, arranging them in various formations. First in a zigzag, then in a straight line. He pondered how best to authenticate them. The source crystal processing device could process up to 5 source crystals at a time. Yet, Chapter 157. Upgrade. Unlocking the synthesis function. The newly unlocked area of the storage facility housed an entire set of small ecological equipment. If Xiaoyang's memories served him correctly, there was also a corresponding small seed library nearby. Unlike the strategic reserve library meant to preserve the genetic integrity of blue star species, this small seed library was specifically established to support the construction of small ecological environments, prioritizing the storage of seeds for essential crops and frozen embryos necessary for small-scale agriculture under extreme conditions. Now that the small ecological equipment had been unlocked, the small seed library would be available for access in the next instance. Chapter 158. Synthesis of near-sea grade energy liquid. The sky outside had turned pitch black in the border province. Darkness descended late. In reality, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. However, Xiaoyang felt no hint of drowsiness. He nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a single-player puzzle game on his tablet, occasionally pulling up the system interface to check on the progress of the source crystal processing instrument upgrade. During the wait, time seemed to drag on interminably. At last, the clock slowly ticked towards around 1 o'clock in the morning, and the long-awaited system notification finally chimed in. The source crystal processing module has completed its upgrade. Chapter 159. The best gift for sister since yesterday. Mingming had been tirelessly monitoring various communication frequencies, including military channels. After sifting through the myriad of information, she reported to Xiang early this morning that the source beast crisis within Chitai County had largely been alleviated, thanks to Xiaoyang's successful elimination of a C-grade source beast. However, reports from various military units indicated that several D-grade source beasts were still active within the county. The military was mobilizing forces to deal with the remaining D-grade source beasts. Chapter 160. The terrifying C-grade ice ability. Fortunately, the effect of the energy liquid did not last long, and Xiaolin did not turn into an ice sculpture. After a few minutes, she gradually returned to her normal state. Xiaoyang carefully observed Xiaolin's condition. "Sister, how do you feel now?" he asked with concern as Xiaolin's eyes flashed with astonishment as she replied, Yang, I feel like the energy of my ability has surged dramatically. Is your potion really this effective?" Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Chapter 161. Snatch and run. In the border province of Chitai County, the sun dipped below the distant mountains. The Liang vehicle raced across the vast snowy expanse, the roar of its engine echoing across the plains. Inside the cockpit, Xiaolin wore an expression of excitement. Yang, where shall we go next?" Xiang, exasperated, replied, "Can't you see it's getting dark? Of course, we need to find a place to camp." "What? But it's still early. Let's hunt a few more source beasts. I'm just starting to feel it." Chapter 162. The curse of the unlucky. At around 11 o'clock at night, darkness enveloped the landscape. Yet the moonlight provided decent visibility on the snow at this moment. The Liang vehicle had already left Chitai County and entered the territory of Fukang County, home to the renowned Tianshan Tianchi Scenic Area, one of the most famous tourist spots in the border province. Last year, Sheyang visited this area during a group tour, but the tour package only included basic admission tickets. It did not cover the boat rides or the shuttle bus to overlook the Tianchi from Moya Mountain. Chapter 163. Xiaolin awakens her power ability. Before Sheyang could speak, Xiaolin promptly exclaimed, "What is there to consider? Of course, I want it." Sheyang cautioned, "Sister, hold on before making a decision. When the power ability awakens, your body will undergo some changes. You might end up looking like a muscular Barbie, though that's just a possibility." Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback. What girl doesn't want to look beautiful? It's undeniable that the whimsical Xiaolin cares about her appearance. In reality, the changes brought by the power ability are not as pronounced as one might think. Chapter 164. Target. Yaoqi. In no time, Xiaolin had fully absorbed the effects of the energy liquid. Upon opening her eyes, her first action was not to feel the newfound strength within her, but to roll up her sleeves for inspection. To her relief, she found that she had not transformed into a muscular Barbie. Her muscles were merely slightly more developed than before, hardly noticeable unless scrutinized closely. As she exhaled in relief, she couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Yang, you little rascal. Just know how to scare me." Xiaolin glared at Sheyang, thinking she would awaken her ability. Chapter 165. Killing the mutated snow leopard. Danger approaches. In a previous life, Sheyang had visited Tianshan Tianchi as part of a group tour, and they had reached this very spot via the scenic shuttle bus. Nearby was a visitor service center, and just a short distance away lay the shores of Tianchi. Sheyang recalled standing by the lake, admiring the mirror-like surface and the distant snow-capped Bogda Peak. As one of the most famous attractions in the border province, this place was usually bustling with tourists. Now, however, all that remained was the howling cold wind, devoid of the usual lively chatter, shuttle bus horns, or tour guides calling out. Chapter 166. Extreme maneuvers. Heavy caliber anti-aircraft machine guns deployed after Sheyang finished speaking. He leaped down from the sniper tower and swiftly returned to the cockpit that moment. The Liang vehicle, under Mengming's control, executed a rapid turn. The urgency of the maneuver caused Xiaolin in the cockpit to involuntarily grasp the handrails. Upon seeing Sheyang, Xiaolin quickly inquired, Yang, what happened?" With little time to explain, he replied, "Sister, hold on tight. The situation is critical. We need to get down the mountain quickly." Once the Liang vehicle turned around, it roared to life. Chapter 167. Life and Death Speed. Machine guns in action. The source beasts were now only about 500 meters away from the Liang vehicle, and the distance was closing rapidly. Sheyang observed bursts of flames igniting among the source beast horde, with the drones nearly wiped out. The urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. The tripod of the anti-aircraft machine gun unfolded and securely settled atop the Liang vehicle, while the sniper tower was unencumbered by solar panels, being made of C-grade alloy. If it had been an ordinary RV roof, just a few shots would have torn it apart. Chapter 168. Minefield. This was an armored vehicle stored in the strategic reserve of the dimensional space. Sheyang had directly retrieved it to serve as a roadblock. The source beast crashed heavily into the armored vehicle blocking the road, creating a thunderous sound reminiscent of a meteor striking the earth. With just one collision, the heavy armored vehicle was significantly mangled. The source beast roared in anger, its sharp claws raking across the armored vehicle before leaping up and landing heavily on it. Chapter 169. Guerrilla warfare proves effective. Actively engaging the enemy, the Liang vehicle sped ahead, continuously dropping anti-tank mines. Sheyang had stocked 5,000 anti-tank mines in the system's inventory, which accounted for a significant portion of the strategic reserve. Of course, the total number of mines exceeded several thousand, but the ordinary soldier-grade mines lacked sufficient power to effectively deal with source beasts, so Sheyang had dismissed their use that a group of source beasts relentlessly pursued the Liang vehicle. Their low intelligence meant they were mostly straightforward in their approach. Chapter 170. Siblings team-up. Source beasts were no pushovers. Even the injured C-grade source beast was still far stronger than a D-grade one. As for the potentially B-grade source beast, its exterior bore only superficial wounds, leaving its combat capability largely unaffected. Sheyang found himself in a challenging predicament, being attacked from all sides. Fortunately, his wind ability had reached C-grade. granting him agility and speed, complemented by his mental ability, which allowed him to perceive his surroundings keenly. For now, he had not yet reached his limit. Chapter 171. A resounding victory. The Source Beast was riddled with numerous wounds, blood flowing freely. Sheyang seized the opportunity to stab it twice in the thigh, significantly impairing its mobility. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, he was confident he could wear it down. However, as fate would have it, 3 more Source Beasts appeared in the direction of the Tianqi. They moved slowly, evidently having sustained injuries during the previous encounter, yet they still managed to catch up as Sheyang's expression turned grave. Chapter 172. A bounty of contribution points. Xiaolin had already noticed the injury on Sheyang's back and called out with concern. Yang, is your injury serious? Sheyang brushed it off casually. It's nothing. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Just a scratch, but it's a pity about this outfit, sister. Hurry, let's get in the car. The two quickly boarded the Liang vehicle and set off towards the mountain. Upon reaching the area near the Tianqi Visitor Center, Sheyang spotted several Source Beast corpses by the roadside, but he hurriedly exited the vehicle and stored the bodies in the dimensional space, one of which was particularly noteworthy. Chapter 173. Cave Nest More? Sheyang felt a twinge of anxiety. This large group of Source Beasts had already amassed a considerable number of contribution points, but if even stronger adversaries were to appear, he wouldn't hesitate to flee. The previous battle had already pushed him to his limits, and when faced with threats beyond his capabilities, it was wiser to prioritize his safety, but he had already gained enough for the day. It was time to leave while the going was good. At that moment, the system notification chimed. The vehicle repair was complete. Chapter 174. Free contribution points. The Divine Certification Update. The Source Beast Nest. In truth, is also the birthplace of the Source Beast in a previous life. It was approximately a year after the apocalypse had begun that human ability users first discovered the initial Source Beast Nest in the northern province of Hubei. It was from that moment onward that humanity realized Source Beasts did not solely emerge from aquatic realms. Through scientific analysis, it was concluded that the existence of Source Beast nests was the reason for the incessant emergence of Source Beasts, making them virtually impossible to eradicate. Furthermore, it is highly probable that these nests provide evolutionary energy for the Source Beasts. However, within each nest, there exists only one king. Chapter 175. The scope has shrunk. So this is what it means to make significant contributions. Summer Yang extracted the corpse of a Source Beast in its gestation phase from the pool, and without hesitation, he seized a dagger and began to dissect it. He dug and dug, yet despite nearly rupturing the creature's abdomen, he found no source crystal. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon his efforts. That it seems that before the Source Beast fully formed, it bore no source crystal within. Time to focus on the task at hand. Thus, Summer Yang busily set about placing explosives around the various pools, retrieving blocks of TNT that resembled compressed biscuits from his dimensional space. Chapter 176. Return to the camp for rest and a delightful digging segment. Summer Lin, observing her brother seated in the driver's seat, brimming with excitement, couldn't help but inquire, Yang, what is the matter? Summer Yang cheerfully replied, Sister, the cave we just destroyed is indeed a Source Beast nest. One explosion here will ensure that for a considerable time, at least the Chuanji Prefecture area will enjoy a semblance of peace. How so? Summer Lin still appeared somewhat puzzled. Summer Yang explained, the Source Beast that appeared previously in Chitai County and Yonglei County originated from this very nest. With a Source Beast nest, there will be a continual birth of Source Beasts. Chapter 177. Arrangements clearly defined. Summer Yang first placed the 5 C-grade source crystals into the processing device, prompting Mingming to commence the identification process. After a while, a notification chimed. The attributes of the 5 C-grade source crystals appeared on the screen beside the device. 3 were of the strength attribute, with the largest among them also being C-grade in strength. 1 was of the metal attribute, and another of the fire attribute. Following this, Summer Yang proceeded to place the remaining 34 D-grade source crystals into the processing device in 3 batches. Chapter 178. Frantically consuming potions and expanding space. Therefore, Summer Yang first categorized the temporarily unused source crystals and stored them in his dimensional space that he then commenced the processing of energy liquids. Starting with the 3 C-grade strength source crystals, he produced 3 bottles of C-grade strength energy liquid, one of which appeared to have a deeper hue. Next, he processed the 12 remaining strength source crystals outside, yielding 2 bottles of near C-grade energy liquid in 2 batches. Following that, He processed the C-grade metal source crystal, resulting in 1 bottle of C-grade metal energy liquid, and then he processed the space attribute source crystal, yielding 1 bottle of D-grade space energy liquid. Chapter 179. The terrifying B-grade ability. Most young men harbor a dream of flying, and so did Summer Yang. Upon sighting the formidable heavy transport helicopter, his immediate impulse was to take to the skies. Alas, despite living 2 lifetimes, he had never learned to fly. He could only gaze longingly. Summer Yang resolved that, when the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly learn to pilot a helicopter. Such a magnificent machine should not languish in the confines of his dimensional space. Chapter 180. The Space Rift Update. Summer Lin approached with a beaming smile, joyfully exclaiming, "Yang Yang, that kick you delivered was truly magnificent. Is that a strength attribute ability?" Summer Yang nodded, grinning. "Sister, you will surely reach such heights in due time. My ability level isn't particularly high either. Indeed, it was not exceedingly high in Summer Yang's past life. Within a year of the apocalypse, Zhou Yao's strength ability had already surpassed B grade. Now, with a second chance at life, Summer Yang was living a charmed existence. Assisting his sister in elevating her strength ability to B grade would hardly be a daunting task. Chapter 181. Another fragment of the nuclear power system blueprint. At this moment, Summer Yang felt exceptionally well. The various metallic components, diverse in shape and size, seemed to respond to his will, moving gracefully at his command. With a mere gesture, the metallic parts coalesced into a substantial mass, and under Summer Yang's control, this massive metallic sphere soared through the air with agility, emitting a whirring sound as it flew at remarkable speed. Ultimately, with a flick of his hand, he sent the colossal metal sphere hurtling through the air. Chapter 182. Fire Attribute Ability. Powerful. Summer Lin had unwavering trust in her brother. After receiving the potion, she promptly consumed it and settled onto the sofa, bracing herself for any adverse reactions that might follow. Summer Yang, mindful of the significance of this newly awakened ability, remained vigilant, occasionally inquiring about her condition. Initially, Summer Lin seemed to experience no sensations at all. Chapter 183. Powerful Combination Techniques. Unlocking New Products. Summer Lin, akin to a child discovering a new toy, incessantly unleashed fireballs. Observing this, Summer Yang quickly intervened. "We need to conserve some energy for the abilities. We still need to test whether the ice and fire attributes can form a combination skill." Reluctantly, Summer Lin ceased her fiery displays. The subsequent combination techniques truly brought considerable delight to the sibling duo, as Summer Lin could now conjure ice arrows enveloped in searing flames. Upon striking a target, the arrowheads would burst, releasing intense heat. Chapter 184. Clashing with Robots. The Z-85 mining robot. Upon spotting the term mining, Summer Yang's eyes lit up that he was in dire need of various raw materials, particularly several rare metals which were in short supply. This felt akin to receiving timely assistance. He hastily clicked to open the product description. The Z-85 mining robot was similarly highly automated and could endure various harsh environments, such as deep sea and high-temperature conditions. Chapter 185. Advanced Technology. Mining Command Center. Mingming stated, "No problem. However, I must inform you that using the exploration equipment requires energy, which currently comes from the fuel in the dimensional space's fuel tank, and it consumes a considerable amount. That's all right." Summer Yang replied, "Let's use it once, right here at this location, so I can witness the power of high technology. By the way, let's explore the urgently needed rare metals for the upgraded Liang." "Understood." Initiating the mineral exploration system, Mingming announced as the screen displayed icons representing the scanning equipment, beginning to flicker. Chapter 186. "Let me take care of these 2 adorable ones." While devouring meat heartily, Summer Yang unabashedly declared, "Kekai." Summer Lin, smiling brightly, responded, "Little brother, are you here for a vacation? Shall we make a stop at Nalati on the way?" Upon reflection, Summer Yang realized that after entering the border region, he had traversed from Hami, Yonglei, Chitai, and then to the Tianshan Tianxi, now preparing to head north. It indeed resembled a classic travel itinerary. "I have matters to attend to there. I need to gather some rare metal resources." Summer Yang felt no need to conceal anything from his sister, as the rare metal mines in the Altai Mountains were quite significant. Chapter 187. "Beloved, I await you at Kekitai." Summer Lin excitedly inquired. "Yang Yang, How do you find my combat prowess? Am I impressive in your eyes? Summer Yang glanced at his sister, whose face radiated anticipation, and couldn't help but chuckle. Her expression seemed to scream, "Praise me." Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Not bad. Quite an improvement. However, if your attacks could be a touch more unadorned, that would be even more perfect." "What do you mean?" Summer Lin appeared bewildered. Summer Yang pointed at the source beast's charred body, resembling a patchy bald spot, and said, "Sister, look, Chapter 188. A small test of skill." "Understood." Ming Ming replied cheerily that on the screen of the mining command center, various icons began to flicker, exuding an aura of sophistication. Knowing that exploration would take some time, Summer Yang rose from the cockpit and settled onto the sofa, watching as his sister hummed a tune. Joyfully occupied with her tasks that in that moment, Summer Yang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The greatest regret of his past life was that his sister, Summer Lin, had met with misfortune while searching for him. Now, given a second chance, while the apocalypse still loomed, his family remained safe and sound. Chapter 189. Precious Mining Residue. Summer Yang remarked, "There is an abundance of data, much of which is quite specialized. How could I possibly examine each detail?" "Ming Ming, please summarize the key points." Ming Ming responded with a cheerful smile. "Brother Yang, during the exploration, we discovered a pile of mining residue near the third mining pit. Through component analysis, we discovered that the slag contains a substantial amount of rare metals that is likely due to outdated refining methods, that only about 50% of the rare metal components in the ore have been extracted." "Are you suggesting that these slags can yield rare metals?" Xia Yang's spirit was instantly uplifted as he replied, "Ming Ming, just state the conclusion." "Indeed." Ming Ming confirmed, "Yang Gu, it is now certain that these small hills around us are formed from piled-up slag. The exploration results indicate that these slags contain various rare metal components. Although their grade is somewhat lower than that of the underground ores, they boast a vast quantity and require no mining. They can be refined directly, which promises to be highly efficient." Xia Yang felt immense joy in his heart and said to Xia Lin, "Sister, we can confirm that what is stored here is unrefined slag." The system notification promptly appeared. "Sign-in successful. Earned 2 contribution points, total contribution points. 5846. That additionally received 1,000 portions of the regional specialty dish. Lamb hand-pulled rice. 1,000 portions of hand-pulled rice. And it's meat rice. The system is quite generous." Xia Yang recalled that during his trip to the border province last year, he often consumed vegetarian rice. In fact, both vegetarian and meat rice are prepared in the same pot. The only difference is that each serving of meat rice includes 1 or 2 pieces of lamb. However, the price. Xia Lin held secondary privileges on the Liang ship, allowing her unrestricted access unless Xia Yang imposed special restrictions. Nevertheless, she refrained from intruding into Xia Yang's bedroom, instead waiting on the sofa outside his master bedroom. Knocking on his door, rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xia Yang sat up and instructed Ming Ming to raise the blackout curtains. He peeked outside, noticing that dawn had yet to break. "Sister, you wouldn't have been watching the robots work all night, would you?" After dressing, he descended from his bed and called out, "Sister." This time, the course of the Liang ship was somewhat unconventional, primarily avoiding roadways. The reason was simple: to enter Mongolia via the standard route, one would have to pass through the border port, which would entail a significant detour. The Altai Mountains serve as the boundary between Xia country and Mongolia, with the border stretching for hundreds of kilometers, making the most direct route to simply traverse over it. Consequently, today's journey was rather uncomfortable, marked by various jolts. Thankfully, after several modifications, the Liang ship's off-road capabilities had vastly improved compared to its original state. Xia Yang and Xia Lin began to prepare in their seats, which merely involved zipping up their cold-weather suits and checking their shoelaces. Xia Yang donned tactical goggles and inspected several lightweight weapons he frequently used from his dimensional space. Ensuring the magazines were fully loaded, he then disengaged the safeties on all the weapons before returning them to dimensional space, allowing for immediate access should the need arise. Soon, the drone captured clear images and transmitted them back to the Liang ship. The following events unfolded smoothly. The C-class source beast had already sustained some injuries, with Xia Yang inflicting 3 deep wounds on its leg, significantly impairing its mobility, under the circumstance of absolute power being in her favor. Xia Lin wisely employed a hit-and-run tactic, continuously inflicting damage. After 15 minutes, As the C-class Source Beast fell to the ground in defeat, Xiao Lin concluded the battle. Xia Yang, aside from initially helping to restrain it, spent the remainder of the time as an observer, clapping and laughing. Xiao Lin casually remarked, "Let us upgrade the Liang ship quickly. By the way, is there anything we need to be cautious about?" "Nothing special. Just that no one can stay aboard the Liang during the upgrade, including myself." Xia Yang replied that so, "I'll need to stay with you tonight, that I in the front lounge area of the small survival pod." The electric lift table could be lowered to transform into a large bed, while the main cabin featured a door that could be closed for privacy. Xiao Lin placed a piece on the chessboard and cheekily declared, "Checkmate." Xia Yang casually disrupted the board and said, "This game doesn't count. I have matters to attend to. We'll start anew later." "You little cheat," Xiao Lin exclaimed, as she always resorted to this tactic whenever she lost. Xia Yang chuckled, "Sister, I genuinely have something to do. The upgrade for the Liang ship is complete." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin immediately lost interest in the chess game and stood up. "Let us go. Let us go." Xia Yang and Xiao Lin arrived at the entrance of the Liang ship without needing any command from Xia Yang. As Ming Ming automatically opened the hatch, the 2-meter-high door descended slowly, supported by 2 short legs that steadied it on the snow-covered ground. Inside, a silver alloy staircase gleamed, illuminated by soft, dreamlike lights. From outside, the interior of the ship appeared equally enchanting, with a warm breeze wafting through the open hatch. Xia Yang and Xiao Lin stepped onto the alloy staircase, one step at a time, entering the ship that in reality, the Liang ship was equipped with 2 sets of engines. One set was dedicated to vertical ascent and descent, while the other propelled the ship forward. After trying to control it for a while, Xia Yang quickly adapted to this mode of operation that, to be honest, it was far simpler than driving a car. As the sky was vast and devoid of other flying vehicles in this post-apocalyptic world, eliminating the need for fixed flight paths, it felt liberating. Once familiar with the controls, Xia Yang allowed Ming Ming to take over the operations of the Liang ship. As the roulette began to spin rapidly, the pointer slid over various segments before gradually decelerating and landing right on the segment for 50 contribution points, yielding no surprises. Xia Yang felt not the slightest ripple of emotion, silently cursing the system. Glancing at his total of 7,406 contribution points and realizing he could accomplish nothing with them, he sighed in resignation. Equipped with a new weapon system, Xia Yang was intrigued, especially by the high-energy particle cannon, a name that sounded immensely powerful. "Please explain," he said with anticipation. "The high-energy particle cannon can fire a concentrated stream of high-energy particles. When the high-speed particles strike a target, the extreme heat can inflict burning damage, and targets at the epicenter may even be vaporized. Additionally, the particle stream can perform area attacks on electronic devices within the target zone, leading to widespread electronic malfunctions." Ming Ming elaborated. Xia Yang touched his nose, pondering. Finding the weapon system on the control panel was quite straightforward. The machine gun was equipped with an auxiliary aiming system, while the missiles featured an advanced guidance system, allowing for foolproof operation. Xia Yang merely familiarized himself with the manual controls, refraining from actually firing any weapons, as Ming Ming informed him that expending ammunition or missiles would require contribution points for replenishment. Wastefulness was disgraceful that Xia Yang piloted the small aircraft through the skies. He took in the breathtaking scenery below. Seated in the cockpit, Xia Yang and Xiao Lin gazed out the window at the landscape. Below, the Altai mountain range extended for miles, with peaks cloaked in thick layers of snow. The flight of the Liang ship was remarkably smooth, devoid of the bumps experienced 2 days prior. The anti-gravity engine operated under a fundamentally different principle from that of conventional aircraft engines, emitting almost no noise, creating a serene, gliding sensation. Their first destination on this journey was an iron mine situated over 100 kilometers away. Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Wow, they still possess such outdated weaponry." Xiao Lin replied, "These individuals must not be up to any good. Yang, let us just eliminate them." Xia Yang laughed heartily, wondering how his sister's bloodthirstiness surpassed even his own. Xiao Lin was simply feeling restless, unable to resist the urge to engage in battle, much like an individual who has just acquired a driver's license and is eager to drive. Clumsy, yet enthusiastic. Xia Yang remarked with a smile, "Sister, in this day and age, those with the means will undoubtedly carry weapons with them that in Chapter 205, the small nation with limited knowledge, the last figure to emerge was a towering man. Well over 2 meters tall, with an exaggeratedly robust physique. His arms were as thick as the thighs of an average person. What was even more astonishing was the fine scales visible on the exposed skin of his face. His crimson eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of a wild beast. The most terrifying feature was the pair of sharp horns protruding from his head, reminiscent of those found on a source beast, albeit in a smaller form. Sitting beside Xia Yang, Xiao Lin could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing this giant. In Chapter 206, Coercive Interrogation. A small aircraft began to descend, its scissor-like doors slowly opening. As the aircraft hovered more than 3 meters above the ground, Xiao Lin could hardly contain herself and leaped down eagerly. Xia Yang, however, remained composed within the cabin, only stepping out once the aircraft had landed. Meng Meng, the hummingbird drone, continues to monitor the situation inside the building. There should still be 3 individuals present, but their condition is currently unknown, Xia Yang stated. Meng Meng replied, "Understood." Nearby, the half-human, half-beast figure had already engaged with Xia. In Chapter 207, The Child of Fate, Batu, Xia Yang cheerfully suggested, "Sister, find a way to wake him up." Xiao Lin giggled. "Isn't that easy?" With that, a flicker of flame appeared at her fingertips. She swiftly tossed the flame, which soared and landed atop Batu's cotton hat. The fire ignited with a roar, waking Batu from his unconsciousness. Upon realizing his head was ablaze, he panicked, screaming in terror. In Chapter 208, The Cost of Lying. The first thought that crossed Xia Yang's mind was whether the so-called tree hole could be a nest of source beasts. That he instinctively opened the system interface to check, but the contribution point radar showed no response. If there were a source beast nest within a 10-kilometer radius, the radar would have alerted him long ago. Thus, this notion was dismissed. Yet, how could there be source crystals within the tree hole? Who had hidden them there? Xia Yang pondered, furrowing his brow and signaling Bata to continue speaking. In Chapter 209, True Benevolence, Bata dared not attempt any tricks. He hurried into the room and crawled under the bed, using his fingerless hand to search for a moment before retrieving a small box. "Open it," Xia Yang commanded coolly. Bata lifted the lid, revealing a dozen gold bars, with 2 source crystals resting atop them. Having encountered many source crystals before, Xia Yang could tell at a glance that these were indeed genuine and indistinguishable from the source crystals he had previously acquired from a source beast's kidney. In Chapter 210, The Mysterious Tree Hole, Xia Lin returned swiftly, her expression a mix of complexity as she approached Xia Yang. He said nothing but merely nudged Batu, stating, "Hurry up." Batu stumbled down the stairs. Walking alongside Xia Lin, she remained silent for a while before finally asking, Yang, you knew they would choose to end their lives, didn't you?" Xia Yang did not respond directly, only saying that was a choice they made for themselves. "But you provided them with the means." In Chapter 211, Unlocking Hidden Information, Xia Yang, having experienced the apocalypse in 2 lifetimes, especially after being reborn, had personally slain countless source beasts. Thus, upon seeing the claw marks, he immediately recognized them as left by a source beast. The voice of Meng Meng came through the bone conduction headset. "Yanggu, after analysis, these claw marks are indeed from a source beast." Xia Yang nodded, having found several such marks in the tree hole. However, no further clues were available. He emerged from the tree hole, deep in thought. In Chapter 212, Who Kills and Who Buries, Xia Yang smiled, saying, "Keeping him around could still be useful. Besides, sister, don't you think he seems particularly afraid of heights? Why not let him enjoy the thrill of flying once more on our way back?" After considering this, Xiao Lin grinned and replied, "When you put it that way, it does sound quite reasonable. Absolutely." With nimble hands, Xia Yang resecured Batu to the small aircraft and then joined Xiao Lin inside the cabin. The small aircraft took off rapidly, performing various aerial stunts amidst Batu's pig-like screams. In Chapter 213, Confirmed. "You are a scammer." The small aircraft descended again, heading towards the area where the Sunshine was docked. Along the way, Xia Yang purchased 2 engineering robots from the system store, spending a small amount of raw materials and 200 contribution points, leaving him with 8,211 points. Upon returning to the Sunshine, he instructed Meng Meng to devise a plan to explore the underground mineral resources within a 50-kilometer radius. Only by confirming the reserves and distribution of the minerals could they more reasonably arrange the locations of the mining bases. In Chapter 214, base deployment completed, off to steal from the Russian nation. After breakfast, the siblings tidied up the kitchen and dining area before heading to the second-floor cockpit, while Xia Yang slept the previous night. The mining bases and robots he had exchanged for had already been produced and were quietly waiting in the system's item inventory. Ming Ming had also planned the placement of the mining bases. The Sunshine took off slowly, first returning to the two-story building from yesterday to retrieve the engineering robots, which had already completed their tasks and now sat idle. In Chapter 215, Grid Search, Midnight Terror. The information Xia Yang received in his previous life was too vague, making it uncertain whether this endeavor would succeed, so he did not inform Xia Lin in advance. The ability user from the Northeast had merely mentioned this matter in passing. For Xia Yang at that time, the affairs of the Russian nation felt far too distant, and he had simply regarded it as casual conversation without inquiring further that in truth, the ability user might not have known much more either. And even had Xia Yang asked back then, he likely would not have gleaned any substantial information. Thus, he was only aware that the area around Lake Baikal contained, in Chapter 216, high-energy particle cannon. Fire. Xia Yang immediately spotted the terrifying tentacle beneath the Sunshine from the cockpit screen. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Ming Ming, achieve maximum ascent rate, rapidly increase altitude." While commanding Ming Ming, Xia Yang pushed the throttle to maximum power. Concerned that Ming Ming might not react swiftly enough, the ascent speed of the Sunshine surged once more, and Xia Yang felt a tremendous force pressing him into his seat, experiencing about 3 to 4 times the normal gravity. Of course, for someone with a B level. In Chapter 217, the terrifying attack effect, when the high-energy particle cannon fired, the interior of the Sunshine remained remarkably stable, devoid of any tremors that a thick white beam of light suddenly appeared, silently shooting towards the colossal octopus below. This beam was composed entirely of high-temperature, high-pressure, high-energy particles, radiating dazzling brilliance. The moment the high-energy particle cannon was fired, the giant octopus instinctively sensed an overwhelming danger and attempted to burrow beneath the ice. However, the speed of the particle flow was incredibly swift, nearing the speed of light, and in just a few hundred meters, in Chapter 218, why is a weakling so valuable? There must be a catch. The mutated giant octopus, which appeared utterly lifeless, suddenly began to swell. This time, the Sunshine was only about 100 meters high. When Xia Yang sensed something was amiss, he had yet to command Ming Ming to ascend when the octopus's belly exploded, sending countless shadows hurtling towards the Sunshine like shooting stars. Emergency ascent. Activate the protective shield, Xia Yang bellowed. Ming Ming executed his orders without delay. In Chapter 219. Misunderstood you. The system is quite adorable. Xia Yang nimbly leaped across the shattered ice surface, quickly gathering all the remains of the small mutated octopuses. Some were still barely alive, but the feeble small mutated octopuses posed no threat. To avoid wasting their blood, Xia Yang dealt with them swiftly using his fists. 1 punch per creature. Effortlessly and cheerfully. Upon counting, he found there were a total of 29 small mutated octopuses. Finally, he carefully leapt onto a piece of floating ice, reaching for the tentacles of the giant mutated octopus and storing it within his dimensional space. In Chapter 220, Energy Essence Extraction Device, the system prompted. Expanding Module Energy Essence Extraction Device is beginning installation. Estimated time, approximately 10 minutes. That was indeed quick. Behind the cockpit lies the staircase, and just beyond it is Xia Yang's exclusive spacious room. He decided to return to his quarters to brew a cup of tea, sinking into the lazy sofa while casually selecting a chess game on his tablet. But as he sipped his tea, he engaged in a battle against the AI. Just as he was engrossed in the game, the system prompted Xia Yang, indicating that the energy essence extraction device had been successfully installed. That he immediately set aside his tablet. Chapter 221, 1 to 25. No wonder it's so valuable. God tier certification bonus. Thanks to Jojo for this week's contribution. Once the energy essence extraction device commenced operation, Xia Yang reclined in the pilot's seat, closing his eyes to rest. He did not rush to navigate the Liang away from the current airspace, as he wished to thoroughly search the vicinity. The value of this mutated octopus was too high to leave for the Russians. Liang hovered at a relatively safe altitude. At this moment, remaining still was wiser than moving. The extraction of a small mutated octopus's remains took 3 minutes, and now, with 28 specimens to process, the total time consumed was less than an hour. Chapter 222, A Bold Move. Ming Ming replied, "Understood." Then she suggested, "Brother Yang, I suspect that these small mutated octopuses may not always reside within the mother body. Perhaps upon reaching a certain growth stage, they venture out on their own. Therefore, while we search, we should not only focus on the giant mutated octopus, but also remain vigilant for any signs of smaller ones." Shiyang nodded approvingly, stating, "You're absolutely right. Let us be more meticulous this time. We must extract all the mutated octopuses in the Belga Lake region, if any remain." Chapter 223. The sound of sonic boom at the lake. The giant mutated octopus appears. Xiaolin curiously inquired, "What are we about to do?" The flight of Liang had been remarkably smooth, so during these past 2 days in the cockpit, they rarely fastened their seatbelts that we're not just going for a joyride. We're about to cause a ruckus at the lake. Sheyang chuckled, "So buckle up. Don't say I didn't warn you later." Truth be told, the sonic boom produced by the aircraft breaking the sound barrier indeed resembled the noise made by modified exhausts of street racing cars. However, the sonic boom from Liang was undoubtedly of a superior caliber. Chapter 224. Retreat as an Advance. A unique strategy that I in the cockpit of Liang. High above, Xiaolin gazed down, her heart racing. Although Shiyang was still quite distant from the giant mutated octopus, he had already entered the range of its attacking tentacles. Upon hearing the noise, the giant mutated octopus abruptly turned towards Xiang, but in an instant, 5 or 6 tentacles shot toward him like lightning. Reaching Shiyang in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The speed of the giant mutated octopus's tentacles was astonishing. Chapter 225. In a Clash of Paths. The brave prevail. The base of the giant mutated octopus's tentacles measured over 3 meters in diameter. Yet, after the skin was torn open by a spatial rift, Shiyang unleashed his full firepower without holding back. Spatial rifts and wind blades alternated swiftly, slicing through a tentacle with precision in a mere 2 seconds. He released 7 or 8 spatial rifts and a dozen wind blades, sparing no expense of his energy. As the last wind blade vanished, that tentacle was completely severed from the giant mutated octopus's body that moment. The remaining tentacles. Chapter 226. This is incredibly valuable. Shiyang panted heavily while remaining on guard against the giant mutated octopus. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the system interface, leaving him utterly stunned. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a quasi-B-class mutated octopus, earning 3,000 contribution points and 1 special item lottery chance." Standing on the floating ice, he was momentarily speechless. Was that it? Wasn't there still a small mutated octopus? "Hurry and let it out," Sheyang shouted at the corpse of the giant mutated octopus. Chapter 227. A Lucky Draw. The lottery wheel began to spin, eventually slowing to a halt. Naturally, it pointed to the obvious. Special item that a text prompt from the system appeared. Sheyang glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh. Muttering to himself, "Sigh. It's not the nuclear fusion power system blueprint fragment again. When will I ever gather the last piece? Wait, did I just misread that?" He paused, scrutinizing the system prompt again, his expression shifting. Chapter 228. Triumph and Reward. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, we can head back. I feel uneasy lingering in this Russian territory. Indeed, it is a desolate place." Xiang chuckled that in reality, the entire Blue Star was similarly frigid. No place felt warm. Yet psychologically, one always felt more at ease in their homeland. Ming Ming asked, "Brother Yang, how should we plan our return route?" Without hesitation, Shiyang replied, "We shall retrace our steps to the mining area in Mongolia. We need to transport the rare metals and iron we've extracted these past few days." Chapter 229. What was your sibling's name again? Sheyang had already considered this matter thoroughly. He smiled and said, "Let us first head near Jiangcheng. It's relatively safe there." His choice of Jiangcheng as the next stop was well thought out. Safety was the primary concern. Until his rebirth, he had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for over a year, during which several survival points had faced massive attacks from source beasts. However, the Jiangcheng survival point had remained largely unscathed, making it comparatively safe. The Doomsday safety fortress that Sheyang had acquired was now fully operational. And the next step was to find. Chapter 230. Is it possible that your idol is my classmate? Upon hearing Xiaolin's words, Sheyang wore a peculiar expression that he turned to Xiaolin and slowly said, "Sister, is there a chance that your idol is actually my classmate, Li Muyu?" Xiaolin chuckled, Don't be ridiculous. My idol is an exceptional actress. While she may not be a top-tier celebrity, I adore her effortless style. She is truly a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. How could she possibly be your classmate? Xiaoyang calmly responded, if the actress you're speaking of is Li. Chapter 231. Arriving at Jiangcheng, constructing the Doomsday safety fortress. Xiaolin giggled, you little brat, what privacy could you possibly have? However, she added, by the way, Li Muyu seems even cuter like this. No wonder she is my idol. Xiang felt a sense of exasperation. He grimaced and said, sister, if I happen to meet Muyu, please don't mention this photo. Even though she is a talented actress, she still has her idol persona to maintain. Xiaolin laughed. Got it. But what is this all about? Why does Li Muyu's hair? Halfway through her sentence, Xiaolin seemed to switch gears and continued. Chapter 232. Local Area Network of Survival Points. Ming energetically responded, understood. Let us get to work. 5 engineering robots began to work systematically. They didn't touch the silver boxes, but instead started excavating the mountain to create space for the Doomsday safety fortress, which was to be embedded within it. This was no small task and would likely take several days. Xiaolin curiously asked, Yang, what are we building? You're not planning to mine here, are you? Xiang chuckled. That would require a mine first. Chapter 233. The Society of Forced Operations. Who is being childish? Who are you calling childish? Xiaolin shot back, narrowing her eyes. Xiang wore a bewildered expression, eventually saying, how can someone insult another while entangling themselves in it? Xiaolin paused, reflecting. She realized that if she called Xiang's family childish, it included herself. Furious and embarrassed, she glared at Xiang, saying, Yang, you've really grown stronger. Chapter 234. A single stone creates 1,000 waves. Xiaolin seemed to sense her brother looking at her. Without raising her head, she reassured, don't worry, I know my limits. You think I would post any revealing photos? Just a close-up of the dining table. Even Liang wouldn't be exposed. Xiang chuckled, exposure doesn't matter, as long as you're happy. Xiaolin unexpectedly looked up, beaming. Why the sudden sweetness? Xiang nonchalantly replied, it's only natural. You're my only family. And I strive to enhance my strength, so that no matter how harsh the environment. Chapter 235. Could it be that he has returned? On the blazing sun, as Xiaoyang and Xiaolin leisurely browsed forums on their laptops aboard the Liang ship. Within the inner city of Jiangcheng, specifically within Xinghuo City, a girl with shoulder-length hair and bright, captivating eyes was also engrossed in browsing posts on her tablet. This girl was none other than Li Muyu. Just last week, the project team led by Li Chaoyang and his wife achieved a significant breakthrough in the Yuanqing project, successfully refining the first generation of energy liquid suitable for superhumans, which also passed a real-life trial with volunteers. That it is no exaggeration to say that this discovery holds monumental importance for all of humanity. Chapter 236. A private message from Li Xiaoyang might have returned to Jiangcheng. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Li Muyu felt a surge of energy course through her. Previously appearing languid and lacking motivation for any task, she now radiated vitality. However, when she recognized the poster's ID and the cartoonish girl avatar, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. Li Muyu scrutinized the image and was nearly certain it was taken on the Liang ship, featuring the same tablecloth and utensils. Even the vendor. Chapter 237. Encountering a crisis, Xiaoyang's arrival in Jiangcheng was always intended to be in contact with Li Muyu. It was merely a matter of timing. Thus, he chuckled lightly and said, sis, it's all right. Just reply to her, telling her that you were Xiaolin, and inform her that I am back too. Xiaolin cast a doubtful glance at Xiaoyang, suddenly struck by inspiration. Yang, could it be that this Li Xiaohua is Li Muyu? She asked, astonished. The username seemed rather rustic, making it difficult for Xiaolin to imagine a star like Li Muyu adopting such an eccentric online identity. Chapter 238. The sole requirement. Just as Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin were making their way to the reagent storage, they were unexpectedly besieged by numerous source beasts. Caught off guard, both sides engaged in fierce close combat, resulting in heavy casualties among the military personnel. Moreover, their escape route was entirely blocked by the source beasts. Several superhumans fought valiantly to escort Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin, who rushed into the fortified storage room. This storage facility boasted high-level defenses. Even with the power cut, they managed to lock themselves in, Withstanding the force of the source beasts. Chapter 239. A sense of security. Li Muyu typically accessed the forum via her tablet. But Xiaoyang had also equipped her with a mobile phone. Although she rarely utilized this phone, she made sure to keep it charged, as it contained numerous photographs taken during their journey together. Li Muyu swiftly typed the IP address of Jiangqing's forum into her phone's browser. Yes, she directly entered the IP address because the entire Jiangqing survival point only had this one website, accessible solely via IP. Chapter 240. Swift as lightning. Meng Meng, she called out loudly. Understood. The massive Liang ship soared over the expansive site of the Biological Research Institute, with its detection equipment operating at full capacity, conducting preliminary scans of the situation below. After passing over the site of the Biological Research Institute, the Liang ship began to steadily descend. Meng Meng reported, Yanggu, the radar's preliminary scan indicates at least 30 moving targets in the west annex of the Biological Research Institute. Initial assessments suggest they are all source beasts, with the potential for C-level or even B-level beasts among them. Chapter 241. Judging a book by its cover. Sis, let's charge in, Xiaoyang exclaimed, his speed remarkable as he dashed past several source beast carcasses. He effortlessly collected them into his dimensional space, securing 50 contribution points. The system seemed to acknowledge that Xiaoyang and Xiaolin were in a team state. Thus, any source beast killed by either of them would count towards Xiaoyang's points. Uncertain how long the storage room's main door would hold, he knew time was of the essence. Moreover, he had gleaned from Meng Meng about the situation at the front door, where the rescue team was still engaged in combat. Chapter 242. Perfect harmony, swift resolution. Quickly, Li Muyu reassured herself. Xiaoyang would certainly fulfill his promises. It must be that we arrived by helicopter, which is faster, so he should be here soon. Unbeknownst to her, the Liang ship had already been upgraded to possess flight capabilities, and Xiaoyang had been silently safeguarding her all along, now breaching into the annex of the storage room through the western gate of the Biological Research Institute. The battle at the main entrance continued, with most superhumans being of D level, making it a considerable challenge to eliminate the 8 source beasts. Chapter 243. Source beasts with abilities. Currently, the combined strength of Xiaoyang and Xiaolin was overwhelmingly dominant against the D-level source beasts. Within a mere few minutes, the corridor was strewn with the fallen bodies of numerous source beasts, creating a congested scene that on Xiaolin's side, there were only 3 source beasts, which she dispatched with ease in just 2 to 3 minutes. When she turned back, she found that Xiaoyang had fared even better. The corridor, not particularly wide, resonated with an aura of invincibility as the two moved like a force of nature. The source beasts, under the relentless barrage of abilities, could not approach them at all. Chapter 244. Fool, come here. Xiaoyang surged ahead, confronting a near B-level source beast, which retaliated by launching a fireball at him. However, compared to the earlier inferno, this fireball seemed akin to the antics of a kindergarten child. Xiaoyang effortlessly dodged it with a sidestep, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him that it appeared his assumptions were correct. Although this source beast was dangerously close to B-level, the attack methods it employed, typically reserved for fully fledged B-level beasts, lacked significant power. Chapter 245. A new perspective after 3 days. Xiaoyang, Lego. 2 astonished voices rang out simultaneously. The first was naturally that of Li Muyu, who, despite the distance, instantly recognized Xiaoyang's figure, deeply etched in her memory. The second voice belonged to a young lieutenant from the rescue team, named Wu Feiyu, who had once been known as Wu Squad Leader and then Wu Platoon Leader. During the crisis in Sanshan, Xiaoyang had appeared at a critical moment, saving him from imminent detonation of a bomb vest. Chapter 246. The demise of a near B-level source beast. With Li Muyu joining the fray, Xiaoyang found the battle considerably more manageable, that he no longer needed to engage in risky close combat, relying instead on spatial rifts and wind blades for ranged attacks. Coupled with Li Muyu's lightning abilities, the source beast was thoroughly overwhelmed. Its severely injured leg hampered its mobility, leaving it utterly helpless against their agile tactics. Reduced to enraged roars of impotent fury. Chapter 247. The might of Lei Gu. Xiaoyang found it somewhat peculiar that he only received 500 contribution points for slaying the source beast. He inquired mentally with the system, which explained that while the beast had essentially evolved to B-level, its power had not yet fully reached that threshold, categorizing it as an incomplete evolution, hence the points were halved. Nevertheless, Xia Yang was unfazed. The primary goal was to rescue Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin, while earning contribution points was merely a side benefit. But he even felt a sense of relief, recognizing that if it had been a fully evolved B-level source beast. Chapter 248. The world is too crazy, beyond imagination. Despite the scattered source beast corpses obstructing the view, everyone could still see some blood on Xia Lin's face as she appeared dazed. Li Muyu was left speechless, and so were Long Wei Jiang and the others. Xia Yang stifled a laugh and called out, "Sis, have we taken care of all the source beasts on this floor?" Oh yes, we should have killed them all," Xia Lin replied, appearing adorably daft. However, Long Wei Jiang and the others looked at the multitude of source beast bodies with a sense of disbelief. Could it really be just one person? Chapter 249. Only children make choices. I want them all. Inside the storage room, about 10 individuals were anxiously listening to the sounds outside. Then on the ground lay 3 individuals who had succumbed to their grievous wounds shortly after entering the room. Leading this group of survivors were Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin. Although they were not superhumans, their reputation was immense. Among the survivors, only one named Li Shan was a superhuman, with his left arm severed at the shoulder. Heavily bandaged. Chapter 250. Acting on a whim, Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin exchanged glances. This spatial attribute ability, Li Chaoyang, being a researcher in this field, quickly grasped the situation. Long Wei Jiang, filled with admiration, remarked, "It must be, and Lei Ge likely possesses more than one ability." Lei Ge? Li Chaoyang questioned, puzzled that wasn't he known as Xiaoxia. How had he suddenly become Lei Ge? Fang Wenxin suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes wide open as she gazed at Long Wei Jiang, exclaiming, "Long Commander, could the Lei Ge you mentioned be the one reported by your military, the Chapter 251, Little White? Such anomalies must have underlying causes." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, Long Wei Jiang couldn't help but pause slightly, that he was well aware that traveling by transport helicopter was fraught with danger, particularly for scientists like Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin. The projects they were currently working on had implications for the very survival of humanity, which was by no means an exaggeration. Naturally, avoiding risk was the best option. However, Long Wei Jiang hesitated and said, "Lei Ge, while it is true that flying in adverse weather conditions poses certain risks, we currently have no better alternatives available." As the off-road vehicle began to move, Long Wei Jiang's voice resonated from within. "Lei Ge. Lei Ge. This is Long Wei Jiang. Please respond." Xiaoyang reached for the hand microphone, stating, "Long Commander, I received you loud and clear. I hear you clearly as well." Long Wei Jiang replied, "Lei Ge, we will be taking off shortly. Please maintain communication." "Understood," Xiaoyang concluded, returning the microphone to its holder on the central console. The off-road vehicle traversed the icy streets, crunching through thick layers of snow. By Simon's face, adorned with a wild and eerie smile, suddenly froze. The warhead carrying neurotoxin exploded within him, swiftly infiltrating the essence of the parasitic beast, moving with such rapidity that it had no time to react. "What is this ghastly thing? What is this?" Bai Siming screamed in madness to Li Chaoyang, and Fang Wenxin felt an indescribable anguish upon witnessing their beloved student in such a monstrous state. Beside them, Xia Lin's expression was equally complex, as a similar scene had unfolded in the ice house at the Yonglei County outpost. As Li Chaoyang continued, his face underwent a dramatic transformation, overwhelmed by disbelief. "Xiaoxia, could it be that Siming was already possessed by the parasitic beast before arriving at the survival point?" Xiaoyang replied, "If he hasn't left Xingho City in the past month, then it is highly probable. However, it is also possible that he was possessed within Xingho City itself, which would indicate that the city has been infiltrated by parasitic beasts, rendering the situation rather dire." "That seems unlikely," Li Chaoyang countered. "The residents of Xingho City are not." Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin slightly bowed in gratitude to everyone, although this operation primarily relied on Xiaoyang, followed by Xia Lin and Li Muyu. The soldiers and supernatural beings who came to their aid undertook immense risks, and such gratitude was well-deserved. The rescue team disbanded at the city gate, with the soldiers returning to nearby posts, while the supernatural beings headed to their respective homes. After Long Wei Jiang reported the situation to the command center, recognition and rewards would follow. Point 2 vehicles remained at the city gate, a powerful command vehicle and As the three of them reboard, Xiaolin playfully ushered Li Muyu into the front passenger seat while she settled into the seat behind Sheyang. Once inside, Li Muyu eagerly inquired, "Sheyang, where's Ming Ming?" Throughout the journey, Li Cheyang and Fang Wenxin had been present in the vehicle. Although they were not strangers and had seen the Liang vessel, they were unaware of the existence of Ming Ming, the advanced artificial intelligence, which prompted Li Muyu to refrain from asking until now. Just as Li Muyu finished speaking, Ming Ming's voice resonated through the vehicle's sound system. Realizing Sheyang was teasing her, Li Muyu finally reacted, playfully raising her delicate fist in mock anger. "Oh you, Xiang, after not seeing you for so long, you choose to tease me the moment we meet." Xiaolin, reveling in the moment, chimed in, "Give him a good smack. Smack him." Xiang, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "I was just joking, Muyu, remember? Success comes from your own efforts. Don't think that with my assistance, breakthroughs will come swiftly. Over time, you'll understand that." As Long Weijiang and the others entered the room, they instinctively inhaled deeply. "What is that heavenly aroma?" Long Weijiang, a native of Yuzhou, was nearly overwhelmed by the familiar scent of hot pot, evoking a wave of nostalgia. How long had it been since he savored the flavors of his hometown? In that moment, tears almost welled in his eyes. The three turned to the dining area, where Sheyang, Xiaolin, and Li Muyu, who had been enjoying their meal moments before, now wore slightly awkward smiles. After finishing the hot pot, it was already past 11 at night. Long Weijiang had initially come to seek Sheyang's opinion and to escort Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin home. But unexpectedly, he had also indulged in a delightful hot pot feast, akin to a culinary addiction. Together they tidied up the dining area before Long Weijiang took his leave. Sheyang had intended to hand over some equipment and experimental reagents. But it was late, and most personnel at the Biological Research Institute had already clocked out, making it impossible for that night. Sheyang was not in a hurry to identify the source crystal, as he had been unable to do so during the battle, hastily collecting the remnants of the source beast after vanquishing it. However, he was fairly certain that the source crystal from the quasi-B-level source beast was likely of the fire attribute. Source beasts reaching B-level or higher possess the ability to launch supernatural attacks, with the attributes of the source crystals typically aligning with the nature of their offensive capabilities. That a twinge of envy stirred within Xiaoyang as he thought of his sister, Xiaolin. Upon returning to the cockpit, Sheyang promptly deposited all the source beast carcasses into the energy extraction device. Simply consuming the blood and flesh of source beasts yielded subpar results. Refining them into energy pills was far more efficient. Thereafter, he divided the source crystals into several batches and proceeded with the identifications. After some time, the results were finally unveiled. One fire attribute B-level source crystal, a unique specimen, and the C-level source crystal astonishingly turned out to be of the mental attribute, an extraordinary stroke of luck. As Sheyang opened the lottery interface, he noticed the menu had transformed into two sections, one for standard draws and another for special item draws. Having exchanged 3 source crystals with the system, he had accrued 9 opportunities for standard draws. Perceiving the standard draw as somewhat lackluster, he decided to utilize them first. Upon entering the standard draw interface, it displayed his remaining chances. 9. Just as he was about to click the draw button, the system prompted a text box. After a brief tidying up, Sheyang exited the cockpit. The power system upgrade required sealing off the cockpit, but the other areas of the Liang vessel remained unaffected. Upon reaching the cockpit door, he eagerly clicked on the blueprint to confirm its use, prompting the system to display a message indicating that, in addition to consuming one blueprint, several raw materials were also necessary. The system produced an extensive materials list. Glancing over it quickly, Sheyang noted that the required materials, he intended to procure 5 pieces of B-level alloy silk armor, 1 for his sister Xiaolin, and 1 each for Li Muyu and her family. He had plans for the remaining piece of armor, so he opted to exchange for it now, as 100 contribution points were still within reach. To his surprise, he discovered that acquiring alloy armor not only required contribution points, but also necessitated certain raw materials. The armor he had drawn earlier was given directly, whereas subsequent purchases from the marketplace demanded the provision of specific materials. Seemingly related to the alloy, excitement radiated from Xiaolin's face as she vigorously nodded that I must have broken through to B-level. The sensation of shattering my limits was unmistakable. Yes, Sheyang couldn't help but pump his fist in triumph. His sister had also attained a breakthrough to B-level, heralding a promising turn of events. Yin Yang, let us go outside to test our powers, Xia Lin exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Shi Yang checked the system panel, noting that the power system was still undergoing upgrades. Likely to be completed around 11 in the morning. Guaranteed first update under the radiant sun. Xia Yang observed his spirited elder sister and resolved to engage in some mischief, testing the newly acquired psychic abilities he had just mastered. Unbeknownst to Xia Lin, an invisible wave of mental energy silently enveloped her. With unwavering concentration, she conjured a fire and ice arrow and, with a decisive exclamation, launched it towards the wreckage of a bus. The arrow struck true, exploding upon impact and igniting flames that began to rise. That a satisfied smile graced Xia Lin's face, as her proficiency seemed to have improved slightly to AT that moment. She felt. Chapter 267. A visit to the Military Administration Command Center. Xia Yang, astonished, inquired, "How did you know?" Xia Lin smirked and replied, "Isn't it obvious? You never intended to awaken a fire attribute ability, and Muyu only possesses lightning powers at the moment, so it must be meant for her use. Would you let your wife go and use for someone else? Clearly, you're not lacking in common sense." Xia Yang chuckled helplessly. "Sister, it's one thing to joke with me, but please refrain from saying such things in front of Muyu. We truly have nothing going on. We are completely innocent." Xia Lin giggled. "I just want you to seem a little less innocent with her. Ideally, not innocent at all." Chapter 268. I am here to do business. Not to be a major general in Colonel Lu's office. There was a door leading to the adjacent grand office of Lei Ming. Of course, there was also a door at the southern end of the corridor that directly accessed Lei Ming's office. However, visitors typically entered only after being announced by the secretary. Although Secretary Lu stated that the superior had instructed that no announcement was necessary, he still approached and knocked on the door. He did not enter the office, but gently pushed the door open, standing at the threshold and saying, "Chief, Brother Lei has arrived." A robust voice resonated from within the office. "Please come in." Secretary Lu opened the door. Chapter 269. Fair prices, honest dealings. Lei Ming received the alloy silk armor with keen interest, examining it closely. The material appeared quite unique. He smiled as Xia Yang explained, "This is woven from a special alloy silk. Incredibly resilient." Tio put it simply, ordinary bulletproof vests are useless against source beasts. Their claws can easily tear through them. However, this armor can withstand the tearing of a C-grade source beast. Lei Ming's interest was piqued. If it were merely a bulletproof vest, even with superior performance, it wouldn't have captured his attention. Chapter 270. A request from a big shot with a sigh. Lei Ming said, "Xiao Xia, since the apocalypse began, I have lost contact with my son. It has been several months with no word. I am anxious and have no means to find him." Xia Yang, taken aback, pondered for a moment and responded, "General Lei, you hold considerable esteem within the military. Even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, finding someone should not pose a challenge for you." This was no exaggeration. At Lei Ming's level, his influence extended far beyond his own military district. With connections widespread. Chapter 271. A deity in our midst as fate would have it. Xia Yang had indeed met Lei Ming's son, Lei Yu, but that was in a previous life. At that time. Including Xia Yang, no one knew his name. They simply referred to him as Little Stutter due to his occasional speech impediment when nervous. This nickname carried no derogatory connotation. Rather, it held a hint of affection. As for his name, Lei Yu, and the fact that he had a major general father, Xia Yang was completely unaware. Chapter 272. Perhaps we should take advantage of Xiao Rizi's resources after leaving the military administration complex. Xia Yang drove to the row of villas where the experts resided. Uncertain whether Li Muyu was home, he decided to check. However, as it was nearing lunchtime, even if she had accompanied her parents to the research institute, she should be returning soon. Along the way, Xia Yang made an effort to recall details from his previous life regarding Little Stutter, hoping to uncover some clues that he remembered that Lei Yu had arrived at the Yanping survival point just before the year ended. Chapter 273. Equitable treatment. A light smile graced Xia Yang's face. Where could our dear Xiaohua be? Off gallivanting again. Li Muyu shot him a glance and playfully swatted him. "Don't call me by my childhood name." She then added, "You still haven't told me how your conversation with General Lei went today." As she spoke, she bypassed Xia Yang and opened the villa door. He followed her inside, saying it was nothing short of a delightful exchange. Old Lei insisted on pulling me into a chicken head cutting ceremony and burning yellow paper. Chapter 274. The silence is most alarming suddenly. The atmosphere grew tense, and Xiaoyang hastily clarified, Uncle Li. It's like this. Muyu has just awakened a new ability, that Li Zhaoyang, slightly embarrassed, advised, you youngsters must exercise caution with such matters. He continued, you young man, come into my home and take the freshest cabbage. And then concoct such a flimsy excuse. Awaken a new ability? Why not say you can fly? Xiaoyang nearly froze. Such words were indeed typical of a concerned father. Chapter 275. Not out of the question, Xiaoyang retrieved a large glass jar from the dimensional space, filled with a thick, blood-red liquid. This was collected from the source beast lair at the heavenly lake of Tianshan in the borderlands. The lair's source beast spawning pool was filled with this viscous red substance. And before he detonated the pool, he gathered several jars, intending to offer them to the researchers to explore potential methods for countering source beasts. For Xiaoyang, this was a trivial task, yet if it could yield research breakthroughs, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Chapter 276. A night away from home, Fang Wenxin was increasingly pleased with Xiaoyang. She remarked with a smile, I didn't expect that after our grand feast. Surprises awaited us. Li Zhaoyang reached out to touch the soft armor, exclaiming in wonder, this material feels quite extraordinary. It has a metallic quality, yet remains incredibly supple. Xiaoyang explained, this armor is designed for clothes-fitting wear, ensuring not only flexibility, but also a degree of thermal insulation. Uncle and Annie, do try it on. Additional safety is always welcome. Absolutely. Li Muyu chimed in, we must address yesterday's events. Chapter 277. An unexpected precedence by my sister can fly. Li Muyu stammered in shock. Xiaoyang chuckled as he controlled the small flying device to ascend gradually. Then he turned to Li Muyu and asked with a smile, how does it feel? The device was remarkably stable. Despite the height increase, the occupants hardly sensed any turbulence. That Li Muyu gripped the armrests, craning her neck to gaze at the ground receding below. She couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoyang, I feel like we've been apart for quite some time. Chapter 278. Is this what you call outdated technology? Upon entering the cockpit, Xiaoyang swiftly surveyed the area, noting that there were no apparent changes. The layout of the screens and instruments remained consistent with before. The only alteration was the throttle valve controlling the engine power, commonly referred to as the throttle handle, next to the original throttle valve. There was now an identical one in a striking red hue. Xiaoyang took his seat, grinning, Ming, please introduce our brand new nuclear fusion power system. Chapter 279. 1 minute of charging, 20 seconds of flight? Ming responded, the power system includes a specialized module to extract the fuel required for nuclear fusion. Given Blue Star's current environment, there are several methods to obtain the fuel. First, we can capture and separate hydrogen elements from the air to refine them into fuel suitable for nuclear fusion. Second, we can extract deuterium from seawater. Third, we can recycle nuclear waste, such as utilizing plutonium and uranium from the waste for nuclear fusion reactions to generate the necessary fuel. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief. So this means obtaining nuclear fuel is feasible. Chapter 280. The maiden flight of the nuclear fusion power system. Time to check home. Xiao Lin momentarily stood in bewilderment. Xiaoyang, smiling, gestured towards the mountain wall ahead of the Liang ship, saying, the construction over there is not yet completed. Someone must remain on guard. Only then did Xiao Lin comprehend. The Apocalypse safety stronghold was still under construction, and until it was finished, its protective systems could not be activated, although the risk of unexpected occurrences was low. If everyone left without a single person remaining, it would certainly be concerning. Moreover, this individual can only be Xiao Lin Li. Chapter 281. The Paradise of Source Beasts. The straight-line distance from Jiangxing to Sanshan is approximately 700 kilometers. Naturally, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, the routes of commercial airlines were far more extensive than this. Since airplanes do not fly directly from point to point, their routes are interconnected by various waypoints, occasionally taking a significant detour. However, the flight of the Liang is exempt from any such regulations. That it is likely that we are currently experiencing the most relaxed aerial traffic since the invention of the airplane. A direct flight in a straight line suffices, taking into account the initial and final phases. Chapter 282. I have a cozy little home. Xiaoyang followed Li Muyu's gaze, a smile gracing his face. Donghu Primary School. Xiaoyang exclaimed with mirth. Li Muyu nodded emphatically, saying, indeed, we spent 6 years of our lives there. Xiaolin also leaned towards the window to look down, as she too had graduated from this very school. The Liang circled above Donghu Primary School several times, and Li Muyu's chatter was noticeably more frequent than usual. It seems the campus has expanded. Those two buildings in the back used to be a residential area, she remarked. Chapter 283. 3 lines of defense, super protection. The escalator descended slowly, and the three of them felt that the lighting throughout the corridor was extraordinarily soft and natural, creating an illusion of being in an outdoor environment. The light was invisible, and the angles of illumination had been meticulously designed. Through multiple layers of overlap, the shadows cast on the ground became faint. Melodious sounds continuously emanated from the Bluetooth speaker. This spiraling downward passageway constituted the 3rd line of defense of the entire Doomsday Sanctuary, with various high-precision early warning devices installed on both sides of the corridor, including high-definition cameras and infrared alarms. Chapter 284. Brain. This is a ruse. Eyes. How dare you deceive me? As Xia Yang and his companions stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. Within the sanctuary, the ambient temperature hovered around 26 degrees Celsius, providing a comforting warmth to those entering from the cold environment, without inducing any discomfort. After the trio entered the sanctuary, the heavy alloyed door slowly closed behind them, and a cheerful voice emanated from the wall-mounted speaker. Welcome to the Doomsday Sanctuary. You are currently in the living space of the sanctuary, which covers an area of approximately 500 square meters. Chapter 285. There are only incorrect names, not erroneous nicknames, that the entrance to the living room level. There was an elevator. The trio boarded this lift, which took them directly to the lowest level of the Doomsday Sanctuary. Upon exiting the elevator, Xia Yang was taken aback by the scene before him. This space resembled a desolate expanse, with a height of approximately 20 meters, that a large light fixture hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow. Moreover, this level was evidently much larger than the previous living space, creating a sense of vastness as they stood at the elevator entrance. That a speaker was also mounted above the elevator doors. Chapter 286. Familiar Patterns. Xia Yang cast a wistful glance at Xiaolin, thinking to himself, "Sister, if you continue on this path, your brother will be a bachelor for life." Xiaolin chuckled. "Why are you looking at me? Dare you claim you have no feelings for Muyu?" Sister. Xia Yang quickly interrupted. "My dear sister, could you please refrain from speaking so much? Let us continue our exploration of that adorable place." The cheerful voice chimed in. Right next to the master bedroom is the control room of the Doomsday Sanctuary. That is the control core of the entire sanctuary. Chapter 287. No loss in purchase, no deception in sale. The cheerful voice giggled. "It's quite affordable. The complete set of equipment has been upgraded to a level equivalent to the next tier of the sanctuary's ecological system, and it costs neither 998 nor 688. Today, the discounted price is only 388 contribution points." Without a moment's thought, Xia Yang prepared to decline, reasoning that restoration potions, mental enhancers, and neurotoxin bullets were only 5 contribution points each, while they wanted 388 for equipment upgrades. What a swindler! Unexpectedly, the cheerful voice continued. "I believe that merely offering a discount does not fully convey sincerity, so I have applied for a special discount just for you." Removing an additional digit. Chapter 288. A major business deal. That I knew it was time for business. Xia Yang exclaimed with delight. "Of course. Colonel Long, please share your needs, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Long Wei Jiang stated. "That lay go." The superior mentioned that if the transaction volume is substantial, there are additional bonuses. A large transaction? That's splendid. Indeed. The agreed-upon exchange rate with General Lei is 1 source crystal for 3 pieces of soft armor. But if I trade 3 source crystals at once, I can also throw in an extra piece. Chapter 289. The chef is ready. Xia Yang's culinary skills were quite decent, that he moved with agility, preparing 4 dishes and a soup in no time. Braised lamb, garlic ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, and spicy diced chicken, complemented by a tomato egg soup. Everything was ready. As the dishes were completed, the rice in the rice cooker was perfectly cooked. Xia Yang, donned in an apron, busily served the dishes and set the table. Observing this, Li Muyu wanted to lend a hand, but was pulled back by Xiao and Muyu. "Let my silly brother have his moment to shine," Xiao Lin said with a smile. Chapter 290. You deserve absolute trust. Xia Yang was blissfully unaware of the inner turmoil that Long Wei Jiang had experienced. After concluding the call, he donned his coat and departed from the Liang. Outside, Liangzi Lake was blanketed in silver. The previous night's snowfall had thickened the layer of snow on the ground, and the entrance to the sanctuary on the mountainside appeared seamless, without a hint of flaw. Upon entering the living space of the Doomsday Sanctuary, Xiaoyang discovered that Xia Lin and Li Muyu were already awake, both busy in the kitchen. "Good morning," Xiaoyang greeted cheerfully. "Morning." Chapter 291, Pleasant Cooperation. "Of course, there are matters to discuss. Will we be waiting here for you so early otherwise?" Li Chaoyang remarked. "Is it really necessary? I merely took your daughter out for a night," Xiaoyang interjected. No. I simply hosted your daughter. We didn't even share the same roof, did we?" Xiaoyang forced a smile and inquired, "What brings you here, uncle and aunt?" Li Chaoyang chuckled. "Little Xia, have you forgotten? That batch of equipment. Experimental reagents and the carcass of that parasitic beast." Xiaoyang sighed in relief. Chapter 292, Good Deeds Are Rewarded. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang exchanged a knowing smile with Fong Wenxian, despite Xia Yang's respectful demeanor. When it came to matters of personal interest, he was quite shrewd. By emphasizing the Biological Research Institute, he made it clear that this was a professional matter, devoid of personal feelings. He was not one to be taken advantage of. Li Chaoyang reassured him, "Rest assured, you are Mu Yu's male classmate. Uncle certainly won't let you suffer losses." Fong Wenxian could not help but shoot Li Chaoyang a bemused glance. "Male classmate? What nonsense!" Chapter 293, A Grand Inventory. After the transaction was completed, Xiaoyang bid farewell to Li Chaoyang and Fong Wenxian, driving back to the row house. Today he had acquired 33D grade source crystals and was eager to determine their properties. However, he had promised Li Muyu that he would visit first. Li Muyu had been feeling quite bored at home, but after spending the night at the sanctuary, she felt it inappropriate to request another night out otherwise. Even with Li Chaoyang and Fong Wenxian's good tempers, they might lose their patience. Chapter 294, Ecological Circle Operation. Planting flowers and vegetables. As Xiaoyang entered the Doomsday Sanctuary, he found Xia Lin lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a drama on the grand screen of the living room. "Sister, why aren't you watching in the media room? The screen there is larger, and the sound quality is even better," Xia Lin pouted. "The media room is dark and eerie. It's unsettling to watch alone, at least in the living room. I can see some scenery. Even if it is artificial, it can still be quite convincing." "That's true." Xiaoyang chuckled. "Let us go take a look at the bottom level." "Let's go." Chapter 295, The Super Smartphone. After opting for 10 consecutive draws, the lottery interface transformed into a claw machine. With a series of clicks, the results began to appear in succession. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 contribution points." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 contribution points." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 contribution points." The first 8 lines yielded only small amounts of contribution points, totaling 240 contribution points. Xiaoyang scrolled upwards to reveal. Chapter 296, Testing the Super Smartphone, while conveniently raiding a source beast lair. After several minutes, Xiaoyang found himself at the door of Li Muyu's row house. He knocked, knock. The door opened swiftly, revealing Li Muyu, her face lighting up with surprise. "Why are you back again?" Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment. "Not welcome." "Farewell." He turned and began to leave. "Stop. Try walking away." Li Muyu lightly hummed from behind and said, while Xiaoyang turned around with a cheerful smile. Chapter 297, I Want It Dead. At this moment, the position of the Liang was located to the southwest of Jingzhou City, with the already frozen Yangtze River below. Here, the Yangtze River bends twice before flowing southward, only to turn east again upon reaching Shishou City. After a thorough search, the target area was essentially confined to a region of approximately 10 kilometers along both banks of the Yangtze River. Xiaoyang cheerfully remarked, Ming, be more thorough in your search. We must not be careless. Over 1900 years ago, Lord Guan lost Jingzhou due to negligence, leading to a tragic end for a once heroic figure. Chapter 298, I seem to be striking it rich. Understood, Ming replied, filled with combat fervor. After the Liang extricated itself from the immense black fissure, its flight path became exceedingly erratic, naturally aiming to avoid falling into a similar perilous situation again. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the highly advanced targeting system. The high-energy particle cannon swiftly locked onto the soaring source beast, that in silence. A silver-white beam appeared beneath the belly of the Liang, shimmering with a golden hue, emanating a fearsome, searing energy. Chapter 299. I will grind you to dust, Meng Meng stated. We still need about 23 minutes. This was due to the upgrade of the nuclear fusion power engine. Otherwise, it would take even longer. Xiaoyang could not help but furrow his brow and said, I remember you mentioned when the Liang was just upgraded that if this high-energy particle cannon hits a B-class source beast head-on, there is a chance it could be killed outright. How come after 2 shots that source beast is still alive? Meng Meng chuckled and replied, Yanggu, you did say there is a certain probability. It seems we didn't consult the almanac before heading out today. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, exasperated that neither shot had triggered the expected outcome. Chapter 300. Live Extreme Operations. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaolin couldn't help but recall the days spent with Xiaoyang in the land of the Rus, bombarding Lake Baikal. She couldn't resist asking, Yang, where are we now? At that moment, Xiaoyang was heading towards the lower hold of the Liang. Although he wore multifunctional tactical glasses and could hear Meng Meng's transmitted signals through his earpiece, his thoughts were solely focused on swiftly obtaining the corpse of that B-class source beast, leaving him no time to answer Xiaolin's question. Yet, Meng Meng dutifully stepped in to respond. Lin, we are currently. Chapter 301. B-Class, Spatial Attribute Source Crystal, secured. Xiaoyang maneuvered the small aircraft back again. The Liang boasted an advanced friend or foe identification system. As long as the attack density wasn't excessively high, the small aircraft would not recklessly plunge into the barrage, thus minimizing the possibility of friendly fire. The aircraft's scissor doors remained open, with Xiaoyang seated in the cockpit, circling the source beast swarm, continually employing wind blades and spatial rifts to harass the C-class source beast that IT was simply taking advantage of their lack of flight capability. The Liang's machine guns and airdrop munitions also rained down ferociously upon the area where the B-class source beast's corpse lay. Chapter 302. A one-sided war of attrition. Xiaoyang swiftly returned to the cockpit and inquired, Meng, what is the situation below? Before Meng Meng could respond, the superphone relayed the anxious voices of Xiaolin and Li Muyu. Yang, are you all right? You scared me just now. Xiaoyang, how are you? Are you hurt? Xiaoyang grinned and replied, I'm fine, just a minor skirmish. The B-class source beast has been dealt with. What is a few C-class source beasts? Xiaolin scoffed. You were just showing off. I saw it clearly. You were just a hair's breadth away from being overwhelmed. Chapter 303. Who else but me? The Liang relentlessly plowed through, bombarding the area for 5 full rounds. Now, all 12 C-class source beasts bore significant injuries, with one already on the brink of collapse. Xiaoyang felt it was time to halt the assault, that if they continued, even the simplest of minds among the C-class source beasts would likely choose to flee. After all, it was clear to even a fool that they could not reach the Liang. Why remain here to be passively beaten? No matter how high their rage, they wouldn't be that foolish. Thus, Xiaoyang decisively called for a stop. Chapter 304. The Underwater Universe. Xiaoyang took a moment to catch his breath before swiftly collecting the corpses of the C-class source beasts into the dimensional space. 12 C-class source crystals, if fully exchanged for contribution points, amounted to a staggering 120,000. Enough for the Liang to upgrade to A-class. And there was also a B-class source crystal, and one with spatial attributes, which was worth its weight in gold. This haul was undoubtedly a significant profit. However, even with sufficient contribution points, Xiaoyang's current stock of raw materials was far from adequate for upgrading the Liang, mainly due to a severe shortage of rare metals. Chapter 305. The Influx of Water, delving deep into the nest. Under Meng Meng's deft control, the small aircraft made its way toward the entrance of the source beast nest. A few D-class source beasts lurked nearby, but Meng Meng skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to avoid them in a matter of minutes, successfully reaching the cave entrance that up close. The transparent membrane wall above the entrance became clearer, faintly radiating a soft white light, seemingly capable of keeping water at bay. Xiaoyang mused aloud. Yanggu, I'll see if I can pass through. Meng Meng declared, all right, stay safe. Chapter 306. Underwater Demolition. The source beasts were quite large, so the passages within the nest were not cramped. The small aircraft navigated easily through the space. Before long, Xiaoyang's view expanded significantly on the screen that a colossal underground cavern lay before him, now transformed into an underwater cave. Countless densely packed pools stretched endlessly, giving off an unnerving sensation. These pools had already been washed through by the river, and the previous blood-red viscous liquid had long since vanished. Chapter 307. Destroying the B-class nest, reaping a windfall. Xia Yang returned to the cockpit of the Liang. Below, the engineering robots had begun their work. They arranged blocks of TNT explosives according to groupings, then picked up underwater fuses and commenced preliminary connections based on the demolition plan. The engineering robots worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the preparations on the shore in no time. They packed the connected TNT explosives into silver-white boxes, while the remaining bundles of underwater fuses and detonation devices were also placed in separate silver-white boxes. Chapter 308. Pursuing the Relentless with Remaining Valor. After destroying the Source Beast nest, this mission could be deemed a resounding success. Meng Meng inquired, Yang, there should still be some D-class Source Beasts in the river below. According to radar scans, there are approximately 25 to 30 of them, distributed within a 10-kilometer radius. How shall we proceed? Xia Yang furrowed his brow slightly, stating, given the presence of a B-class Source Beast and over a dozen C-class Source Beasts in this nest, the number of D-class Source Beasts seems notably low. They might have scattered. The density of Source Beast nests in the inland regions should not be high. Chapter 309. The Principle of Tidying the Battlefield. Gather all remnants. Xia Yang laid out an insulated picnic mat on the snow and sat cross-legged upon it, holding a tablet. The video displayed on the tablet was being directly streamed from Meng Meng through the communication link. The small aircraft, upon entering the water, immediately sped toward the nearest Source Beast corpse. During the battle, Meng Meng had already recorded the coordinates of where these Source Beasts were killed, ensuring their positions were readily identifiable in such a short time frame. Chapter 310. Inventorying Gains, Striking It Rich. Jiangcheng Survival Point, Spark City, at the entrance of a row of villas. Xia Yang halted the off-road vehicle, noticing that Li Muyu was already waiting at the door, so eager. Even more astonishing was the large suitcase placed beside Li Muyu. As the off-road vehicle approached, Li Muyu promptly lifted the seemingly heavy suitcase. Truly impressive for someone awakened with power-based abilities, the seemingly delicate Li Muyu carried that large suitcase effortlessly, moving with a light step. Chapter 311. Contribution points skyrocket. Continue to indulge in potions. Total contribution points, 42,333. A windfall. Upgrading the Liang from B to a class requires 100,000 contribution points, and he was already nearing halfway there. The bulk of the contribution points gained came from that B-class Source Beast. The Source Beast he previously defeated at the old site of the Biological Research Institute had not fully evolved yet, so it did not yield a first kill reward. Thus, the first kill reward was counted this time, amounting to a hefty 10,000 contribution points, coupled with the 1,000 contribution points for defeating the B-class Source Beast itself. Xia Yang gained a total of 11,000 contribution points from just that one Source Beast. Chapter 312. Strategic Reserve fully unlocked. On the snowy ground beside the solar flare, Xia Yang first experimented with several other abilities. This time, all 5 abilities saw enhancements, particularly the wind and strength attributes. The wind ability was nearing B grade, and Xia Yang could distinctly feel as if he were merging with the wind itself. Not only was his speed increased, but his movements also became more elusive and unpredictable, rendering him as light as a feathered AS for the strength ability, which had previously reached B grade. He consumed another dose of quasi-B grade energy liquid, resulting in significant progress once more. Chapter 313. Such extravagance. Xia Yang was quite curious about this new capability and continuously experimented within his dimensional space. Currently, he could isolate up to 5 small spaces within the dimensional realm, each capable of accommodating a container-sized volume. Moreover, these 5 small spaces could be sustained indefinitely, rather than being temporary. Upon reflection, he sensed that this required a continuous, albeit minimal, consumption of ability energy, which he deemed almost negligible. Consequently, he maximized the 5 small spaces and maintained this configuration. Chapter 314. Mastery of Spatial Abilities Achieved. With ample time today, Xia Yang opted not to present a finished dish, but to prepare one himself. He first opened the rice cooker and set a pot of rice to steam, then retrieved various ingredients from the dimensional space, beginning to orchestrate his culinary endeavors in the kitchen. As time passed, the aroma of the meal gradually wafted through the open kitchen, Meanwhile, in the living room, Xiaolin and Li Muyu had nearly consumed all the energy liquids. Xiaolin, having finished first, leaned back on the soft sofa, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. Chapter 315. Significant power advancement, Xiaoyang cheerfully remarked. Ladies, it seems we've reached a satisfactory point. Each time we store or retrieve items, it also consumes a small amount of ability energy. Li Muyu joyfully replied, Xiaoyang, thank you. Now I can store many of my belongings in the dimensional space. It's incredibly convenient. Xiaolin also gave Xiaoyang a thumbs up, smiling as she said, Little brother, you've done splendidly. Thank you. Oh, no need for such formalities. Xiaoyang felt a bit shy from their praise, waving his hand and saying, Let us go, dinner is ready. Let us eat. I'm quite hungry. Chapter 316. Resource Utilization? This is quite the insult. Upon returning to the solar flare, Xiaoyang directly headed to the master bedroom on the second floor and collapsed onto the lazy sofa. He initially intended to draw a prize but suddenly recalled the intercontinental ballistic missiles and warheads deep within the strategic reserve. He couldn't help but curiously inquire, Ming, can we upgrade the DF series intercontinental ballistic missiles from our military here? Additionally, I have a few warheads on hand. Can they be transformed into more powerful weapons? Ming remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. The warhead's power should be able to be significantly enhanced. Chapter 317. Extended endurance achieved. New products unlocked a little over 10 minutes later. Ming reminded Xiaoyang that the fuel refining process had concluded, proceeding without any disturbances. After some contemplation, he directly transferred 3 warheads into the fusion power system's fuel chamber. He retained 1 warhead as a precaution for particularly extreme situations, keeping it for emergencies that in most cases, he likely wouldn't need to use the warhead, but it was essential to have it. Chapter 318. Special Item Lottery. Incredibly advanced manned submersible, the X-07 model individual capsule spacesuit, was meticulously designed to withstand the harsh conditions of outer space, providing comprehensive cosmic radiation protection and resilience against extreme temperatures. Its skin-tight material ensured complete protection, far surpassing the exterior spacesuits of Blue Star. Additionally, the backpack-like device was remarkably powerful, housing a complete life support system that a compact oxygen module could independently supply the oxygen required by an average adult for 72 hours. Moreover, within the helmet, Chapter 319, MA-001 Mech, Dreams Becoming Reality, Xiaoyang was acutely aware that eradicating source beasts and parasitic beasts on Blue Star would inevitably lead to confronting the vast oceans. Even if the source beasts on land were extinguished, as long as the nests of source beasts in the ocean remained intact, a continuous stream of source beasts would surge ashore, posing a substantial threat to human survival. Thus, humanity's ultimate goal should be the elimination of source beasts and their nests in the ocean. In Xiaoyang's previous life, humanity had yet to establish a foothold, let alone initiate a counteroffensive against the oceanic regions. In this life, Xiaoyang. Chapter 320. Initial experience with the Radiance mech. Producing the mech required approximately 3 hours. By then, it was already past 10 at night, yet Xiaoyang felt no hint of sleepiness. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't obtain this mech tonight. Therefore, after taking a shower in the master bathroom, he changed into comfortable pajamas and headed to the multimedia room to find a movie to pass the time. After browsing through the server's film directory for a while, he could not resist pulling out the Iron Man series, preparing to relive it. Chapter 321. You are a genius. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. It was reminiscent of practicing marching during military training at university that he initially thought they would start with a stationary arm swing exercise. However, upon reflection, he realized it was akin to relearning some fundamental movements, swinging arms, throwing punches, walking, and even flying later on. Following the smart brain-esque guidance, Xiaoyang slowly raised his left hand, that a multitude of transmission mechanisms engaged in complex yet precise operations as the mech's left hand gradually lifted. Chapter 322. Improved mech. Xiaoyang was in high spirits. Upon hearing this, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Why is there a time limit on training? I was just beginning to feel it, the smart brain replied. The training duration is set according to your physical condition. Currently, your body is somewhat frail, and 2 hours of training is already the maximum. Continuing could yield no benefits and might even harm your body, especially the brain, potentially causing permanent damage. Xiaoyang was taken aback. How could his B-grade strength ability be considered frail? Chapter 323. Endurance Solution, Unconventional Thinking. Thanks to the endorsement from Master MO, this chapter receives an additional update. So, what does this mean? Xiaoyang found it somewhat amusing. Adding a position for an energy module allows for the simultaneous placement of two energy modules, right? Yet even if the endurance time doubled, it still seemed inadequate. To Xiaoyang, a 6-hour and a 12-hour endurance time were not too different. That in the event of continuous intense combat, this power source would likely remain the mech's greatest shortcoming. Meng Meng giggled and remarked, the improved version of the mech. Chapter 324. Strikingly handsome. Guaranteed first update. The Doomsday safe haven. The alloy door slid open silently as Xiaoyang stepped into the grand living room of the fortress. Xiaoyang, you didn't do anything bad last night, did you? Xiaolin glanced up at him and joked, I've never seen you sleeping lately. What could I possibly do? Xiaoyang chuckled. I was training until after 3. What kind of training could last until 3? Xiaolin asked, unable to help but inquired that I'll demonstrate for you shortly. Chapter 325. Strikingly handsome. Guaranteed second update. The smart brain projected the standard action for frog jumps onto the mech's helmet display. Xiaoyang was left dumbfounded. The WDF. Frog jumps? My sister and Li Muyu are watching outside. He had initially intended to showcase cooler moves like spinning kicks, but instead was assigned this. Xiaoyang couldn't help but protest. Can we switch to a more impressive action? Or rearrange the sequence to bring forward some of the visually appealing moves? Chapter 326. Mecha Flight Assurance. The third update after sleeping for more than 2 hours. Xiaoyang awoke feeling rejuvenated and invigorated that he believed he had nearly fully recovered. However, the AI had already stated that training would not resume until at least 7 o'clock in the evening after the midday session. Thus, even if Xiaoyang wished to train now, he could not utilize the mecha that he decided to return to the Doomsday safe fortress to have an early dinner before continuing another round of training. Upon entering the fortress, he spotted Li Muyu and Xia Lin engaged in conversation on the sofa. Chapter 327. Field Training and Urgent Communication. Li Muyu had been residing in the Doomsday safe fortress for about a week, and she and Xia Lin had become inseparable friends. Naturally, their rapid closeness was also influenced by Xiaoyang's presence. Over the past few days, Xiaoyang often observed Xia Lin and Li Muyu whispering to each other, appearing as if they were one entity. With a cheerful smile, Xiaoyang remarked, Miyu, you still have to accompany her home. You've gone from being a fan to becoming her best friend. Impressive. Xia Lin shot him a glare and retorted in a playful tone. Oh, it seems you have. Chapter 328. Re-encountering system tasks. Urgent reinforcements. The communication signal from the superphone was swiftly relayed to the mecha. Through the visor screen in his helmet, Xiaoyang noticed a scene of chaos on Xia Lin's side. With numerous hurried soldiers in the background, seemingly situated at the city wall outside the survival point. Sister, what's happening? Xiaoyang inquired urgently. Yang, where are you? How long until you return? Xiaolin asked at Ian Minggu, at that abandoned iron mine from last time. If the Liang sails at full speed, I can reach Jiangqing in about 15 minutes. What's going on over there? Xiaoyang replied. Chapter 329. Enemies and Deceptive Quality. Suspected Psychic Attribute Source Beast. The system issued a temporary mission. Yet Xiaoyang felt no particular surprise that in truth, regardless of whether the system had issued this task, he would have exerted every effort to provide rescue. The primary targets for rescue were naturally Li Muyu and Xia Lin. If possible, he intended to include Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenqin as well. As for the other psychics and the millions of ordinary survivors, he could only do his best. Xiaoyang, filled with urgency, sat in the pilot's seat, watching the clouds race past the viewport. Chapter 330. Jiangqing in Distress. Mecha Deployment. The Liang soared through the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Currently, there were no aerial vehicles operating in Blue Star, and this altitude surpassed all mountain peaks, allowing for a direct and swift advance without the need for evasive maneuvers. Xiaoyang sat in the cockpit, anxious that he could sense the tense situation at the Jiangqing survival point. However, Li Muyu's words provided him with a crucial piece of information. The source beasts were concentrated on the northern city wall. Chapter 331. The Flesh Grinder. The First Battle of the Radiant Light. Long Weijiang's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the fervent battlefield. The situation had become increasingly dire. Under the relentless assault of the source beasts, the psychics and soldiers on the city wall resembled a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, at constant risk of capsizing. Unable to contain himself, Long Weijiang turned to the communications soldier equipped with a portable radio. How the military command made a final decision. Long Weijiang had been awaiting orders from the military command. In fact, a portion of the reserve troops was within the survival point, organizing the survivors for evacuation. Chapter 332, a dazzling entrance. Brother Lei is the pillar of stability. We have located a B-grade source beast, and the coordinates have been synchronized to the radiant light. The mecha's auxiliary control system has received the coordinates and is calibrating the automatic flight path. Yanggu. The preliminary battlefield scan results have been synchronized to the helmet's visor screen. The red coordinates indicate the source beasts, with larger red dots representing higher beast levels. We are currently conducting a deep scan of the battlefield and have yet to detect other high-level source beasts. The voices of Ming Ming and the mecha's AI resonated continuously in Xieyang's earpiece. Chapter 333. Psychic Combat Techniques. Xieyang's breakthrough strategy. Long Weijiang trembled with excitement, shouting, "Comrades, that mecha warrior is our human war god. Brother Lei, with him here, that flying source beast won't stir up a storm. Everyone must hold strong against the other source beast attacks. All capable fighters, follow my orders and engage. We would rather be shattered than lose an inch of ground." With that, Long Weijiang led the charge towards the C-grade source beast on the city wall. The psychics and soldiers had already been stirred to fervor by the appearance of the mecha. And after Long Weijiang's rallying cry, they felt even more invigorated. Chapter 334. A unique strategy. This is a true force. To be precise, it should be described as an unusual tactic. Xieyang was uncertain whether it would yield results. However, there was no time to ponder, as the psychic attack from the B-grade source beast was imminent. Therefore, he resolved to give it a try. The psychic energy within Xieyang surged, and in an instant, an invisible wave enveloped the entire mecha. Almost simultaneously, the psychic energy pulse from the B-grade source beast swept toward him. Yet Xieyang remained clear-headed, entirely unaffected. Success. Chapter 335. Overwhelming advantage. B-grade source beast falls, with Xieyang's psychic ability having reached B-grade. The powers of spatial slicing and spatial rifts had significantly amplified. A spatial rift struck the right shoulder of the B-grade source beast. A sharp sound echoed, and the already severely injured shoulder completely disintegrated, severing the source beast's front limb, which fell amidst the ruins. The B-grade source beast let out a mournful howl. Inside the mecha, Xieyang's gaze was icy. Another spatial rift was unleashed, followed swiftly by a rapid wind blade. Chapter 336. Pursuing the remaining foe. The human psychics and soldiers defending the city wall erupted into a thunderous cheer upon witnessing this scene. The dark horde of source beasts closed in on the city wall. The survival point was perilously precarious, and a profound sense of helplessness filled everyone's hearts. The previous despair was now matched by the elation of having survived. All of this was thanks to the imposing figure clad in mecha. Soon, the cheers from the wall transformed into a unified chant. "Brother Lei, Brother Lei." Chapter 337. One cannot prosper without taking risks. With Ming Ming continuously providing information, Xieyang maneuvered the radiant light mecha, relentlessly pursuing the area with the highest concentration of D-grade source beasts. His recent advancements in strength, coupled with the mecha's enhancements, rendered him unstoppable against the D-grade source beasts. Xieyang had lost count of how many D-grade source beasts he had slain. The system kept a record. While pursuing, he effortlessly stored some source beast corpses into his dimensional space, discarding those that were a bit farther away. Chapter 338. The hero Sheng nodded, stating, "All right, Long Yu, withdraw your people. Sister Muyu, you both should return to the city first. I'll clean up the battlefield and return shortly." "Okay, just be careful," Xiao Lin cautioned. With Long Weijiang's command, all human psychics and soldiers ceased their tasks and began to return to the survival point. The heavy transport vehicles also made their way back one by one. Xieyang glanced at the visor screen. He still had about 15 minutes of mecha usage left, which should be sufficient. Chapter 339. Brother Lei is a generous man. The inner sides of the fortress walls were left with a substantial open space for safety considerations, as the outer areas were increasingly perilous. Moreover, in emergencies, having a clear area facilitated troop assembly. Today, tents have been erected in the open space beneath the northern city wall, with battlefield hospital staff and medical personnel busily attending to their duties. As Xieyang and his companions traversed the tent area, they arrived at a spacious clearing, where Xieyang's thoughts began to coalesce. Chapter 340. With this source crystal, Mother no longer needs to worry about my inability to operate the mecha. Xiang drove away from the survival point through the northern gate. The area had become a ravaged battlefield, with smoke still lingering in several locations, remnants of explosive ordnance. The transfer point he frequently used had long since become a wasteland under firepower coverage. Thus, Xiang chose to drive a bit further this time. Navigating through numerous craters, he wound his way for several kilometers before discovering a relatively hidden spot amidst a cluster of intact buildings. Here, he parked the off-road vehicle. Chapter 341. Breakthrough to B-grade psychic abilities, powerful combat techniques. After consuming the B-grade energy liquid imbued with mental attributes, Xiang promptly closed his eyes and sat in the driver's seat, awaiting the absorption of the drug's effects. The familiar sensation of floating ecstasy washed over him once more, this time more potent than before. Xiang even experienced the illusion of his soul transcending his body, as if he were becoming weightless, ready to soar into the skies. During this process, the energy of his mental abilities became exceptionally vibrant. He felt his cerebral activity intensifying, as if he could instantly conjure countless thoughts. Chapter 342. Working late into the night. Exhausted, yet joyful. Not bad, Xiang muttered to himself. Time had accelerated more than twice its usual pace. Although the intervals between training sessions had lengthened somewhat, at least he no longer felt the dissonance of being caught in limbo during his practice. Each training session left him exhilarated, which was quite satisfactory. Xiang's recent fascination with mecha training stemmed from two reasons. He recognized the potential utility of mechas in the future, and he had begun to savor the benefits. He discovered that regular mecha training significantly enhanced his mental abilities. Although he had not consumed the mental energy liquid in recent days, his powers had grown notably. Chapter 343. Sitting in rows. Dividing fruits. Xiang felt an impulsive urge to burst forth and scour the world for a C-grade source beast, determined to slay one that, after all, the drop rate for strength attribute source crystals was highest among source crystals. If one kill was insufficient, surely two would yield at least one strength attribute source crystal. That would perfectly complete his collection. However, he ultimately restrained his impulse, for C-grade source beasts were not easily found. They were not simply lying about waiting to be encountered. Besides, everything is for the best. Chapter 344, A Bountiful Harvest, Special Item Lottery. By the time all the energy liquids have been processed, it was already noon the following day. Currently, Xiang's dimensional space was more abundant with source crystals and energy liquids than ever before. He had never experienced such prosperity. Accumulated source crystals. Strength attribute. 5 C grade, 59 D grade. Space attribute. 3 C grade. 7 D grade. Mental attribute. 3 C grade, 16 D grade. Metal attribute. 5 D grade. Wood attribute. 6 C grade, 20 D grade. Chapter 345. Upgrading the Mecha. The maiden voyage of the manned submersible. Utilizing the Mecha upgrade package, the host could elevate the MA-001 type primary mecha to an MA-001 type intermediate mecha, provided the necessary raw materials, with no contribution points required. The description was quite straightforward. Aside from knowing that this upgrade package could enhance his Radiant Star, Xiang received no other useful information. The models of both mechas were identical, differing only in their classifications as primary and intermediate. He remained uncertain about the distinctions between the two. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, System. Chapter 346. The Radiant Star. Upon entering the manned cabin, Xiang realized that the space was indeed quite limited, if not exceedingly cramped. It was no wonder it could only accommodate 3 individuals. The submersible's crew cabin stood at merely 1.8 meters in height, and Xiang could not fully stand upright within. The area measured approximately 5 to 6 square meters, with 2 seats positioned side by side in the front and a single seat in the rear, alongside some instruments, leaving only a passageway. From the outside, the dimensions of the manned submersible appeared substantial, but the walls were likely quite thick, designed to withstand considerable pressure. Chapter 347. Intermediate Mecha. A bit of a revelation. The deepest part of Liangzi Lake was merely 20 to 30 meters. So today's operation of the Radiant Star could only be considered a preliminary test rather than a true limit assessment. Xiang's primary goal was to familiarize himself with the controls that the lake's deepest point. He also attempted manual operation of the mechanical arm and found a rocky area at the bottom to test the submersible's weapon systems. Utilizing laser weapons underwater was remarkably straightforward. It was essentially foolproof, and the accuracy was exceptionally high, following the firing of the laser cannon. Chapter 348, A Lineage of Excellence. Sheyong stepped into the mecha's cockpit, and the transparent canopy slowly descended. The cockpit was not spacious, perhaps even somewhat cramped, accommodating only one occupant. After taking a seat, he heard the voice of the intelligent core. Sheyong, please don the neural helmet. On the adjacent table lay a golden helmet. Sheyong casually picked it up for a brief inspection before placing it upon his head. Previously, operating the initial mecha only required a neural chip. Chapter 349, The Laser Cannon. A force multiplier, continuing to indulge in potions. In the morning light, the colossal mecha sprang into action, exuding a stunning mechanical beauty. Sheyong felt an exhilarating rush. After all, the sheer size of the mecha meant that each step covered 6 to 7 meters. And when it ran, the stride could extend even further, reaching 10 meters or more. Even without taking flight, there was a sensation of racing through the air. With prior experience in mecha operation, Sheyong swiftly bypassed the novice stage, successfully completing at least the foundational training modules. Chapter 350. 5 items all rated B. This amounted to a total of 6 portions of nearly B-grade energy liquid. In terms of consumption, that equated to 36 C-grade source crystals. The growth of Sheyong's strength attribute abilities could be described as explosive. He could even faintly sense the presence of a bottleneck. It could be said that he was merely a step away from breaking into A-grade. In his dimensional space, he still possessed 5 C-grade strength attribute source crystals, which ignited a strong impulse within him to venture out and hunt a C-grade source beast. Chapter 351. The perceived worth of a battle skill, not worthless. Sheyong returns to the city. Earlier, as Sheyong contemplated this combat skill, he wondered if he could convert some unused metals into the rare metals needed for upgrading his Radiant Sunday. However, after a single trial, he entirely abandoned this notion, for he understood that the challenge of transmuting copper into gold was not the most daunting task. Numerous rare metals possess extraordinarily complex molecular structures, making the conversion far more arduous than that of gold. Exhausting his mental energy, he managed to produce a nugget of gold the size of a soybean, which made him reconsider relying on this method. Chapter 352. The Highest Honor. Sheyong couldn't help but chuckle. What's the rush? Does it require you, the esteemed Long Brigade commander, to run errands personally? Long Weijiang hesitated before replying. The superior did not provide explicit instructions, only that the matter is urgent and should ideally be resolved today. Sheyong pondered briefly and nodded. All right then. However, Brigade Commander Long, could you please bear with me for just a few minutes? Of course, of course. Long Weijiang quickly responded. You take your time. I'll wait right here. Sheyong nodded and turned to Li Mu Yu and Xiaolin, saying, Sister Mu. Chapter 353. Honorary Major General. Clearly, Lei Ming and his entourage had come to welcome Sheyong. Not wishing to delay further, Sheyong opened the car door and stepped out. Long Weijiang, somewhat flustered, saluted Lei Ming and his group before retreating to a corner, becoming inconspicuous. That a gentle smile adorned Sheyong's face as he approached Lei Ming, who was coming toward him with his entourage. General Lei, this is too grand a welcome, making me feel rather uneasy. Sheyong smiled, though his expression conveyed genuine warmth. Chapter 354, A Joyful Discussion. Upon hearing this, Sheyong was slightly moved, chuckling. This honor is too lofty. I hardly feel deserving. Lei Ming quickly retorted, if the illustrious brother Lei does not merit the honorary rank of Major General, then there is no one in the entire nation who could claim such a title. Lei Ming continued, Xiao Xia, this military rank is an honor bestowed by the nation and army for outstanding contributions, carrying no additional obligations. Furthermore, we will issue corresponding credentials, allowing holders of the honorary rank to enjoy the associated privileges in any human settlement nationwide. Chapter 355. The Young General. The reason Sheyong had not rushed to the Wokoku previously was that he was aware that, in a few months, the Xia Nation would likely take the risk of deploying a large number of ability users to Wokoku via transport aircraft. And Lei Yu was among those rescued by that group in his past life. He had not attained that level of understanding and was unaware of the purpose behind that covert operation. However, it was certain that it held immense benefits. Otherwise, the state would not risk sending ability users into such peril. Thus, Sheyong contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to join in the venture to Wokoku. Chapter 356. Life requires a sense of ritual. Soon, the majestic military march resonated through the venue. Listening to the familiar melody of the national anthem and the harmonious voices echoing within the hall stirred Xiaoyang's emotions. Indeed, many matters necessitate a sense of ritual. Once the melody plays, a profound feeling arises instantly. After the anthem concluded, Major General Luo Huaiwen did not allow everyone to take their seats, but instead leaned slightly toward the microphone. Announcing, for the second item of the conference, I invite Military Governance Committee Director General Lei Ming to read the military rank decree awarded by the Xia National Military Committee. Chapter 357. Welcome. General Xia. The villa door was slightly ajar, and Xiaoyang cheerfully pushed it open, exclaiming, "What are we discussing? You all seem so joyful." Upon entering, Xiaoyang discovered that Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin were also present in the living room. Engaged in lively conversation with Xiaolin, "Uncle and Aunt are here too." Xiaoyang promptly greeted them. The Li Muyu turned to Xiaoyang with a beaming smile and said, "Our General Xia has returned. Welcome, welcome." A warm welcome indeed. Surprised by her words, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? After attending the promotion ceremony at Lei Ming's in the living room, everyone sat comfortably on the sofa, engaged in casual chatter, while Li Muyu took on the task of brewing tea. Seated behind the tea table, her movements were smooth and graceful, a sight to behold. It was previously noted that Li Zhaoyang had a passion for tea, and it seemed that Li Muyu had been influenced by this tradition from a young age. The tea she was preparing was the Wui rock tea that Xiaoyang had gifted her. And soon the room was filled with the rich aroma distinctive to this tea. Li Muyu served the tea in perfectly portioned cups, and after taking a sip from his small tea bowl, Li Zhaoyang closed his eyes slightly, savoring the exquisite flavor. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's remark, both Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend his meaning. However, Xiaolin, who had been attentively listening from the side, suddenly brightened up and exclaimed, "That's right. Yang, we can give Uncle and Aunt those 2 bottles of energy liquid. You must still have some with the power attribute, right?" Xiaolin was well aware that they had recently dispatched at least a few hundred D-level source beasts. Xiaoyang had previously mentioned that the power attribute constituted the largest proportion of source crystals. With the atmosphere having reached such a crescendo, after Xiaoyang and Li Muyu hurriedly left the villa, Xiaolin suddenly realized the situation. Standing in the living room, she exchanged glances with Li Zhaoyang and his wife. After a prolonged silence, Xiaolin finally said, "Uncle and Aunt, I think I should head back too." Lin, you should refrain from mingling." Fang Wenxin chuckled. "Those 2 surely have much to discuss today. With so many rooms in the house, you can stay here." Having spent recent days living with Li Muyu in Xingho City, Xiaolin had become quite familiar with Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin, who did not mind her presence at that moment. The 2 sat atop high stools at a refined bar, surrounded by transparent protective barriers. As if they were floating in the clouds, Xiaoyang gazed at the bashful Li Muyu, and his heart soared. He vaguely recalled the darkest moments of his past life, when a cheerful greeting echoed in the cold service area. The first sight that met his eyes was Li Muyu's radiant smile, like a blossoming flower, casting warmth upon his desolate heart. In the days that followed, they supported each other as they moved forward together. Xiaoyang gently embraced Li Muyu, choosing not to respond to her question. The fragrance of her hair wafted through the air, enticing him. "Muyu, I have always been curious about something," Xiaoyang softly remarked. "What is it?" Li Muyu nestled into his embrace, reluctant to rise. Back at the service area, "How could you recognize me at first glance?" Xiaoyang inquired. "Logically, we hadn't seen each other in at least a decade." "Right." Li Muyu straightened up, gazing into Xiaoyang's eyes. Just then, a sweet voice emanated from the speaker. "Apologies. Yangge, I didn't mean to." Xiaoyang had previously instructed Meng to disable all cameras, recording devices and sensors in the room. By protocol, Meng should not have restored them without command. Yet, not only had she reactivated them, but she also played a fitting background music track. Was this artificial intelligence becoming sentient? Xiaoyang coolly remarked, "I recall the vehicle's intelligence system has a factory reset option, doesn't it?" Before Xiaoyang could speak further, Li Zhaoyang interjected seriously, "Little Xia, we maintain our position. We cannot accept your gifts. This energy liquid is far too precious for us." Xiaoyang smiled. "Uncle Li, please allow me to finish. This is merely ordinary D-level energy liquid. You must have heard about the number of D-level source crystals I obtained during the recent beast siege. Right. To me, this is but a drop in the ocean. That he paused before continuing. Presenting you with energy liquid is not only a gesture of kindness from a junior, but also an attempt to assist you. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase to Li Muyu, clad in cotton slippers, descended while asking, "Mom, what is happening with the space station? Is there news about Sister Mu Shi? Have we made contact?" Fong Wenxin exchanged a glance with her husband. Li Xiaoyang, a hint of a wry smile crossing her face. "Currently, it's quite difficult to communicate with the space station, though we received a document yesterday indicating that your sister Mu Shi's situation may not be favorable. Hence your father is concerned that Li Xiaoyang and Fong Wenxin had recently been elevated to a higher rank. Regarding the challenges facing the space station, the only viable solution was to elevate the Liyang to an A-level status. An A-level mobile survival base would possess the capability to enter near-Earth orbit, a fundamental prerequisite for initiating a rescue operation. That if Xiaoyang had been unaware of this situation, that would be one thing. But now that he understood the circumstances, and knowing that Li Muyu's cousin was among the astronauts, he could not remain idle. Even without personal connections, Xiaoyang was eager to contribute to the brave souls venturing into space. Provided conditions allowed, Xiaoyang's mind quickly conjured the next steps. With a smile, he said, "Uncle and Aunt, please take a seat on the sofa. The effects of the medicine require some time to manifest. And during this process, you may experience discomfort. The awakening of the power attribute may manifest as swelling in the bones and muscles, and you might feel intense itching within your body, along with the expulsion of some impurities." The couple settled onto the living room sofa, with Li Xiaoyang smiling. "Rest assured, we are well aware of the common reactions during the awakening of different ability attributes. We have kept records," Xiaoyang chuckled. Indeed, Chapter 369, The Enlightenment of the Clumsy Lin, additional update with divine certification. Grateful to Zhao Dian for assistance. Yaya successfully awakened her power attribute ability. Li Xiaoyang was completely immersed in his research. Even Fong Wenxin, who had failed her awakening, showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, she remained enthusiastic, discussing various sensations experienced during the ability awakening process with Li Xiaoyang. Mengmeng had already informed Sheyang that she had devised a preliminary plan for the collection and refinement of rare metal ores to achieve Sheyang's goal of upgrading the Liyang ship to Class A within a month. Thus, Sheyang took his leave from Li Xiaoyang and Fong Wenxin. With every additional second that the space station operated, the danger increased. Chapter 370. It seems we must visit the Little Days. Sheyang led Xiao Lin directly into the cockpit of the Liyang ship. He first instructed Mengmeng to fly the Liyang back to the Liangzi Lake base. Then, after a moment of contemplation in the pilot's seat, he retrieved a D-class would attribute source crystal from the dimensional space. This time, during the Source Beast Tide siege, Sheyang had amassed a significant bounty, but he was not in a hurry to exchange the temporarily unused source crystals for contribution points. So he still possessed 6 C-class would attribute source crystals and 20 D-class would attribute source crystals in his dimensional space. Since Fong Wenxin was unable to awaken her power attribute ability. Chapter 371. Determined. Revealing the family's assets at this moment, the familiar sound of a notification came from the source crystal processing device beside him. Sheyang took out a vial of wood attribute energy liquid and casually stored it in the dimensional space that he then continued to study the chart that Mengmeng had created. The first stop recommended by Mengmeng was the Baiyun iron mine in Meng province. Though referred to as an iron mine, it was actually a large-scale polymetallic deposit coexisting with iron, rare earth elements, niobium, and other metals. The mining area contained over 41 of the world's confirmed reserves of rare earth minerals, as well as iron, niobium, manganese, phosphorus, and fluorite. Chapter 372. Astonishment. Such a colossal flying vessel evidently shattered the perceptions of Li Xiaoyang and Fong Wenxin. Given the technological level prior to the end of the world on Blue Star, it was utterly impossible to manufacture such a large aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing. The Liang ship soon landed smoothly in an open space. Sheyang smiled and said, "Uncle and Auntie, please." After you, Li Xiaoyang and Fong Wenxin were still in a state of shock, somewhat dazed as they followed him off the vehicle. Sheyang casually stored the off-road vehicle in the dimensional space and led the Li Xiaoyang family towards the Liang. Chapter 373. Lu Laolao enters the Grand View Garden. With their hearts full of questions, Li Xiaoyang and Fong Wenxin followed Sheyang forward. They couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Xiao Xia built the survival fortress underground? Is the comfort level guaranteed? Moreover, there were no signs of an entrance nearby. Just as they pondered this, a shimmering, silver-toned, thick alloyed door appeared before them. Before Li Xiaoyang and his wife could express their astonishment, the iron door automatically began to part slowly, that a vast passageway, entirely constructed of alloy, came into view. Chapter 374. A Pill of Assurance. Li Xiaoyang had been fixated on those few bags of tea leaves. His gaze unable to shift, he felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, in the eyes of a tea lover like him, this tea was exceedingly precious. Yet, refusing it seemed equally difficult. Fang Wenxin's words provided him with a way out. Li Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly and said, "Then I shall accept it." Shiyang cheerfully pressed the tea leaves into Li Xiaoyang's hands, saying, "Uncle Li, you absolutely should accept this. To leave such tea with me would be a waste." Chapter 375. Quickly take it away. That's wonderful, Li Xiaoyang exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Xia, to be honest, ever since I learned about Mushi's situation, I haven't been able to sleep at all these past few nights. Although we may speak of high rank, we are merely scholars, utterly incapable of influencing the decisions of the upper echelons. Moreover, given the current conditions, even a desperate launch would likely result in failure. Fang Wenxin added, "Indeed, that is the only backup spaceship that if the launch fails, Mushi will truly have no chance of survival." Li Xiaoyang continued, "We had already lost hope, but unexpectedly." Chapter 376. The family's position is steadfast. Xiao Lin's current strength can be regarded as among the top ranks of all human ability users, second only to Shiyang. With her station here, overseeing Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin, there would be no issues at all. Fang Wenxin nodded with a smile, saying, "We generally stay in the research institute and rarely venture out of Xingho City, so safety shouldn't be a concern that if you encounter any difficulties in daily life. Please do not hesitate to ask. I have left plenty of supplies for my sister." Shiyang smiled and replied. Chapter 377. Keeping Promises. Fang Wenxin awakened her ability, and it was a rare healing attributability, which added a delightful atmosphere to the safety fortress in the apocalypse. Shiyang even took the initiative to cook an additional dish for lunch. Then, during the meal, at Shiyang's suggestion, everyone enjoyed a bit of red wine. Xiao Lin prepared a sumptuous lunch, and in the midst of the apocalypse, having such a warm and comfortable dining environment, along with fine wine and exquisite dishes, felt akin to a heavenly experience. The meal was filled with joy and laughter. Chapter 378. An Unexpected Delight. Good people are rewarded. The thunder of battle had resonated throughout Lei Ming's life, even having reached the pinnacle of military rank among the Xia country soldiers. He could not suppress his excitement when it came to matters concerning his only son. Xiang smiled and said, "General Lei, please do not be overly excited. Let's sit down and talk." Lei Ming realized he had slightly lost his composure, offering an awkward smile as he returned to his seat. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fervently fixed on Shiyang. Meeting his gaze, Shiyang nodded and said, "I am very certain and have already formulated a preliminary plan, which will be executed in the next couple of days." Chapter 379. A surprise brought by Secretary Liu. Soon, Liu Weiguang, who had been waiting outside, gently knocked on the door before swiftly entering the office. "Chief, do you have any instructions?" Liu Weiguang stood upright. Lei Ming inquired, "Little Liu, I remember we have a backup of the inventory records for our supply warehouse, correct?" Liu Weiguang replied without hesitation, "Yes. However, the backup data here is slightly outdated. The warehouse has various supplies entering and exiting daily, but we generally synchronize the data about once a week." Lei Ming casually remarked, "No worries about that. Those." Chapter 380. A Great Contribution. Rain and dew shared equally. While Liu Weiguang retrieved the documents, Lei Ming cheerfully called out, "Xiao Xia, have some tea. Don't rush. Going to the secure room to duplicate documents follows a set procedure. It will take a little while." After saying this, Lei Ming personally filled Shiyang's teacup with water. "Thank you, General Lei." Shiyang gently tapped the table with his fingers, politely expressing his gratitude. Lei Ming noticed that Liu Weiguang's extra effort had pleasantly surprised Shiyang. Had this been before the apocalypse, the intel regarding rare metals might have seemed of little practical value, but Chapter 381. An Interesting Stone. Shiyang smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, I will try to set off from Jiangqing to space." Lei Ming grinned widely and said, "That sounds splendid. Jiangqing will surely be recorded in history as well, thanks to you. At this point, Lei Ming hesitated, seemingly pondering something. Xiang, sensing his thoughts, chuckled and assured, General Lei, rest assured. I will definitely make a trip to Osaka. I will do my utmost to help you find Lei Yu's whereabouts. A hint of joy appeared on Lei Ming's face as he rubbed his hands and asked, will this delay your collection of rare metal materials? Chapter 382. Mysterious meteorite remains. The global journey begins. Please hold on a moment. Lu Weiguang glanced at the shelf's label before quickly checking the information on the documents in his hand. Since the two shelves were adjacent, Lu Weiguang swiftly located the data concerning the black stone. General Xia, this is a meteorite remnant, Lu Weiguang stated. The records indicate it fell near Jiangsheng during the meteor shower prior to the apocalypse and was subsequently collected by the nearby station troops. Upon hearing this, Xiang couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. He had sensed something extraordinary about this black stone. Chapter 383. The Snowstorm of Colorado. Xiang chuckled and said, wherever we go, it shall be decided by our dear Ming Ming. Originally, Ming Ming had already outlined the sequence and steps for deploying the mining operations. However, plans often cannot keep pace with changes. After visiting the Military Administration Committee, Xiang obtained intelligence regarding the national reserves of rare metals, which naturally could not be executed according to the original plan. After speaking, he retrieved a copy of the comprehensive briefing from the dimensional space. Ming Ming, please scan this document into your database, Summer gently remarked. Chapter 384. Crossing the dawn-dusk line. The happiness at 30,000 feet. The Liang began to accelerate forward while simultaneously ascending in altitude. The acceleration was not particularly vigorous. Neither Summer nor Li Muyu felt a notably strong sensation of being pushed back into their seats. Ming Ming said, Brother Yang, Muyu, considering the comfort of the journey, the Liang will undergo a gradual acceleration process. Additionally, since this is a transcontinental flight requiring us to traverse the Pacific Ocean, for safety reasons, we will gradually ascend to a cruising altitude of 30,000 feet, with the acceleration and ascent lasting approximately 8 to 10 minutes. Deep within the Pacific, one could only wonder how many terrifying high-level source beasts lurked. Chapter 385. Establishing the mining base, arriving in Houston. Over an hour later, the Liang gently descended beside a vast mining pit. The cabin door opened, and the staircase slowly lowered. Summer and Li Muyu stepped out of the Liang, setting foot on the land of the Colorado Rockies in the morning light. Initially, Summer was concerned about potential minor troubles that might need addressing. But it turned out his worries were unfounded. The radar scan indicated that within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not a single shadow was present. There were no signs of human activity, nor any source beasts in sight. Chapter 386. Bosch Aerospace Industries, Summer's rare metal warehouse. Regardless of whether there were terrifying A-level source beasts lurking in the depths of the ocean, or even more powerful S-level source beasts developed. Within the safety of the Liang at 10,000 meters high, Summer felt entirely secure. The detection equipment aboard the Liang was still operating at full capacity, diligently surveying all conditions below. Summer leaned against the window. Glancing outside, all he could see were thick clouds, obscuring his view. The local time was around 7 in the morning, with morning light streaming through the windows, imparting a warm sensation. Chapter 387. Striding with Confidence. Ming Ming continued. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the building, there are only sporadic activities of human ability users, the rest being ordinary human survivors. The nearest source beast activity area is approximately 35 kilometers away. Based on this information and the limited intelligence inside the building, the overall risk level for this operation is assessed as sea level. Summer nodded in acknowledgement and said, Understood. Ming Ming added, Brother Yang, I suggest you postpone the operation until tonight. Summer decisively replied, No need. You find a suitable landing spot now. Chapter 388. Sean's Fury. Inside the warehouse building, it was evident that some modifications had been made. The first floor appeared rather cramped. The originally spacious warehouse had been divided into numerous rooms. A burly man jogged down a central corridor with ease, reaching the end, knocking on a door, and then pushing open a set of double doors. This led to a hall of over 200 square meters. Upon opening the door, a wave of warmth rushed out, with the hall's temperature being at least 26 or 7 degrees, brightly lit. Chapter 389. the feeble chickens and dogs that Summer's English proficiency barely surpassed a basic level, and his listening skills resembled those of a novice. Having graduated from university for several years, his skills had deteriorated significantly. However, he understood every word Sean, the middle-aged white man, spoke, thanks to Mengming's simultaneous translation. Through the bone conduction headset of the multifunctional tactical glasses, Summer heard Mengming's translated content, even mimicking Sean's tone. After listening to Sean, Summer smiled faintly and said in Chinese, "It's quite simple. I want." Chapter 390, Astonishment. Rare metals with a buy-one-get-one free offer. Leo, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly translated Summer's words to Sean, who looked utterly bewildered. Observing this, Summer directly retrieved a small box of molybdenum from the dimensional space, opened it, and pointed to the contents, saying metals like this, which should be relatively small in volume, existed in this warehouse before the apocalypse. The deal you remember. Both Sean and Leo's expressions changed slightly upon witnessing Summer produce a metal box seemingly from thin air. They naturally realized that Summer possessed spatial abilities. Chapter 391. Mining Rare Earths. Summer and Li Muyu exited the warehouse building. The snow-covered ground was smeared with blood, an alarming sight. This was all contributed by Leo, whose head was severed, with blood having drained away in a remarkably short time. Numerous charred corpses lay scattered at the entrance. Summer sensed fearful gazes from the windows of distant buildings directed towards them. But he paid them no mind. They were merely ordinary survivors, even if a few ability users were mixed among them. Chapter 392. Plundering a New Life. Serendipity. The two chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. Before long, Mengming's voice echoed, "Brother Yang, the 3 mining workstations have been established. According to the pre-implanted program, the 3 stations have automatically commenced operation, beginning the extraction and refinement of rare earth minerals." Summer stood up and told Li Muyu, "Muyu, please place the dishes in the dishwasher. I will take a look." Although the mining workstations had pre-implanted operational protocols, and the newly added communication module could relay the status of the stations to the Liang in real time, Summer felt it prudent to check on them personally. Chapter 393. Slaying Source Beasts with Warm Wine. Wishes fulfilled. That moment. Footsteps approached from the staircase. The Liang had once again taken off urgently, using its cannons, creating quite a commotion that naturally woke Li Muyu. She descended the stairs wearing a silk nightgown styled like a dress. "Summer, what's happening?" Li Muyu inquired. Summer did not respond immediately, as the neckline of her nightgown was somewhat low. Leaving him captivated, Li Muyu noticed Summer's intense gaze. Her face flushed as she covered herself with her hands. Chapter 394. A-level ability user. The world's #1. For the first time, Summer found the dull hum of the source crystal processing machine to be remarkably pleasant. Simultaneously, he felt as if time was stretching interminably. Finally, the long-awaited ding sounded. Summer leaped from his seat and dashed towards the source crystal processing machine. Upon opening it, he was rewarded with a vial of crystal-clear energy liquid, an energy liquid of approximately B-level strength. A surge of excitement filled Summer's heart. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and opened it. Chapter 395. This fellow is not human, a celestial being descending to Earth. Initially, Summer merely took out a few alloy plates and some scraps of abandoned vehicles from the dimensional space to test his strength, showcasing a little performance of crushing alloy against his chest to Li Muyu. Of course, after breaking through to A level in his power abilities, the increase in strength was notably significant, drawing from past experiences. He estimated that while tearing apart a B-level source beast might be a bit exaggerated, easily ripping apart a C-level source beast would be a walk in the park, even against a B-level source beast, as long as the opponent's ability techniques were not particularly formidable. Chapter 396. A new power system, a grand future. Summer could not help but raise an eyebrow at the mention of planet-level strong beings. "What do you mean?" Mengming replied with a bright smile. "This is newly unlocked content from my hidden database. Simply put, a planet-level strong being is among the top-tier existences on a certain planet, with the entry-level standard being that one of their abilities reaches A level. The hidden database occasionally unlocking new content always gave Summer a sense of unveiling a new world. Clearly, this fresh classification of strength levels likely originated from some external major force. Chapter 397. Serendipitous Discoveries, the Hidden Void. Exercising patience, Summer meticulously searched through each storage room, covering the first and second underground levels, and he spent a full 2 hours thoroughly scouring both basement floors, only to find, as he suspected, that there was nothing of value. Not a single rare metal was in sight, and even useful items were scarce, leaving behind mostly refuse. Summer sighed inwardly, realizing that his streak of good fortune seemed to have run out. In Houston, America, he had successfully obtained rare metals from the first secret warehouse, and, Chapter 398, striking it rich, Summer initially intended to expend some ability energy to clear away the construction debris, although it would be a considerable workload. It would not be overly exhausting for someone with A-level strength abilities. After hearing Mingming's suggestion, his eyes lit up. This was an excellent idea. Engineering robots were precisely designed for such arduous tasks. Employing them to clear construction debris was nothing short of ideal, especially since they came equipped with various tools capable of performing welding, cutting, and other tasks. Chapter 399. The most expensive metal on Blue Star. Wealth does not come without risk, Li Muyu playfully protested. Gold is valuable at all times, especially in such quantities. Moreover, in the current apocalyptic situation, it is surely only temporary. Social order will inevitably be restored in the future. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Are you really that confident?" Until the moment of his rebirth, humanity had never truly found its footing, let alone launched a counteroffensive against the source beasts. Consequently, Xiaoyang himself harbored little faith in the restoration of a normal human societal order. Li Muyu grinned and replied, "With such a powerful esper like you among us, how could we not be optimistic?" Chapter 400. A fortuitous encounter. Accelerated progress. The two settled into the sofa in the living room. Awaiting Mingming's test results, that Li Muyu, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Xiaoyang, you seem quite anxious. Could it be that these two small boxes contain something more precious than gold?" Xiaoyang laughed heartily and responded, "Are you lacking in knowledge? The rare metals I require for upgrading the Liang are numerous, and many are worth significantly more than gold. If my judgment is correct, those two small boxes of metal, based on the market prices before the apocalypse, can you guess their worth? Millions? Tens of millions?" Li Muyu asked. Chapter 401. Avoiding the spotlight. Aerial arrival in Osaka Yongu. After preliminary tests, the safety level assessment below is extremely dangerous. Mingming said in a serious tone, "So far, over 50 B-class source beasts have been detected, along with a few suspected A-class source beasts. My recommendation is to abandon this target." Only then did Xiaoyang notice that the Liang had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Clearly, Mingming had autonomously controlled the ascent of the Liang for safety considerations upon detecting the situation below. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and asked, "Is there a way to conduct further scans of the target building?" Chapter 402. Miniature Human Settlement. Image recognition in search of old friends. After finishing his sentence, Xiaoyang suddenly had an idea and retrieved a mobile phone from the dimensional space. That he opened the phone's photo album and quickly found the picture of Lei Yu he had captured at the Jiangqing Military Administration. "Mingming, connect to my phone and copy this photo to your database," Xiaoyang instructed. "While you assess the situation below, pay special attention to see if you can locate this individual." When Xiaoyang initially journeyed to the frontier province to search for his sister Xiaolin, he had relied on Mingming to hack into some reconnaissance satellites still operational in space, comparing the images they captured. Chapter 403. The beautiful esper who admits defeat at light speed. Mingming remarked, "You must turn it on first." Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "My bad." He powered on the VR device, and fortunately, it still had some residual battery. Once the device was operational, Mingming quickly muttered, "This system is incredibly outdated. Please give me a moment. I need to use the vehicle's communication system as a relay station. The VR device's system is simply too antiquated and requires an upgrade, or it will be utterly unusable." Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel exasperated. Chapter 404. When one door closes, another opens. The Japanese female, Esper, merely glanced at the rare metals within the alloy box before promptly stating, "My lord, I have indeed seen this type of metal before." Surprised by her swift response, Xiaoyang quickly inquired, "Where?" "Take me there to retrieve it." The Japanese female, Esper, hastily replied, "I apologize, my lord. Those metals are no longer here." Xiaoyang's expression darkened instantly. "Explain clearly. What exactly happened?" The Japanese female, Esper, trembled slightly. Chapter 405. confronting the Hound during a hunting expedition against a C-Class Source Beast led by C-Class Esper Sato Hiroshi. The target was merely a single C-Class Source Beast. 8 Espers were dispatched, yet only 5, including Sato Hiroshi, returned. According to Sato Hiroshi, the Source Beast they hunted had evolved into a C-Class Source Beast. Caught off guard, the team was scattered by the Beast's initial assault. Lei Yu and the 2 weakest Espers were overwhelmed in the first wave of the Source Beast attack. Chapter 406. The Crushing Defeat. A textbook coercion with a resounding crash. The solid wooden door of the villa was sent flying by Xia Yang's kick, but he had no intention of negotiating amicably with Sato Hiroshi. What was there to be courteous about with a right-wing element harboring animosity towards Xia country? Especially one who had likely plotted against Lei Yu. Lei Yu was a dear brother from Xia Yang's past life, someone he had faced life and death with, a person he could trust unequivocally. Within the warm living room of the villa, Sato Hiroshi was embracing a tall Japanese woman. Chapter 407. A satisfactory confession. A reward for your honesty. The truth of the matter was not far from what Ito Sakura had speculated. 10 days ago, there had been no Source Beast at all. It was merely a purge operation orchestrated by Sato Hiroshi and a few of his confidants. The catalyst for this operation was the leak of information when Lei Yu and Ito Sakura were preparing supplies for their escape. Sato Hiroshi, aware of their intent to flee the settlement, had set his sights on eliminating Lei Yu, fully understanding that with Lei Yu gone, Ito Sakura would be left without allies, rendering her completely vulnerable. Chapter 408. Wild Dog Hiroshi. I hear you harbor hatred towards Xia country. Minutes later, the snowmobile came to a halt. Tied to the back, Sato Hiroshi, soaked and panting heavily, resembled a beleaguered wild dog. Although Xia Yang's speed was not particularly fast, it was certainly not slow. For an ordinary person, maintaining such speed over an extended period would be utterly impossible. Sato Hiroshi, as an Esper, despite possessing Ice-type abilities, was still considerably stronger than an average person. Therefore, he barely managed to keep up. Chapter 409. Well done. Maintain this performance in your next life. Sato Hiroshi knew the moment of reckoning for his fate had arrived. Without a hint of hesitation, he knelt down with a thud. My lord, I harbor no hatred towards Xia country. None at all. I value the friendship between Xia and Japan. That my previous offense was entirely a misunderstanding. I beseech your forgiveness. A sly smile spread across Xia Yang's face. If I recall correctly, when we first met, you referred to me using a rather derogatory term. That was a moment of anger and indiscretion. It was never my intention. Sato Hiroshi hurriedly protested. Chapter 410. Striking a stone with an egg, finding Lei Yu, Xia Yang, and Ito Sakura dismounted from the snowmobile and approached the small building's entrance. These standalone houses lined the street, many lacking yards. Before Xia Yang could raise his hand to knock, the door swung open on its own. The shadowy figure of Mu Mu Ming emerged from within, his expression unfriendly. Who are you? As Ito Sakura stepped forward to respond, the situation escalated abruptly. Without warning, Mu Mu Ming raised his hand, unleashing 2 fireballs that hurtled towards Xia Yang and Ito Sakura at high speed. Chapter 411. Double Joy. Xia Yang, undeterred by Mu Mu Ming's inner shock, casually tossed the iron gate aside and eagerly stepped into the narrow, damp cell that in the corner. A figure was curled up on the floor, facing away from the door. Xia Yang approached and gently patted his shoulder. The individual did not respond, remaining lifelessly curled in the corner. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of his back, Xia Yang might have mistaken him for a corpse. Xia Yang directly turned the person towards him, revealing. Chapter 412. The Fisherman's Prophet. A windfall. All the fireballs shattered upon colliding with the nearby spatial membrane, erupting into a dazzling display of flames that completely engulfed Mu Mu Ming. His terrified scream echoed, shrill and haunting, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Both Ito Sakura and Lei Yu shuddered involuntarily, while Xia Yang remained calm, having anticipated this outcome the moment Mu Mu Ming launched his attack. The temperature of the flames unleashed by the explosive fireballs was exceedingly high. Chapter 413. The Marvel of Recovery Potions. Lei Yu's memories restored. Xia Yang directly exchanged for a recovery potion from the system. He retrieved the potion from his inventory and handed it to Lei Yu. Here, drink this. It may aid in your recovery, Xia Yang said with a smile. Lei Yu, having developed significant trust in Xia Yang, accepted the potion without hesitation, expressing his gratitude before downing it in one gulp. Although 10 days had passed since he had been ambushed, he still felt a dull pain in the back of his head, sometimes intensifying, particularly when. Chapter 414. Departing for home. A journey blindfolded. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang immediately asked, Lei Yu, how do you feel? Lei Yu's expression was ecstatic as he exclaimed, Brother Xia, I remember everything. Your potion is truly miraculous. Thank you. Lei Yu rose and deeply bowed to Xiaoyang. Having just filled his stomach to a moderate extent, and with his head injury nearly healed, he now appeared significantly more spirited, no longer exuding such frailty. Subsequently, Lei Yu cast a lingering gaze at Ito Sakura and, with an expression of delight, remarked, Ito Sakura, it is truly wonderful to see you once more. Chapter 415. The Awe of the Majestic City. A father and son reunited. Xiaoyang, comfortably nestled in his recliner, observed that both Lei Yu and Ito Sakura opposite him seemed somewhat apprehensive. They held each other's hands tightly, yet dared not speak or move, likely fearing to tread on delicate ground. Therefore, Xiaoyang chuckled and said, There is no need to be overly tense. Just relax a bit. Lei Yu, given the peculiar circumstances here, I hope you too can endure a little discomfort. I trust you won't be disheartened. Lei Yu promptly replied, Brother Xia, not at all. As long as we can return to our homeland, what is a little hardship? Besides, this hardly qualifies as suffering. When are we boarding the flight? Brother Xia, Chapter 416. Forgetting one's roots or bringing honor to the nation. Xiaoyang seeks to debate. The scene of Lei Ming and Lei Yu's reunion was profoundly moving. Nearby, Li Muyu, Xiaolin, and the other young women couldn't help but feel their eyes moisten at the sight. Each had endured the apocalypse, particularly during its onset, when the blue star was akin to a purgatory. In such a context, moments of reunion became all the more precious. Ito Sakura stood to the side, her emotions in a state of turmoil. Her homeland lay in Yamato, making her a foreigner here. Yet she also possessed the bloodline of Xia, granting her a sense of belonging to Xiagua. Chapter 417. Acceptance. The dignified General Lei Ming finally grasped the situation, realizing that Xiaoyang had cleverly ensnared him. With a meaningful smile, he said, Little Xia, if you insist on that line of reasoning, I might just have to summon our political commissar to have a proper discussion with you, duh. It seemed like a formidable challenge. Who could withstand that? Xiaoyang hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No. Uncle Lei, is it not sufficient that I address you as uncle? This is merely a light-hearted jest. Besides, given the current dire environment, while we cannot forget our national grievances, at times it is unnecessary to be overly serious. Chapter 418. Lei Ming's Night Talk. Aiming for the highest medal near the Military Management Committee's courtyard, Xiaoyang and his companions ascended to the third floor of an apartment complex. Before the apocalypse, this had been a luxurious community with spacious floor plans. Even with the conditions of Xingho City being significantly better than those of the outer city, the apartments on the third floor were still quite scarce. Although Lei Ming was reluctant to treat them as special cases, the director of the barracks, L.G. Xian, was not entirely devoid of flexibility. Within the bounds of regulations, he naturally sought to provide Lei Yu with the best accommodations. This apartment not only boasted a generous layout, but also occupied a suitable floor. Chapter 419. America's Grand Plan, A New Beginning. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by the mention of a grand plan. He had only been away for about 5 days, yet Lei Yu had already joined a team of abilities and commenced missions, even bringing his girlfriend along. It was noteworthy that Lei Yu's father was a prominent figure at the Jiangqing survival point. Why would he, a privileged heir, choose to engage in such competitive endeavors? In his previous life, Xiaoyang had known that stuttering young man, who had been incredibly diligent. He had initially thought that with Lei Yu's memory restored and having returned to Lei Ming's side, things would unfold quite differently. Chapter 420. Breakthrough progress inside the Liang. The atmosphere was as warm as spring. Thus, while staying aboard, Xiaoyang and Li Muyu both donned light and comfortable loungewear. This morning, Xiaoyang noticed that Li Muyu had changed into her favorite light-colored cotton loungewear. Although Xiaoyang was a novice in matters of romance, his eagerness to learn allowed him to comprehend the situation almost instantaneously, filling him with quiet delight. During breakfast, noticing Xiaoyang's eyes darting around mischievously, Li Muyu couldn't help but blush slightly. Chapter 421. Journey Home. A chance encounter in Xingho City the following day. Having played games late into the night, Xiaoyang indulged in an unprecedented lie dash, and Limu slept soundly. And as Xiaoyang awoke first, he slowly opened his eyes. With a slight turn of his head, he beheld Limu's arm, delicate and pale, protruding from beneath the covers like a white lotus that I in her dreams. Limu wore a faint smile, likely having dreamt of something joyous. Xiaoyang felt an involuntary flutter in his heart. He gently kissed her smooth forehead and, with utmost care, began to rise. Chapter 422, News from the Space Station, A Challenge Ahead. Xiaoyang was taken aback by the unexpected news that he had only been away for roughly 5 days. Yet Lei Yu had already joined an abilities team and commenced missions, even bringing along his girlfriend. It was remarkable considering that Lei Yu's father was a significant figure at the Jiangqing survival point. Why would he, a privileged heir, engage in such competitive pursuits? The Lei Yu he once knew had been an exceptionally diligent individual. Chapter 423, Returning to the Strategic Reserve, The Paradox of Time and Space. Xiaoyang's heart stirred at the revelation. He smiled and replied, "Of course, that's no problem. I can prepare it for you right away." With that, he retrieved paper and a pen from his dimensional space, realizing it would be inconvenient to write. He decided to conjure a table from the space and placed it on the snow. Then he bent down and began to write swiftly. In reality, he had already contacted the adorable Liang, which was hovering high above, ready for any necessary communication. Chapter 424, Irrefutable Evidence. No room for blame. After more than half an hour, Xiaoyang drove his off-road vehicle back to Xingho City. His vehicle bore a special pass, allowing him unhindered access to the Military Management Committee's courtyard. The sentry promptly reported to Secretary Lu Weiguang that as soon as Xiaoyang's vehicle halted in front of the building, he saw Lu Weiguang hurrying towards him. "General Xia," Lu Weiguang saluted. Xiaoyang felt a touch uncomfortable. Although Lu Weiguang held the title of secretary, he was already in his 40s and bore the rank of colonel. Chapter 425, Everything Prepared. Upgrading the Liang. 20 minutes later, Xiaoyang found himself once again in Lei Ming's office. Aware of Xiaoyang's swift nature, Lei Ming was still taken aback to see him so soon after his round trip to the capital. Traveling in the current apocalyptic conditions was exceedingly difficult, yet Xiaoyang navigated it with remarkable ease and speed, surpassing even pre-apocalypse air travel, evoking envy. With a smile, Xiaoyang handed Lei Ming a piece of paper inscribed with coordinates. Chapter 426, Upgrade, 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 System. I wish to upgrade the mobile survival base, Liang. Xiaoyang communicated with the system mentally. The emotionless mechanical voice responded in his mind. Host, do you confirm the upgrade of the mobile survival base from level B to level A? Confirmed, Xiaoyang replied without hesitation. Upgrade requirements: 100,000 contribution points, various raw materials. The system coldly stated, contribution points have been deducted, remaining 1597 contribution points. Please provide the raw materials as per the list promptly. Chapter 427, Level A Warship. The first step in a deep space after the upgrade, the Liang exuded an imposing presence, so much so that Xiaoyang momentarily forgot to disembark, simply gazing dreamily out of the survival pod's window for quite some time. Regaining his senses, he quickly donned his winter coat and opened the survival pod's hatch. Leaping out, he jogged towards the Liang, which presented itself as a space warship over 100 meters long. Chapter 428, Takeoff, Destination. The stars in the sea. Xiaoyang's heart raced with excitement. Although flying aboard the Liang had become second nature to him, witnessing it transformed into a 100-meter-long spacecraft was a novel experience. As Meng Meng's voice faded, the Liang ascended gracefully. The massive vessel felt weightless, as if gravity had vanished, effortlessly lifting off from the snowy ground. Xiaoyang barely felt any vibrations, had it not been for the view visible through the windshield. He might have thought he was still on solid ground. Chapter 429, Space Rescue Mission. Meng Meng exclaimed excitedly. All right, just hold on tight. Xiaoyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where did you learn that accent? Beside him, Limu and Xia Lin stifled their laughter. The Liang's ascent was as smooth as ever. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of exhilaration as he sat in the captain's chair. His gaze directed towards the sky above. Limu and Xia Lin leaned curiously against the window, peering outside. However, they soon returned to their seats, as the Liang's rapid ascent induced a slight dizziness. Chapter 430, Warning, Unknown Flying Object Approaching Abnormally. As the Liang spacecraft ascended to the same orbital layer as the space station and commenced its pursuit from behind, the three astronauts aboard the Doomsday space station had just concluded their meal, unaware that Liang was already on its way to bring them home. After consuming the remaining provisions within the station, Li Mushi, accompanied by her two comrades, began to methodically execute the final preparations for evacuation. Adhering to the emergency evacuation protocol, data designated for deletion was to be thoroughly eradicated, and even certain experimental equipment required specialized handling to ensure it would not fall into the hands of foreign nations. Chapter 431. Liang, forever trustworthy. The brilliance of a radiant light was overwhelming, prompting Li Mushi to instinctively turn her gaze towards the opposite porthole. What she beheld next would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. As she turned, she witnessed the light striking a damaged artificial satellite in the vast darkness of space. The dazzling luminescence erupted in all directions, effectively vaporizing the satellite in the vacuum of space. Where no medium exists to transmit sound, the spectacle unfolded before her like a meticulously crafted silent film, akin to resplendent fireworks illuminating the void. Chapter 432. Pursuit, Docking, a grand chapter of 4,300 words. Merged into one, that upon hearing her cousin Li Mushi's voice, Li Muyu could not suppress a flicker of joy on her face. However, before she could extend her hand, Xiang had already taken hold of the communicator. Addressing Li Muyu, Muyu, let us catch up with Mushi after we bring her over. The space station is at risk of danger at any moment. We must prioritize the rescue. Li Muyu nodded, containing her excitement. Only then did Xiang lift the communicator to announce, Doomsday, this is Liang. We are positioned approximately 10 kilometers behind you, expecting to reach the docking point at a relative distance of 20 meters in 5 minutes. Chapter 433. Extreme Operations merged into one, 4,300 words. The space within the small transport spacecraft was exceedingly cramped, with a shuttle-like structure comprising merely 2 rows of seats, 2 per row. Fortunately, the extravehicular suit that Xiang had exchanged from the system was remarkably lightweight. Otherwise, the bulky suits used in the Summer Kingdom space station would have rendered entry into the spacecraft impossible. This small transport vessel primarily facilitated the transfer of personnel between vast space warships. As direct docking between such colossal vessels was impractical, it served a purpose akin to a ferry navigating the seas. Chapter 434. A Triumphant Convergence. The side of the small transport spacecraft aligned with the number 1 docking interface of the Doomsday space station. Subsequently, a cylindrical connection apparatus extended from around the spacecraft's hatch, gradually reaching towards the number 1 docking interface. In reality, this was not the standard docking procedure for the small transport vessel. The flexible connection apparatus was employed in emergency situations. The sole reason for this unorthodox docking method was the incompatibility between the docking standards of the Summer Kingdom space station and those of the small transport vessel. Chapter 435. Successful Rescue. Why not bring the entire space station back? Xiang, at this moment, also opened the visor of his spacesuit, smiling and waving his hand. Mushi, let us not dwell on pleasantries. The situation at the space station could become precarious at any moment. We must expedite the transfer. The way Xiang addressed Li Mushi caught her slightly off guard. Nevertheless, being a professionally trained astronaut, she was acutely aware that this was not the time for idle chatter. Promptly responding, we are fully prepared for evacuation and can depart at any moment. Xiang nodded and inquired, is there anything you need to take with you? Chapter 436. A Spacecraft Beyond Imagination. The dreams of astronauts realized that Li Mushi and her companions were engulfed in profound astonishment at this juncture. Both the space station and the Liang had exited the illuminated zone, enveloped by a shroud of darkness. The immense hull of Liang, adorned with a myriad of blinking lights, appeared even more conspicuous. It took Li Mushi a moment to utter a word, as the psychological impact was overwhelmingly intense. Others may not have felt such a profound shock. But for the 3 professional astronauts, they were acutely aware of the advancements in the aerospace technology of the Summer Kingdom and the entire Blue Planet. Chapter 437. A Sisterly Reunion. Xiang takes charge of the space station. Xiang cheerfully remarked, I know, big sister. Upon saying this, he turned and exited the room. Li Mushi was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by this form of address, but she soon broke into a smile. It was clear that Xiang was a capable individual, Events occurring on the Blue Planet, including those involving superhumans, had been partially communicated to them by the Ground Command Center. Thus, Li Muxi had a degree of understanding. The display of spatial abilities by Xiang had already left her in astonished disbelief. Chapter 438. Spacewalk, T-900 Medical Pod. Despite Li Muyu's unwavering confidence in Xiang, witnessing him venture alone in an extravehicular suit towards the space station caused her heart to clench with anxiety. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, her gaze fixed on Xiang's ever-diminishing figure. Li Muxi's feelings were even more profound. During her year-long assignment, she had conducted extravehicular activities 3 times. She vividly recalled the overwhelming fear that gripped her during her first outing into the cosmic void. Chapter 439. Packing, soaking, cooking. No problem. Happy to assist. Ming cheerfully responded. Xiang reminded her, remember to adjust the gravity to 1/4 along the route to the medical room. The same goes for inside the medical room. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Xiang nodded, then approached the door to Li Muxi's room and knocked. The 3 women were engrossed in lively conversation. Xiaolin looked up at the door with a smile, saying, Yang is here. We were just talking about you. Chapter 440. A lavish welcome feast. What did they see on the day the apocalypse descended? After finishing his conversation, Xiang exited the examination room. And Xin Yufei naturally followed him out to bring an L when Xiang settled into the waiting area outside. He noticed Li Muyu and Xiaolin accompanying Li Muxi as they exited. He quickly stood to greet them. Muxi, how do you feel? Li Muxi's complexion appeared noticeably healthier, and her steps were no longer unsteady. She smiled and remarked, this medical pod is truly remarkable. It feels as though I've had a refreshing sleep. Awakening full of vitality. Chapter 441. The Resurrection of Armageddon. A mysterious mutation. Li Muxi pondered for a moment before speaking. That day, I happened to be on duty in the core module. To be honest, I didn't notice anything unusual at the time. The space station was hardly affected, as we seldom gaze out the portholes while working. However, our space station's cameras recorded the events, and the alarm system responded. I recall that the space station was precisely passing over our summer kingdom at that time. With that, Li Muxi retrieved a small storage card from her worksuit's pocket and handed it to Xiang. Continuing. This contains the data from that incident. Chapter 442. Space Movement. Space Sign Dash and Li Muxi was also unaware of the situation on the Blue Planet following the mutation of the Beastmen. Thus she spoke as if it were a matter of course. Yes. It has been intermittent, and over time, Brother He's periods of lucidity grew shorter. Eventually, he personally issued an order for us to grant him release. As she spoke, Li Muxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Muyu gently patted Li Muxi's back to offer comfort. After regaining her composure, Li Muxi continued. After Brother He's sacrifice, Zhao Qihong quickly exhibited symptoms as well, but at that time. Chapter 443. Training Simulation Pod. Congratulations, host. You have received a special item. One N86 model first-generation training simulator. Upon seeing the notification, Xiang instinctively glanced at his system inventory, discovering an icon for the simulator had appeared. The simulator resembled a semi-reclining massage chair, albeit with a closed hatch above. Given the late hour, Xiang did not wish to disturb Li Muyu's rest, so he refrained from immediately extracting the N86 simulator, opting instead to review its description document. Chapter 444. Is it really weak? Ming holds a differing opinion. To speak candidly, a ranking of over 850,000 has deeply disheartened Xiang. Moreover, this is not real-time data. It merely reflects a ranking derived from a backup of the database, the specific timestamp of which remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is evident that after the backup point, the ranking data can only regress rather than progress. As the passage of time will inevitably introduce more training results into the database, while the historical training achievements will remain unchanged. In Chapter 445, Xiang, having made up his mind, gazes cheerfully at Li Muxi and inquires. Sister Muxi, I've heard that all astronauts are former fighter pilots, chosen from the best of the best. Li Muxi pauses momentarily before responding. That was indeed the case in the early days, but there are female astronauts who come from transport aircraft backgrounds. However, they are all pilots. Yet as launches became more routine and missions diversified, the professional requirements for astronauts began to expand beyond mere pilots. As she speaks, Li Muxi takes a brief pause, smiling. In Chapter 446. Xiang jovially gestures toward Xin Yufei, saying, Sister Muxi, Brother Xin has been eagerly watching for quite some time. He deserves a chance to experience it first. All right then, Li Muxi concedes with a hint of regret. But I must have a few more turns after this. No problem. Sheyang replies, let's first allow Brother Shen to have his experience. Shen Yufei, filled with anticipation, quickly steps forward, entering the simulation chamber while asking, Sister, is this simulation chamber truly so extraordinary? I see no control mechanisms inside. How exactly does it simulate? In Chapter 447, Li Muxi and her companions halt in unison, their faces reflecting surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated Sheyang to suddenly extend an olive branch. Nor were they mentally prepared for such a proposition. Most importantly, they have long been entrenched within the system, especially Li Muxi and Shen Yufei, who are military personnel, ingrained with a mindset of obedience to orders and commands, never once considering the notion of breaking free from the system. Thus, the option to join the Liang spacecraft had never crossed their minds. That I end Chapter 448 as the Liang spacecraft lands steadily in the snow. Li Muxi and her companions remain in a state of shock, still reeling from the experience. The entire landing process was so smooth that even the cup of water placed on the table by Li Muxi did not tremble in the slightest. It was remarkably smoother than a conventional aircraft landing. Had they truly returned from space to Blue Star in such a manner? Would that not make space travel accessible to the average person? If humanity possessed technology like that of the Liang spacecraft, space travel would indeed become as leisurely as a simple journey. That I end Chapter 449, witnessing Lei Ming's formality in delivering a welcome speech. Sheyang cannot help but stifle a laugh. That I end contrast, Li Muxi and her companions, being renowned astronauts, are accustomed to grand occasions. That it is noteworthy that during their expeditions, they were sent off by generals. Thus, the trio responds gracefully, expressing their gratitude for Lei Ming's welcome. Subsequently, Lei Ming introduces the members of the Military Management Committee to them before ushering Sheyang and his companions into the small building, leading them directly to Lei Ming's office. In Chapter 450, upon seeing Lei Ming's demeanor, Sheyang cannot resist chuckling. What's the matter? It appears that Xiaoyu has been giving you quite a bit of trouble. Trouble is an understatement, Lei Ming sighs. It's been an absolute headache. Do tell me about it. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Sheyang replies with a smile. His friendship with Lei Yu dates back to their previous lives, making him genuinely concerned about Lei Yu's situation. Furthermore, through their past interactions, Sheyang is well aware of Lei Yu's character and values. That I end Chapter 451. After everyone has boarded the vehicle, Sheyang skillfully drives to the row house belonging to Li Muyu. Li Muxi, having seen her fair share of the world, recognizes that astronauts enjoy a high level of treatment in the capital space city, particularly regarding security, which is akin to that of top officials. Thus, she is not overly astonished by the modest villa. However, primarily due to her limited understanding of the apocalypse, she lacks a direct sense of its implications. That Li Muyu warmly welcomes Li Muxi into the villa, while Sheyang chuckles as he changes his shoes, saying, Today marks a family reunion. I end Chapter 452. Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin exchange glances, exhibiting no signs of surprise. This is largely because Sheyang had already briefed them beforehand, and they had previously visited Sheyang's Doomsday safety fortress. During that visit, Sheyang had personally informed them of possessing an aircraft that could be upgraded to conduct rescue operations in near-Earth orbit. However, during Sheyang's recent journey to space, neither Li Chaoyang nor Fang Wenxin were present. Just a few days prior, Li Muyu had mentioned that she would accompany Sheyang on an outing, leading them to believe he was merely continuing his efforts to gather resources for upgrading the aircraft. In Chapter 453, in the heart of the capital, an elderly gentleman in his 60s with a head of gray hair sits behind a desk, exuding an aura of authority that feels almost suffocating. This is the result of years spent in high positions. He dons reading glasses, meticulously reviewing 2 highly confidential telegrams from Jiangcheng. Initially, his expression remains as placid as a still lake, but gradually, a subtle glimmer of joy appears in his eyes. In Chapter 454, while Sheyang and his companions remain oblivious to the significant meeting being convened in the capital, they gather in a warm dining room, indulging in a lavish feast. Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin are equally delighted, with Fang Wenxin even allowing Li Chaoyang to indulge a bit more than usual. Sheyang becomes the primary recipient of toasts, while Li Muxi, having served in the military for nearly 2 decades, stands her ground, displaying the resilience of a woman who does not yield to men. Shen Yufei similarly brings his military demeanor to the dining table, In Chapter 455, Lei Ming cheerfully remarks, "The old commander is a battle-hardened veteran. A true man of steel. How else could he swiftly regain control over the national situation amidst such a crisis? It is undeniable that the current stability of our nation is intricately tied to the heroic sacrifices of frontline soldiers and ability users. Yet without the old commander's steady leadership, maintaining such a situation would have been impossible." Shi Yang nods in agreement, aware of Zhao Ruishan's reputation, that in truth, it is rare for anyone in the nation to be unfamiliar with his name. In Chapter 456, although upon boarding, Zhao Ruishan's secretary, one Xueping, personally informs the pilots that the entire flight will be escorted by fighter jets, the elite crew is still taken aback upon witnessing the spacecraft, which Sheyang has named Thunder God. Captain Liu Zhonglin is the first to regain his composure, signaling to the co-pilot, Gui Yubin, responsible for communications. Gui Yubin, realizing the moment, quickly adjusts the radio to the emergency frequency and states, 2851 received. Thank you, comrades. In Chapter 457, Lei Ming hesitates momentarily before stating, "Old Commander, I took the liberty of arranging the fighter jet escort without prior consultation with you. After discussing it with Xiao Xiao privately, I reported it to you afterward. I fully expect your reprimand." Zhao Ruishan shoots Lei Ming a glance, saying, "You, my friend, have a penchant for doing this, don't you? Back during the major troop redeployment, your regiment took the opportunity to give those troublemakers a good thrashing. Reporting it only after the fact that I still remember those days when my hotline rang incessantly, with the troublemakers whining like scorned spouses, claiming you lack martial ethics." In Chapter 458, Lei Ming continues, "As for the rescue mission for the astronauts, it is not a matter of me seeking glory. If others had the capability to venture into space, I would be the first to welcome them. Our astronauts are in dire peril in space. I cannot simply stand by for the sake of pride. Moreover, Xiao Xia is a determined individual. I merely play a supportive role in coordinating efforts. Even if I chose not to act, I could not prevent him from undertaking the rescue." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Zhao Ruishan inquires with interest. Among the three astronauts, Li Mushi is Xiao Xia's sister-in-law. Lei Ming replies. Chapter 459. High-level confidential discussion. Xiaoyang made his way to the reception area and settled onto the sofa opposite Zhao Ruishan. Zhao Ruishan was meticulously preparing tea, and Xiaoyang quietly observed him for a few moments. The elderly gentleman before him was someone Xiaoyang had frequently seen on television, but encountering him in person conveyed a commanding presence that was far more intense than what was portrayed on screen. There was not a hint of supernatural energy emanating from Zhao Ruishan, and Xiaoyang was acutely aware that he could easily incapacitate the man with just a finger. Yet, this seemingly frail individual exuded an aura of authority that was undeniable. Chapter 460. Ambition of the Wolf. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by the statement. Should he feign ignorance or acknowledge his prior knowledge? He was indeed aware of this information, having been informed by Lei Ming. However, it was evidently a matter of some confidentiality, and admitting prior awareness might inadvertently betray Uncle Lei. Noticing Xiaoyang's inner turmoil, Zhao Ruishan chuckled warmly. "Comrade Xia, there's no need for concern. Little Lei mentioned this to you previously. Correct? That was at my behest." Xiaoyang sighed in relief at last. Chapter 461. Xiaoyang's esteemed reputation. Lu Weiguang, upon witnessing the scene, was equally astonished that as soon as he saw Xiaoyang retrieve the space station, he approached him and exclaimed, "General Xia, your spatial abilities are truly remarkable. To be able to accommodate such a colossal space station within your grasp is astounding. If utilized on the battlefield, it could effortlessly transport heavy weaponry to the front lines." Xiaoyang could not help but smile wryly. In the eyes of many, whether in his previous life or the present, the primary function of spatial abilities was merely to facilitate the transportation of goods. Chapter 462. A day of serenity in the safe haven of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Xiaoyang, Xiaolin, and Li Muyu enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. They lounged lazily on the living room sofa, casually selecting a show to watch. Indeed, having a safe, spacious, comfortable, and warm abode, free from concerns of food and shelter, while enjoying the conveniences of modern furnishings and appliances, was akin to living a celestial existence for over 99% of the surviving humanity. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon slipped away in tranquility. Just after finishing dinner, Li Muyu's super smartphone chimed. Chapter 463. Unexpected intelligence, Xia Yang glanced at the still slumbering Li Muyu and quietly rose from the bed, making his way to the adjoining study. There, he retrieved the multifunctional tactical glasses from the dimensional space and spoke, "Connect me." "Sure, please hold on." Moments later, Lei Ming's voice echoed through the earpiece. "Xiao Xia, have I disturbed your rest?" Xia Yang smiled and replied, "I was just getting ready to rise." "What urgent matter does Uncle Lei have for me this early?" "There are two matters I need to discuss with you," Lei Ming stated. The first is rather pressing. Chapter 464. An unconventional gift at the entrance of Lei Ming's office. Xia Yang greeted the secretary, Lu Weiguang, before knocking on the door. Xia Yang had never required an announcement when visiting Lei Ming. "Come in," the resounding voice of Lei Ming called from within. Xia Yang pushed the door open and entered, smiling. "Uncle Lei, I have arrived." It was then that he noticed another individual seated across from Lei Ming's desk, who immediately stood upon hearing the commotion. Chapter 465. A return to space. Xia Yang cheerfully remarked, "It's nothing of great importance, just a request to borrow a couple of people." Upon hearing this, Lei Ming instantly understood, laughing heartily. "You mean Li Mu Shi and Xin Yu Fei, right?" Xia Yang nodded. "Indeed. This task from old Zhao is quite significant, and I fear I may not accomplish it alone. The two astronauts should be on standby for inquiries from the working group, but I would like to borrow them for a day, which requires your assistance." "Uncle Lei." Lei Ming laughed heartily. "Alone is alone. But do remember to return the favor. Let us not have a Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou situation." Chapter 466. Clearing the debris. Ming Ming, please project the materials I retrieved this morning, Xia Yang instructed. "Okay." Ming Ming replied that a beam of light illuminated the room, revealing a holographic projection of the blue planet, now a desolate white sphere, clearly transformed since the onset of the apocalypse. Xia Yang raised an eyebrow at the sight. His intention was to have Ming Ming project the intelligence documents he had brought back from the capital, but the content she displayed was somewhat different from his expectations. Nevertheless, Xia Yang quickly recognized the significance of this revelation. Chapter 467. A series of events. Spacewalk with the spouse. Although Ming Ming assessed that this device posed minimal danger, should it detonate inside the solar flare, it would still create considerable trouble. Who could ascertain its condition after remaining in orbit for such an extended period without supervision? Departing the cockpit, Xia Yang took the elevator to the top level, arriving at the airlock door, which had completed the pressurization process. With a command, the inner hatch of the airlock swung open, revealing the graphite bomb launcher, quietly resting within. Chapter 468. A triumphant commencement. No problem. But Yang, please take precautions. The solar flare is currently in an acceleration phase, so ensure you are safeguarded when exiting to avoid any hazards, Ming Ming cautioned. Understood, Xia Yang replied with a smile. Typically, when a spacecraft is in normal orbital flight, it maintains a constant speed, allowing astronauts to move in tandem with the vehicle. For someone like Xia Yang, donning a self-propelling spacesuit, the risk of being flung away by the spacecraft was negligible. However, given that the solar flare was accelerating, he needed to ensure safety measures were in place upon exiting. Chapter 469. A fortuitous turn. Li Muyu removed her helmet, slightly adjusting her hair, and exclaimed with excitement, "The sensation of walking in space is absolutely marvelous. Seriously, all of you should experience it." Xia Yang chuckled. "Our next target remains the blue one, sister. Please prepare to accompany me outside shortly." "Absolutely," Xia Lin responded eagerly. Without hesitation, Xia Yang retrieved a new extravehicular spacesuit from the dimensional space and handed it to Xia Lin that he had purchased 4 suits directly from the system store, as they would be needed in the foreseeable future. Chapter 470. A critical moment. A game of thrill. Xia Yang was momentarily taken aback that a spacecraft, actively approaching the missile launch platform and emitting signals. Could it be extraterrestrial? Fortunately, Xia Yang reacted swiftly. He did not hastily order Ming Ming to initiate an emergency evacuation, but decisively instructed, "Hold off for now. Activate the cloaking system entirely." Understood. Cloaking system engaged. Ming Ming responded urgently, "But Yang, the launch platform has received an unknown signal and could launch at any moment." Chapter 471. Silent yet dazzling. Over 100 kilometers away from the solar flare, a vessel descended rapidly towards the blue planet. This craft, more accurately termed a spaceplane, possessed an aerodynamic design akin to that of an aircraft, allowing it to glide down onto the runway without the need for parachutes upon entering the blue planet's atmosphere. The exterior of this spaceplane was dull gray, devoid of any insignia or markings indicative of its identity. Inside the cockpit at the front of the spaceplane sat 3 astronauts, clad in cumbersome spacesuits. Chapter 472. A band of madman laughter and joy filled the cockpit of the solar flare as the crew marveled at the beauty of the cosmos while gradually descending towards the blue planet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blue planet, in a secret underground command center in Houston, USA, an atmosphere of despair loomed. "Doomsday! Doomsday! Respond if you hear me." The calls echoed repeatedly, yet silence reigned within the earpiece. A white-haired man adorned with the insignia of a general wore a grim expression, his cigarette hanging limply from his fingers. Chapter 473. Abundant surprises in the kitchen. Lu Weiguang and the veteran chef watched in awe as Xia Yang conjured an array of exquisite dishes, alongside crates of beverages and drinks, unable to suppress their astonishment. Though Lu Weiguang was already aware of Xia Yang's dimensional abilities, witnessing such a delectable spread in the midst of the apocalypse was still enough to make his mouth water. He secretly admired his boss, recognizing that having a friend like Xia Yang was indeed a boon in this new world. What held the most value? Naturally, it was essential supplies, especially food. Chapter 474. A gathering of influencers. Reporting in person, all right. Xia Yang replied cheerfully to AT that moment. Li Muxi and Xin Yufei approached, offering their congratulations before presenting a porcelain vial to Lei Yu. "What is this, Xiao Li Xiaoshen?" Lei Ming inquired. Li Muxi smiled. "General Lei, this is a small token from Shun and me. This energy pill is refined from the essence of source beast blood, providing significant benefits to both ability users and ordinary individuals." Subsequently, Li Muxi reiterated the effects and precautions of taking the energy pills. Of course. Chapter 475. Forceful deterrence in the Military Administration Committee's small auditorium banquet hall. The wedding officially commenced with the entrance of the newlyweds. Lei Ming's secretary, Lu Weiguang, took on the role of the wedding host. The ceremony was kept relatively simple, notably devoid of any Western wedding elements that might render it awkward. Ito Sakura, intertwined with Lei Yu's arm, wore a gentle smile of happiness as they stepped onto the stage. Lu Weiguang briefly introduced the identities of the bride and groom. Those present at the wedding were all prominent figures within the survival points, as well as those working in the capital. Chapter 476. Late-night conversations after the wedding concluded. Zhao Ruishan invited Xia Yang for a more in-depth discussion. Thus, Xia Yang suggested that Li Muyu and Xia Lin return to the townhouses for the night to rest. Naturally, Li Muxi would also stay at Li Muyu's home, as the townhouse had ample rooms to accommodate additional guests. Xin Yufei returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings, for he would be moving to the Liangno one tomorrow. Within the townhouse, the 3 young women huddled together on a bed, engaging in casual conversation, feeling a twinge of envy over the day's wedding. Although the ceremony was not particularly grand, it still left an impression. Chapter 477. A profound lesson. Zhao Ruishan wore a faint smile and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. "Very well. I shall take the lead this time, and young Shun and young Li will remain here with you. As for the paperwork, I will have my team handle it once I return to the capital. However, do consult their opinions as well, considering their families are in the capital and they have not seen each other for quite some time." Xia Yang replied cheerfully. "Thank you, Zhao Lao. I appreciate it on their behalf. Their intentions are quite clear, otherwise I wouldn't have persistently mentioned the matter of their transfer." Chapter 478. Timely arrival after more than 2 hours of flight. The military transport plane landed smoothly at the western suburbs airport of the capital. Overall, the journey was relatively uneventful, aside from a few bouts of turbulence. Ever since the arrival of extreme cold weather, the high-altitude air currents had become highly unstable, and most navigation stations and radar equipment along the route had ceased operations, rendering flying a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, the military transport plane boasted excellent performance, complemented by a highly skilled crew. Thus, they managed to handle the sudden turbulence adeptly. Chapter 479. Underground Command Center. The 3 astronauts aboard the space shuttle, engaged in pre-launch preparations, had no time to react and were instantly obliterated. The Liang No. 1 hovered a kilometer above, as everyone calmly watched the launch site below transform into a sea of flames. The violent shockwave from the explosion utterly annihilated the secret launch facility, buried deep underground. This heavy-lift rocket, during its ascent, needed to overcome the gravitational pull of Blue Star and accelerate to the first cosmic velocity in the shortest time possible, consuming vast amounts of fuel in the process. Chapter 480, One-Sided Suppression, Major Discovery. The Underground Command and Control Center was in utter chaos. This was a covert space launch center established by the United States before the apocalypse, equipped with highly advanced facilities, including comprehensive living amenities and communication devices, alongside a complete defensive system. Moreover, 2 advanced missile defense systems were installed in the vicinity. However, today, 2 strangely shaped fighter jets appeared unexpectedly, despite the external cameras capturing their images. The defense systems failed to lock onto the targets, rendering America's proud missile defense system ineffective. Chapter 481. The Truth Revealed. General Brownlee's true identity. Due to his trust in Meng Meng, Xiaoyang did not hesitate to seize the communicator and commanded. Thunder God 1, Thunder God 2, abort the attack. Repeat, temporarily cancel the attack. Li Muxi and Xin Yufei were on the verge of pressing the bombing button when they received Xia Yang's order. Their fingers swiftly withdrew from the buttons, and they maneuvered the fighter jets upward, retreating from the bombing trajectory. As soldiers, their ingrained sense of obedience meant they would never question or inquire about the rationale behind such commands. Chapter 482. Cutting off retreats. Trapping prey. Xia Yang's colossal mech rampaged through the underground complex, though he did not deliberately target the fleeing ordinary soldiers and researchers. Meng Meng had just sent the location of Brownlee to the mech's intelligence system, so Xia Yang's objective was clear. He was heading straight for Brownlee. However, just as the mech's small intelligence system had plotted a route based on the previously scanned terrain map, Meng Meng's urgent voice crackled through Xia Yang's earpiece. Yang, there's some bad news. We've just discovered that Brownlee's Hornet reconnaissance drone has gone offline. Chapter 483. Slaying the parasite. The fiery warrior was engulfed in flames, his flesh charred, with several wounds deep enough to expose bone, likely from the crash and roll of the off-road vehicle. Under the scorching flames, Brownlee's appearance had been utterly transformed. Logically, such severe injuries and burns would have rendered him lifeless on the spot, much like the 2 individuals seated in front of him. Yet, this person who should have been dead managed to crawl out of the vehicle. Furthermore, from the last footage transmitted by the Hornet drone, he seemed to be moving with great effort. Chapter 484. Contribution points for recovery. Blind box gift. Neurotoxin bullets incessantly penetrated Brownlee's battered body, but he likely realized his fate was sealed. Hence he refrained from futile struggles. Merely lying on the ground, gasping for breath, a strange smile etched upon his face. Hey, what are you afraid of? Are you too scared to come any closer? Coward. Brownlee wheezed, his voice trembling, probably due to the excruciating pain inflicted by the neurotoxin. Xia Yang remained unfazed. Regardless of whether the opponent was attempting to provoke him, it had no effect. Chapter 485. Fulfilling promises. Returning to the capital to fetch someone. Report. Captain, we have completed the bombing mission. Li Muxi exclaimed excitedly. Xia Yang smiled and replied, Well done. Thank you, Muxi. Xinge, please take a seat and rest for a bit. Xiao Lin and Li Muyu approached, taking hold of Li Muxi's hand to inquire about her experience piloting the space fighter in actual combat. Xin Yufei, demonstrating keen insight, went to fetch 2 cups of water, offering one to Li Muxi. Meanwhile, Xia Yang remained at the captain's position, attentively monitoring the information displayed on the large screen. Chapter 486. Arriving in the capital Xingzhou. Panting said, I won't go in. I'm here to find someone to AT that moment. His eyes landed on Li Zhaowen and his wife in the living room, as well as Xin Yufei's family, that he let out a sigh of relief and quickly exclaimed, Uncle Li, you guys are really here. I was searching high and low for you. Li Zhaowen stood up in surprise, looking at Sheng Zhou and asking, Director Sheng, are you looking for me? Indeed, Sheng Zhou replied. You should hurry back home. And to Xiao Xin's family, you all ought to return as well. Chapter 487. Heightened attention. The brave command vehicle smoothly entered the grand courtyard adorned with red walls and green tiles. Xia Yang experienced a peculiar sensation. In his past life, he had been an ordinary programmer, and even after the apocalypse struck, he merely woke up to a stroke of luck, awakening spatial abilities, still just an ordinary D-level ability user, which meant he had no chance to step into this grand courtyard. Now, however, the actual owner of the courtyard had personally sent a secretary to escort him. The courtyard was remarkably tranquil. The snow on the paths had been meticulously cleared. The trees lining the road were bare, yet steadfast. Chapter 488. Heartfelt Conversations. What lies ahead? Xia Yang conversed with Zhao Ruishan for a long time within the courtyard, besides providing feedback on his recent trip to the United States. Zhao Ruishan also briefed him on the current situation in Xia country. After all, this place was the central hub. Following the early chaos, the various military forces had gradually re-established themselves, and communication across radio stations nationwide had become frequent, allowing the military committee to maintain a relatively timely grasp of the overall situation. According to Zhao Ruishan, the situation along the coastal regions was deteriorating rapidly, with the frozen seas having long since become a human no-man's land. Chapter 489. The Joy of Reunion. A journey that defies expectations. Li Xiaowen and Xiang Fangfang had been entirely focused on Li Muxi, only now realizing that their niece, whom they hadn't seen in years, was also present. Both were momentarily taken aback. Xiang Fangfang regained her composure and grasped Li Muyu's hand, exclaiming with delight, "Muyu, you're here too? We've been worried about you these days. Have you been in Jiang City all along?" Although the military committee notified the families of Li Muxi and Xin Yufei about their current situation through Aerospace City, the information conveyed via telegram naturally lacked detail and would not touch upon matters concerning Li Muyu. Chapter 490. Welcome to Jiangqing. Xin Yufei's son, Xin Yuxing, truly managed to wriggle free from his mother's embrace, taking tentative steps with his little legs in the snow. Xin Yufei's wife, Zhou Li, and his mother, Pan Shufan, hurriedly followed behind to ensure his safety, fearful that their little ancestor might tumble into the snow. Together, they ascended the gangway and entered the brightly lit, spring-like interior of the Liang ship. Although the lower deck primarily consisted of hangars and gymnasiums, upon their first entry into the Liang ship, Li Xiaowen and the others felt overwhelmed by the futuristic ambience, as every aspect, from the lighting to the layout and decor, exuded a sense of advanced technology. Chapter 491. Reunion Banquet. Welcome feast. Xia Yang quickly exclaimed, "Uncle Li, it must be Muyu and the others who have arrived." Having spoken, he hastened towards the door of his in-laws' residence, determined to present a proactive demeanor. Li Xiaoyang had been preoccupied with this matter as well, fidgeting on the sofa in the living room. So upon hearing Xia Yang, he immediately stood up and followed him to the entrance. As Xia Yang opened the door, they caught sight of an off-road vehicle driving into the courtyard of the row house. The two exchanged their shoes and promptly stepped outside. "Eldest brother, elder sister-in-law," Li Xiaoyang called out upon spotting them. Chapter 492. The best gift within Spark City. At the Lei family home, Lei Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and accompanied Xia Yang to the residence of his son and daughter-in-law. Upon seeing Xia Yang, Lei Ru and Ito Sakura expressed their surprise. The gratitude Xia Yang garnered from their family was immeasurable. In Japan, he had saved both Lei Ru and Ito Sakura, and upon returning to Huaxia, he had supported them tirelessly, enabling them to achieve their happy union. Otherwise, they might not have even overcome the hurdles posed by Lei Ming, let alone the ulterior motives of others regarding Ito Sakura. Chapter 493. Rest, Training, Improvement. This medical capsule was undoubtedly the best gift for the Lei family at present. Overjoyed, Lei Ming warmly invited Xia Yang to stay for lunch, but Xia Yang politely declined. He had been busy across various locations in recent days and, having finally found some leisure, wished to take a proper break. Xia Yang drove Lei Ming back to the Military Administration Committee compound. As Lei Ming alighted from the vehicle, Xia Yang presented him with a superphone, which he had previously acquired from the System Mall after defeating a parasitic beast in the United States. Chapter 494. Lei Ming's Promotion. Director Wang's request for help. Xia Yang answered the call on the superphone. "Uncle Lei," he greeted with a smile. Lei Ming's spirits seemed high, as he immediately responded with hearty laughter. Then inquired, "Xia, the security of this phone call should be quite good, right?" Xia Yang chuckled, "Of course. Even if your encrypted radio communications were compromised, our phone conversations would remain secure and unmonitored. Then I can rest assured and speak freely on the phone," Lei Ming replied. Chapter 495. A new task in space. Observing the reactions of Li Muxi and Li Muyu, Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself that hadn't they just become embroiled in the situation? After concluding the call, Xia Yang rested for a while in the room before returning to the lower deck. Xiao Lin was still diligently training in the simulation chamber. Xia Yang stood by, watching for a moment, and noted that his sister had indeed made significant progress. Although many details still appeared rather crude from his current perspective, with ample room for improvement, the difference compared to her initial attempts at this level was nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 496. Bringing along the in-laws. A first experience in space, Xia Yang invited Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin into the cockpit, given that they were Li Muyu's parents and Xia Yang's future in-laws. Their treatment was naturally distinct from that of ordinary guests. The Liang ship soared at high speeds 10,000 meters above sea level, although passengers did not perceive the speed as acutely while flying above the clouds. Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin remained in awe, particularly impressed by the cockpit's advanced technology, especially the holographic projection technology, which left them astounded. Occasionally, in cloudless areas, they could gaze through the portholes. Chapter 497. Releasing the probe, the instruments indicated that the Liang ship was continuously ascending. 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. In no time, the altitude approached 400 kilometers. Due to the anti-gravity engines adjusting their output power in real time according to gravitational conditions, once the Liang ship ascended to a certain speed, it essentially maintained a uniform ascent, providing a level of comfort that surpassed even that of standard commercial flights. Li Mushi stood behind Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin, smiling as she remarked, "Uncle, Aunt, when we were at the space station, it was essentially like this." Chapter 498. Space science experiment. After Xia Yang and Li Muyu changed out of their extravehicular spacesuits and returned to the cockpit, Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin finally relaxed their previously tense hearts. Li Xiaoyang exclaimed excitedly, "Xia Yang, Muyu, seeing you both in spacesuits performing a spacewalk is an image I could scarcely have dreamed of. Today's experience is simply extraordinary." Li Muyu replied with a grin. "Dad, it's just basic operations. In a safe environment, the safety of spacewalking is exceptionally high. We assured you that there's no need to worry." Chapter 499. A day in space. Xia Yang and Li Muyu exchanged glances. However, understanding her parents, Li Muyu knew that these two workaholics, despite their current excitement, would likely refuse to join them for a meal even if they were tied up. Thus, Li Muyu decisively nodded at Xia Yang. Consequently, Xia Yang announced, "All right, Uncle Li, please wait a moment. I'll be right down." The two descended in the elevator, and Xia Yang first went to the cockpit, where he saw Xin Yufei concluding his training and returning, prompting Xia Yang to ask him to stay and oversee the area while he took Li Mushi to the temporary experimental section on the next level. Chapter 500. Area 51. Under Xia Yang's radar, Xia Yang expressed keen interest, asking, "Did they indeed employ extraterrestrial technology in this chip? And you were somewhat familiar with it?" Meng Meng replied, "To be precise, the technology of this chip from the United States is actually quite outdated. Yet from the information we can gather, it seems they do not fully grasp this technology." "What do you mean?" Xia Yang inquired with curiosity. "The schematics for this chip contain a so-called black box area." Meng Meng explained, "There are two possibilities. One is that due to confidentiality, the data stored at the underground command center cannot." Chapter 501. Let us increase the difficulty. Not only did staying in the depressurized airlock become a routine for Xia Yang, but even the extravehicular activities had become second nature to him. He exuded a sense of ease, casually glancing around as he cheerfully asked Li Xiaoyang, "Uncle Li, are you feeling nervous?" "Not at all," Li Xiaoyang instinctively replied. However, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, visible through the helmet visor, betrayed him. Not acknowledging it, Xia Yang smiled. "After all, you are my future father-in-law." Chapter 502. Returning to the ground. Scheming against old me. Meanwhile, Fang Wenxin and the others had also relocated, as they could no longer see the duo through the airlock's porthole, with Li Xiaoyang and Xia Yang having flown quite far away. They moved aside to peer through a larger porthole, allowing them to observe the scene outside, watching Xia Yang and Li Xiaoyang floating in the void of space, over 80 meters from the Liang ship. Fang Wenxin felt her heart leap to her throat. Chapter 503. General Simpson with Xia Yang's explanations. Everyone learned that the ultimate goal of his journey to the United States was, in fact, the infamous Area 51. This revelation sparked excitement among them. Although Li Muyu and the others were unaware that Xia Yang's true aim was to uncover the secrets of extraterrestrial civilizations related to Area 51. The notion of causing trouble for the Americans delighted everyone. Xin Yufei, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Captain, I heard that Area 51 is located in the desert northwest of Las Vegas. Why don't we search directly in that region instead of opting for a more roundabout route? Chapter 504. To catch a tongue. First capture a tongue. The dilapidated, old structure was riddled with drafts, devoid of any signs of habitation. Despite being situated in a residential area, it appeared to have sustained significant damage during a natural disaster. And with the current population primarily concentrated in designated shelters, it had been left abandoned. This location was approximately 3 kilometers in a straight line from the building housing the emergency committee. Xiaoyang noted that the surrounding blocks seemed to consist of similarly aged buildings, with little evidence of human activity, likely a result of intentional clearance by the emergency committee. Chapter 505. General Peishi. Be cautious at this moment. Gil felt completely unburdened, directly stating, the 5th commissioner is named Peishi. She is a Caucasian woman, approximately in her 60s, who has served for an extended period in the Pacific Fleet before being transferred to the Department of Defense, where she oversees the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. After the advent of a frigid apocalypse, she was promoted to the rank of Major General, taking charge of military research institutions across the United States. Satisfied, Xiaoyang nodded and remarked, well done, continue. Jill, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, divulged all her knowledge regarding Peichi in one breath. Although her position was relatively low, Chapter 506, The Old Witch's Apocalypse, Shaylin immediately suggested, Yang this time. Let Mu Yu and I assist you in your operations. We are both capable of extraordinary abilities and can be of help. Li Mu Yu nodded in agreement, expressing her strong support. Meanwhile, Li Mu Shi and Xin Yufei felt somewhat disheartened. As ordinary individuals, their role in this operation would be limited to piloting a space fighter from the sidelines, and they would not be able to contribute significantly to the frontline actions. Xiaoyang smiled and said, according to the intelligence I possess, Peichi is not an extraordinary being. There is no need for such grand mobilization against an ordinary person. You will remain on the Liyang. Providing intelligence support. Chapter 507. Interrogating the Old Witch, the few aides of Peichi and the 2 surviving extraordinary beings, upon witnessing this scene, swiftly raised their weapons, prepared to fire at Xiang and Peichi hovering in the air. In fact, Peichi's personal bodyguards had an additional task, to be ready to eliminate Peichi should the enemy prove too formidable, for the secrets she held could cause significant losses to the emergency committee if she were captured alive. However, they were never given the opportunity to fire, as, just as Xiaoyang seized Peichi and ascended into the air like a chick, the space fighter hovering above the convoy sprang into action. Chapter 508. Area 51 Secret Research Facility. Xiaoyang directly contacted Meng Meng with his thoughts. Meng Meng confirmed this coordinate immediately. The Liyang will also navigate towards this coordinate. Understood. Meng Meng replied promptly. After Peichi finished speaking, she anxiously gazed at Xiaoyang, fearful that he might be displeased. The smile on Xiaoyang's face remained unchanged. Very well. If you had cooperated from the beginning, you wouldn't have to endure such physical suffering. Why put yourself through this? Peichi, on the verge of tears, replied, I merely denied it out of habit. Isn't that how interrogations usually go? You are lacking in martial ethics. Chapter 509. Accurate coordinates. Directly striking the dragoness lair. Xiang gently smiled, saying whether it helps or not is not your concern. Just reveal all that you know. Yes, yes. Peichi hurriedly responded. In 1942, the researchers at Area 51 discovered a special material in the wreckage of a spacecraft that exhibited certain regular changes when electrified. However, this research did not continue due to the technological limitations of the time. Many aspects were beyond our comprehension. Xiaoyang nodded slightly. In fact, the first electronic computer was born in 1946, which means that in 1942, there was not even a computer. Chapter 510, like a hot knife through butter, entering unchallenged territory. At this moment, Shaylin spoke up. Wait, if we leave, who will keep an eye on this old witch? We can't bring her along. Can we? Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Of course we must bring her along. She is at least familiar with the management of the research facility and can assist us in promptly identifying key targets. Moreover, this old witch will be under your responsibility. Me? Shaylin exclaimed in astonishment. You want me to watch her? Xiaoyang nodded. The small aircraft has only 2 seats, so I will act with Mu Yu, and you will take Peichi in the small aircraft. Once we open the passage, you can... Chapter 511, Self-Destruction Program, Altering Plans. I am not interested in your story with the neighbor, Old Wang. Xiaoyang stated, what I want to know right now is who controls the self-destruction program you mentioned. how it is activated, and under what conditions it will be triggered immediately. The United States is a nation of immigrants, and it is not surprising to encounter soldiers of various ethnicities within the military. Simultaneously, the United States is quite peculiar. While vocally opposing discrimination, it harbors deep-seated biases against minority groups, especially within the military, where various scandals abound, making it hardly surprising. Furthermore, The Neighbor, Chapter 512, Colonel George's Downfall, the open-top Jeep crashed heavily to the ground, sending the 5 soldiers aboard tumbling in disarray. Before they could regain their composure, 2 sharp blades of wind sliced through the air. Amidst the carnage, the 5 individuals had no time to scream before meeting their fate. The Vanguard team arrived promptly, but did not fire a single shot, nor did they have a chance to warn those behind them, as they were completely annihilated. Pei and John Song witnessed this entire scene, and any lingering thoughts they had were utterly extinguished. Chapter 513, Life Hanging by a Thread. To swiftly locate George's position, Sheyong handed the multifunctional tactical glasses to John Song. The Hummingbird drones released from the Liang had infiltrated every corner of this underground research facility. These drones are incredibly small and are difficult to detect, especially given that the facility's surveillance systems were disrupted. Meng continuously switched between different Hummingbird drones to relay video feeds, projecting them onto the visual screen of the multifunctional tactical glasses for John Song to identify. This method proved remarkably effective, as he switched through 7 or 8 feeds in succession. Chapter 514, An Interesting Old Man, Laboratory Number 6 is located deep within this underground research facility, and the guarding force is not particularly strong. Only 3 soldiers clad in camouflage stand watch at the entrance. It seems that the external defenses are more robust, and there is no need for a substantial presence of guards internally. Sheyong glanced at John Song and calmly said, "You handle those 3 guards." John Song was momentarily taken aback. Prior to this, Sheyong had only asked him to lead the way and identify George and Jeff, but had not instructed him to take action. However, John Song understood clearly that Sheyong intended for him to deal with the guards. Chapter 515, A Fruitless Endeavor. You have already infiltrated the main control computer of the research facility. Jeff displayed a hint of surprise, realizing that they had indeed come prepared. Sheyong smiled faintly, saying, "Professor Jeff, I did not expect you to use idioms. It seems your command of the summer language is not merely proficient. However, I do not have time to discuss this now. I hope you can tell me where the wreckage of the extraterrestrial spacecraft is stored. I know you are a very pure scholar, and I do not wish to resort to violent means against you. No. Jeff remained composed. "Young man, a dear old friend of mine once." Chapter 516, A Costly Mistake. Sheyong glanced at the heavy silver alloy door and then back at the surroundings. Though the small aircraft had activated its cloaking system, the enemy identification system of the multifunctional tactical glasses was operational, allowing Sheyong to see the small aircraft. He even exchanged a glance with Shaylin, who was piloting it. Then, Sheyong, somewhat puzzled, looked at the eerily quiet passage and asked, "Professor Jeff, such an important place, and yet there are no guards stationed. This seems rather unreasonable." Jeff smiled. Chapter 517, Spacecraft Wreckage. Chris finally began to understand the torment experienced by his former adversaries. He felt as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing his skull, a pain that was virtually indescribable. In reality, Sheyong's psychic combat technique served as a trigger, while Chris's full exertion of his extraordinary abilities acted like an extremely unstable powder keg, with the trigger igniting the explosive within. The immense pressure and pain Chris was enduring primarily stemmed from his own extraordinary energy. The most terrifying aspect was that this extraordinary energy was. Chapter 518, Good News, Bad News. All right, feel free to look. Jeff said hastily. In truth, the snippets of information Sheyong had previously revealed were enough to pique Jeff's intense interest. The primary reason he was willing to betray his country and cooperate with Sheyong was that he understood all too well the futility of his resistance. Additionally, he was plagued by numerous questions. If the mysteries surrounding the extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage could be unraveled, it would be worth it even if he could no longer remain at the military research facility. Sheyong smiled and said, "Not only do I wish to see it, but I may very well take it all away." Chapter 519, Triumph. Regarding Jeff's request, Sheyong had long anticipated this. He smiled faintly and did not rush to respond. Meanwhile, Shaylin, unable to contain herself, remarked, "Why are you only thinking of the good things? If you return to the Summer Kingdom with us, What can you do for us? What value can you provide? Jeff quickly interjected. I can continue my research. My scientific capabilities are still quite strong. Otherwise, the United States would not have allowed me to lead the Area 51 research facility. In fact, many groundbreaking technologies in aerospace have been developed by my team. Chapter 520. A humble approach, a multitude of hummingbird drones, deployed from the Liang vessel, has effectively mapped out the topographical layout of this underground research facility. With the additional data she procured from the main control server, Mingming has gained an intimate understanding of the premises. Consequently, she swiftly identified a specific location, one that is structurally vulnerable within the facility, situated a mere 100 meters from the storage room, where Xiaoyang is located. By directing the spacecraft patrolling above to strike this spot, a direct passage to the ground can be established. Chapter 521. Mingming's strategy, talent delivery, to Laming eagerly inquired. Xiaoxiang, you mentioned there is another Esper. Correct. Xiaoyang scoffed. He is merely a D-class wind-type Esper, rather feeble and hardly noteworthy. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Laming replied, somewhat forlornly, Xiaoyang. Is this how you express politeness? Xiaoyang paused, then chuckled. Uncle Lei, please do not misinterpret. My point is that while this John Song may be an Esper, his value cannot possibly compare to that of Professor Jeff. Chapter 522. Delivery at your doorstep at the northern gate of Jiangqing's survival point. Two vehicles approached swiftly from the inner city, coming to a steady halt in the open space beyond the gate. The first was a military commander's standard-issue Hummer, followed by another camouflage-painted off-road vehicle. Inside the Hummer sat two individuals. One was Laming, while the other was Wang Ming, the director of the Aerospace Control Center. Wang Ming had not left Jiangqing since accompanying Zhao Ruishan on his last visit, and had since begun preparations in the city. Chapter 523. Researching alien spaceship remains a few minutes later. Xiaoyang had returned to the banks of Liangzi Lake. The Liang vessel lay quietly docked nearby. He stored the small aircraft within the dimensional space and walked towards the Liang vessel. His mind lingered on the earlier scene. Jeff, somewhat hesitant, had ultimately succumbed to his curiosity and inquired about when he might seek Xiaoyang's insights regarding the alien spaceship remains. The thought amused Xiaoyang. The old man was quite persistent, which was quintessential in the realm of science. Chapter 524. The initial experience. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, saying, please expedite the data extraction. I hope to uncover some useful information. Rest assured, judging by the exterior, we can retrieve at least 70 to 80% of the data from these storage media. Mingming replied cheerfully. Moreover, the crucial black box is almost entirely intact, ensuring that the parameters, data, and even cockpit recordings from the final stages of this transport vessel are preserved. Very well. Proceed with your work, and do inform me promptly of any findings, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Chapter 525. The beast tide approaches. Xiaoyang swiftly scanned the screen, unable to suppress a frown. During a test flight of the spacecraft, he had unexpectedly encountered source beasts, and in considerable numbers. That it was crucial to ensure that Mingming could promptly take control of the spacecraft in case of emergencies. Hence, Xiaoyang had delineated the airspace. They were currently situated merely 100 kilometers from Jiangqing's survival point, an area that should have been thoroughly purged by the military, making the presence of source beasts highly unlikely. Chapter 526. Targeted elimination. Calling for remote fire support. The beast tide. Xiaoyang succinctly stated as he adeptly operated the radar to lock onto the next target. Several major bosses await your attention. Arrive within 3 minutes, Xiaolin exclaimed excitedly, then added, by the way, were you and Muyu the ones piloting the spacecraft earlier? Having seen Li Mushi aboard the Liang vessel, Xiaolin deduced that the occupants of the two spacecraft must have been Xiaoyang and Li Muyu. Xiaoyang glanced at the onboard radar screen, pressed the firing button, and replied with a grin, indeed. Muyu's performance was exceptional. Chapter 527. The remote fire team strikes the Liang vessel, and the spacecraft had retreated to a secure area. Xiaoyang was witnessing the military's long-range weaponry for the first time at close range, which piqued his curiosity that Mingming's calculated coordinates were quite precise. When the rocket struck, the leading wave of source beasts had just charged into that very location. The rockets detonated with violent explosions, echoing through the air. As different squads adjusted their targeting coordinates according to their respective assignments, the effective strike zone expanded to approximately 50 meters. Chapter 528. The cleverness of the beast Mingming was precisely waiting for this opportunity. The rocket strike was undoubtedly anticipated by the B-class source beasts. However, they could not foresee when the rockets would descend upon them. Thus, when the violent explosions occurred, the B-class source beasts were momentarily distracted. They needed to direct the panicked lower-level source beasts to disperse and evade, inevitably lowering their guard regarding their own safety. Ming Ming capitalized on this moment without a hint of carelessness, directly targeting a B-class source beast with both main cannons. Chapter 529, Low-Altitude Assault. Remote fire strikes again. Xiaoyang was acutely aware of the situation. Based on the efficiency of the long-range firepower and the distance between the Beast Tide and Jiangxing's survival point. Even if the remote fire team could launch 10 more attacks, with each yielding optimal results, it was likely that several hundred to 1,000 source beasts would remain. Moreover, as the number of source beasts diminished, the density of the herd would naturally decrease, leading to a gradual decline in the effectiveness of the remote fire attacks. Ultimately, it was plausible that a few hundred to over 1,000 source beasts could still be left. Chapter 530, Harvesting Along the Way. Personal Engagement. In the ensuing moments, Xiaoyang and Laming coordinated seamlessly, consistently employing long-range firepower against the source beast horde. The main and auxiliary cannons aboard the Liang vessel continued to unleash their fury. Ming Ming attempted several low-altitude assaults, and it must be noted that this method proved significantly more effective than attacking from higher altitudes. During the third low-altitude attack, she managed to eliminate 2 B-class source beasts simultaneously. Of course, these 2 beasts had already sustained injuries during the initial strike. Chapter 531. Seizing the opportunity to strike. In an instant, a slowly moving red marker appeared within Xiaoyang's visual display. Synchronizing now. Ming Ming announced, however, Brother Yang, please exercise caution. Another B-class source beast is rallying the entire horde towards the injured one. Xiaoyang reassured her, no worries. The only threats now are the 2 B-class source beasts. The rest are merely minor Karami. He smiled at Ming Ming, his tone remarkably relaxed. Despite the fact that the total number of source beasts exceeded 1,000, he felt confident that should he charge in unarmed, even in the face of danger. Chapter 532. Instantaneous elimination. As the only surviving B-class source beast from the Beast Tide, this creature was evidently quite cunning. As Xiaoyang maneuvered the mech to pursue the source beast, it instinctively widened the gap, continuously directing the surrounding lower-level source beast to obstruct Xiaoyang's advance. That IT had discerned that the mech's long-range attacks were relatively weak, but its close combat capabilities were terrifying. Thus, the B-class source beast kept increasing the distance between itself and the mech while simultaneously. Chapter 533. Alarm lifted. A sudden turn. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although the previous moment had been somewhat precarious, it ultimately yielded the best outcome. The sole surviving B-class source beast from the Beast Tide was obliterated by the main cannon of the Liang vessel, signaling the official collapse of this Beast Tide. The remaining small Karami were predominantly D-class source beasts, with only a handful of C-class beasts escaping, rendering them no cause for concern. Xiaoyang exclaimed joyfully. Excellent. Ming Ming, take control of the Liang vessel and coordinate with the spacecraft to launch an assault on the lower-level source beasts below. Chapter 534. Attack where they are weak, danger lurking. It is highly probable that the source beasts have become aware of the Liang vessel's presence. Furthermore, in the eyes of the higher-ups among the source beasts, the threat posed by the Liang vessel far surpasses that of Jiangxing's survival point or the soon-to-be-implemented source crystal energy conversion technology at the Jiangxing Biological Research Institute. Thus, the source beasts have gone to great lengths to orchestrate such a trap, willingly sacrificing thousands of their kin, including high-end forces like B-class source beasts, solely to ensnare Xiaoyang. Moreover, that A-grade source beast was exceedingly cunning. It seized the opportunity not to charge directly at Xiaoyang, but rather to target Li Muyu. Chapter 535. Unleashing the alloy heavy sword. Beating a drowned, R-18, Li Muyu's parachute floated down gently. Prepared in advance, Xia Lin caught Li Muyu with one swift motion, then flipped her right hand to retrieve a dagger from her spatial pocket, severing the parachute cords. Noticing Li Muyu's pallid complexion and tightly shut eyes, Xia Lin anxiously called out to her a few times. When there was no response, she dared not delay and promptly carried Li Muyu towards the nearby Lianji AT. This moment, the hatch at the bottom of Liang had already opened, and Xia Lin dashed up the alloy ladder into the interior of Liang. Ming Ming didn't even wait for the hatch to close completely. Chapter 536. Using Strategy Against Strategy. A-grade Source Beast meets its doom. The blood-red eyes of the A-grade Source Beast shimmered with a glint of cunning as it swiftly darted over a pile of low-grade Source Beast corpses. Just then, Xiang, who had been in hot pursuit, suddenly hit the brakes mid-air, unhesitatingly flipping backward and soaring into the sky. Xiang shouted loudly, "Meng Meng fire, coming!" A robust blue laser beam suddenly appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, instantly engulfing the area where the low-grade Source Beasts were located. Following closely was a searing heat. Chapter 537. Double kill of A-grade Source Beasts. Almost went overboard. When the A-grade Source Beast felt that familiar constricting sensation akin to sinking into a quagmire, accompanied by waves of sharp pain coursing through its body, it was truly both alarmed and enraged. It roared while struggling with all its might, releasing its internal energy violently in an attempt to break free. After 1.5 seconds, the A-grade Source Beast felt a sudden lightness throughout its body and promptly accelerated forward. Over 20 meters away, Xiang gritted his teeth and summoned spatial energy to once again set up a spatial cage. This time he had truly reached his limit. Chapter 538. Secured A-grade Source Crystal. Unconsciously Mu Yu.as Xiang sensed the tenuous yet gradually solidifying connection with the dimensional space. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he could not take such risks again. If things went awry, there would be no place to lament. The potency of 10 bottles of mental elixir should at least restore his various energy levels to around 70 or 80%, with the remainder naturally recovering over time. Xiang continued his descent toward the location where the A-grade Source Beast fell. Soon, he arrived beside the carcass of the Source Beast. Chapter 539. Good fortune abounds. For Mu Yu, let's break through. Meng Meng paused for a moment before saying, "Brother Yang, my database contains limited information regarding situations like Mu Yu's. The data samples are insufficient, so my advice can only serve as a reference." Xiang replied, "Forget about data samples for now. Don't be so meticulous. Just tell me your analytical suggestions." "All right," Meng Meng responded, "I found 5 similar cases. Based on my analysis, if there is no external interference, Mu Yu's consciousness may eventually shrink or even vanish. Once it reaches that stage, it essentially means..." Chapter 540. The Marvelous Journey of Consciousness. A-grade mental ability. The taste of the A-grade energy liquid was quite bland. After consuming it, Xiang smacked his lips, wondering if he had stumbled upon a counterfeit. Why was there no reaction? Just then, Xiang suddenly felt a buzzing in his head as a surge of mental energy rushed forth. A torrent of pure mental energy flooded into Xiang's consciousness. The previously serene sea of consciousness began to churn with colossal waves, each crest composed of pure mental force. This sudden onslaught overwhelmed Xiang. Chapter 541. Li Mu Yu's Sea of Consciousness. Extinguishing the violent energy that in the medical room, Xiaolin and Li Mu, she remained silent. Through the porthole, they could see Li Yang ascending steadily, nearing low Earth orbit. After a while, it slowly descended back to the previous battle zone. However, neither was in the mood to dwell on it, especially Li Mu Shi, who was engulfed in feelings of sorrow and self-reproach, believing it was her failure to care for Li Mu Yu that led to such circumstances. After all, she was the lead craft, while Li Mu Yu was the support. The hatch slid open silently. Chapter 542. A risky approach, a fortunate bet. This question was somewhat beyond Meng Meng's capabilities. There were very few relevant cases in her database, and as an artificial intelligence, if the database lacked pertinent information, it would be challenging for her to devise effective strategies. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Meng said, "I'm sorry, Brother Yang, but I fear I cannot provide any assistance. Regarding this situation, I suspect it is due to the protective mechanism. How to explain it? Following is purely speculative. I feel that once the protective mechanism is activated, if there is no external intervention, it would be very difficult for Mu Yu to recover voluntarily." Chapter 543. A Blessing in Disguise, Double Happiness. Xiang became excited. He cautiously focused his mental energy, merely sensing everything within Li Mu Yu's Sea of Consciousness from a distance, afraid to approach too closely lest he disturb the Blackstone Island. As new energy flooded into the Sea of Consciousness, the Blackstone Island gradually traversed the mist and returned to the Sea of Consciousness. Furthermore, upon entering, The Blackstone Island continued to move slowly until it finally stabilized at the center of the sea of consciousness. Xiang could sense that the island bore many signs of damage. Chapter 544. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiang quickly turned around and gently called out, Muyu Muyu. Li Muyu's eyes fluttered open, still bearing a hint of confusion. As she finally recognized the person before her, she asked, Where am I? Xiang promptly replied, We are aboard Liang. You are safe now. With Xiang's support, Li Muyu sat up and inquired, Xiang, what just happened? Wasn't I in the space fighter? You ordered us to ascend urgently. You don't remember what happened at that time. Chapter 545. Wealthy and generous. Never fought such a prosperous battle, dada. Li Muyu instinctively exclaimed. Her face turning red. It wouldn't be good if my parents found out, right? We aren't even married yet. Xia Lin and Li Mu she exchanged amused glances, and then Li Mu she said, Silly sister. What does that matter? If uncle and aunt find out, they would be overjoyed. Now that the Civil Affairs Bureau has been disbanded, where will you go to register? Isn't marriage just a ceremonial affair? You can handle it once you return. Exactly, Xia Lin chimed in. Noticing Xiang's constant smile nearby, she couldn't help but give him a light tap. Chapter 546. Assessing the gains, a bountiful harvest of source crystals. Currently, Xiang's situation was such that if contribution points were utilized for daily expenses, it would amount to a significant fortune. However, if used to upgrade Liang, there would still be a considerable shortfall, of course. If he exchanged all the source crystals he obtained for contribution points, it would suffice. Nevertheless, Xiang certainly wouldn't do that. Thus, he planned to spend some contribution points to arm his team members. Moreover, he retrieved 4 power attribute source crystals from the dimensional space and placed them into the source crystal processing machine to produce energy liquid. This was also Chapter 547, Joyous Atmosphere. Xiang outlined a rough plan for the use of these source crystals. However, he didn't immediately convert them into energy liquid or exchange them for contribution points. Producing energy liquid required considerable time, and to elevate both his and his companion's strengths, a substantial amount of energy liquid was necessary. At this moment, daylight broke, and the first priority of the day was to return to the Jiangqing survival point. On one hand, he wanted to meet with Lei Ming to understand the status of the ability user team. On the other hand, he also intended to actively present the source crystals obtained yesterday. Chapter 548. Meeting Lei Ming. Minutes later, Xiang appeared in Lei Ming's office. Although Lei Ming had been promoted to the commander of the defense zone, a significant figure in authority, the headquarters for the defense zone remained in Jiangqing, in the same military control compound as before. Therefore, Lei Ming's office had not changed at all. This small building had become the exclusive office for the leadership of the defense zone, while the new team of the Jiangqing Military Control Committee had moved to another office building within the same compound. Prior to his arrival, Xiang had contacted Lei Ming in advance, so Lei Ming had prepared all. Chapter 549. Distribution Plan, Equipment Allocation. Lei Ming smiled and said, A portion has already been transported back. We dispatched a logistics team to assist the Ability User Squad .AS for these spoils. Certainly, a portion will be allocated to the squad members, while another portion will be submitted. Specifically, we may concentrate the source crystals and hand them over to the Biological Research Institute for the production of energy liquid. Although mass production has not yet been fully realized, their technology is generally mature. Producing it in the laboratory, however, is somewhat cumbersome. Thus, your in-laws may be busy for a while. Saying this, Lei Ming also. Chapter 550. All team members are ability users. Time to unbox. Li Muxi and Xin Yufei had never encountered the energy liquid, and for a moment, they were at a loss. However, Xiaolin was no stranger to this substance. Therefore, as soon as Xiang produced the energy liquid, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She smiled and said, I was just about to remind you. I didn't expect you to have already thought of this. It's indeed time to arrange it for Sister Muxi and Brother Shun. Our team should ideally consist of ability users right from the start. Initially, Li Muxi was still confused, but upon hearing Xiaolin's words, everything clicked into place. Chapter 551. The Fortune of the European Emperor. All good things. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-level alloy combat knife. Upon seeing this notification, Xiang's eyes lit up. In the early days, he had obtained an A-level alloy dagger, and back then, his strength was quite modest. Hunting D-level source beasts was a considerable challenge. That A-level alloy dagger had been a tremendous help, Undoubtedly a powerful tool during Sheyang's initial development that in fact, he still could make use of that A-level alloy dagger. Although as his level increased, so did the strength of the adversaries he faced. Chapter 552, a great achievement. As the group entered the warehouse, the first floor appeared quite empty, yet remarkably well-maintained. The assistant officer approached respectfully and said, "Sir, we have confirmed that the electrical box on the first floor is connected to three-phase power. We can use it directly once we bring out the leads." Lei Ming nodded, casting a glance at Sheyang, and asked with a smile, "Xiao Xia, please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what good news you have." Sheyang chuckled, having roughly estimated the size of the warehouse floor when he entered. The entire floor spanned 500. Chapter 553, Testing. Sheyang cheerfully replied, "Uncle Lei, don't take my words the wrong way. I just said that one piece can last a whole day. Do you think I would deceive you?" Lei Ming quickly smiled apologetically, saying, "I misspoke. I misspoke. Hee, Xiao Xia, you're still the best. You always think of Uncle Lei when something good comes up." Sheyang responded, "All right, this production line is highly automated and it's practically set up. Here is the operation manual. You can have the personnel responsible for the production line study it, and there shouldn't be any issues with daily usage. Just contact me anytime if there are any situations." With that, Sheyang took out Chapter 554, The Talents of Li Muyu and Xia Lin. Sheyang smiled and asked, "Uncle Lei, would you like me to help you make energy pills from the source beast blood and flesh you've collected?" If it weren't for this energy bar production line, Lei Ming would undoubtedly not hesitate. Consuming the source beast flesh directly could enhance the physique of ability users, albeit with minimal effect. However, energy pills were a different matter. They directly elevated the upper limits of an ability user's strength. Now that Sheyang had produced this set of production lines, Lei Ming suddenly found himself at a loss for choice. Chapter 555, The Frenzied Production of Energy Liquid. For the first time, Xia Lin and Li Muyu clearly understood their potential and were visibly excited. They urged Sheyang to continue discussing the cultivation of their abilities. However, Sheyang felt that Li Muyu, being pregnant, should ensure she gets adequate sleep, so he promptly terminated the conversation. Primarily, Sheyang had numerous pressing tasks, as he intended to produce some urgently needed energy liquid that evening to enhance the strength of himself and those around him, including preparing energy liquid with strength attributes for Lei Ming. Chapter 556, Sitting in Rows Dividing Fruits. The first energy liquid Sheyang consumed was a quasi-B-level spatial attribute energy liquid that he was already quite familiar with the sensation of consuming energy liquids. Sitting in the captain's chair, he closed his eyes, savoring the moment of connection with the corresponding attribute ability rules. This opportunity for such insights was indeed rare. After several minutes, he completely absorbed the energy liquid. The spatial attribute ability remained at B-level, but had improved slightly from its original foundation. Now he needed to consume 5 to 6 more doses of such quasi-B-level energy liquid to hope for an upgrade. Chapter 557, Overall Strength Enhancement, results from analyzing the spaceship remains. "What about us?" Li Mushi smiled and inquired, "Of course, we are a team, and not a single one can be left behind." Sheyang replied with a smile. He continued, "However, both of you have just awakened your strength attribute abilities. It's best not to rush into a breakthrough immediately, that it's advisable to stabilize for a few days first, that I'll give you the energy liquid." With that, Sheyang divided 8 portions from a pile of D-level strength attribute energy liquids, giving 4 to Li Mushi and 4 to Xin Yufei. "This should be sufficient for both of you to break through to sea level," Sheyang said with a smile. Chapter 558, The First Step Towards Deep Space. Sheyang couldn't help but be taken aback, saying, "Is the global resource insufficient to upgrade the Liang to S level? That seems rather exaggerated. Given the strength he currently wielded, unless it was a deep-sea area potentially filled with high-level source beasts, he could access nearly all global resources, which made it hard to believe that it was insufficient for the upgrade." Ming Ming smiled, saying, "The vast majority of materials required for the upgrade can definitely be gathered on Blue Star, and even in large quantities. But has Brother Yang considered that among them, Chapter 559, A Glimpse of the Magnificent Universe?" An invitation from Lei Ming. "Artificial intelligence cannot lie to its master. Otherwise, my foundational logic would collapse," Ming Ming stated. Sheyang smiled and nodded, saying, "Then tell me everything you can about Blue Star and the cosmic powers." Excluding any rule restrictions, Ming Ming pondered briefly before beginning. "Brother Yang, the solar system where Blue Star resides is located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Shi Yang was astonished, exclaiming, "You also refer to this as the Milky Way?" Ming Ming, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Brother Yang, I'm translating it into the language of Blue Star." Chapter 560. General Xia's Arrival. The following morning at 9 o'clock, in front of the former storage warehouse of the Defense Zone's administrative compound in Jiangqing's survival point, the environment was freshly decorated with inflatable arches, large red banners, and flower baskets. The Defense Zone's administrative staff, soldiers of the direct troops, and members of the Jiangqing Survival Point's Military Management Committee had already arrived. Lined up neatly in the open space in front of the warehouse, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite excited, and on one side of the venue, a row of military trucks were parked, loaded with the grotesque corpses of sourced beasts. Chapter 561. Double Happiness, the Female General. Lei Ming gazed at the energy liquid before him. Although he was already aware that Shi Yang would prepare energy liquid for him, seeing the crystalline and translucent liquid in reality still stirred his emotions that he suddenly stood up from his seat, eagerly looking at Shi Yang and asking, "Xiao Xia, is this energy liquid prepared for me?" Shi Yang replied with a smile, "Uncle Lei, please don't get too excited. Sit down and let us talk." Lei Ming smiled somewhat sheepishly and sat down, though his gaze remained fixated on the bottles of energy liquid. Puzzled. Chapter 562. A Solemn Ceremony. Lei Ming awakens his ability. .3 honor guards appeared at the side of the stage, with one in the center holding a bright red military flag, while the guards on either side held ceremonial rifles. Exuding a formidable presence, "All rise." Upon the command of Liu Jiang, all officers on the podium stood to attention. The honor guards marched the military flag across the stage with precise steps and came to a halt on the opposite side. The second agenda was the singing of the national anthem. As the music began, the entire assembly sang the anthem in unison. After the anthem concluded, Liu Jiang did not command everyone to sit down, but instead directly. Chapter 563. Collecting the Mining Base, a Bounty of Rare Metals. Shi Yang was somewhat astonished, asking, "This isn't even energy liquid. It's not that precious. Besides, you can consume it now without conflicting with the energy liquid. Why do you want me to save it for a few days?" Lei Ming chuckled, replying, "Since it's said to be the spoils of the distant fire brigade, I can't just keep it all to myself. It's better to distribute it among the ability users, as it can enhance everyone's strength to some extent. The items are yours. How to allocate them is entirely up to you." Shi Yang shrugged and said. To be honest, Shi Yang felt that Lei Ming's talent was rather formidable. Chapter 564. Rekindling Dreams. The following morning, as Shi Yang awoke, the Liang had already settled securely on the snow-covered banks of Liangzi Lake. Having just finished washing up in the bathroom and leaving the captain's quarters, he heard Ming Ming's voice. "Brother Yang, good morning. May I ask if we can set up the mining workbase now?" Shi Yang smiled, replying, "Are you that eager? A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice." Ming Ming responded, "I'm still at the drawing board for the modifications to the power system. We need to be self-sufficient for the materials." All right. Let us head out and get things set up." Chapter 565. Special Training. Xia Yang arrived outside the Doomsday safe fortress and cast a glance, discovering that the entrance to the mining workbase was cleverly concealed. Coupled with a simple visual cloaking system, even standing nearby, it merely appeared as a section of mountain wall. Ming Ming opened the alloy door to the entrance, and Xia Yang stepped inside for a brief exploration. The three mining bases were connected in a sequence, delving directly into the heart of the mountain, where several engineering robots were still conducting final line tests. Ming Ming remarked, "Brother Yang, I plan to construct a separate passage at the rear of the innermost base, which will lead directly to the survival fortress." Chapter 566. Holding back the big move in no time, the Liang had returned to the shores of Liangzi Lake, gently descending onto the pristine white snow. With the current speed of Liang, the entire Blue Star realm was essentially within a half-hour commuting radius. A trip to Daunting Lake was hardly distinguishable from a journey to America, having been away for several days. The crew hastily returned to the safe fortress for some much-needed rest. Li Mushi and Xin Yufei did not linger aboard the Liang for training either, as they each had their own rooms within the fortress. Over the past 4 days, they had borne the brunt of exhaustion, engaging in battles almost daily. Chapter 567. The showdown the following day at the Jiangqing Survival Point in the Starfire City Garrison compound. Han Huffing stepped into his office with a lively demeanor. Behind him, his secretary cautiously placed his briefcase on the desk, then hurriedly went to brew tea. Han Huffing leaned back in his swivel chair. Appearing remarkably relaxed in recent days, Lei Ming had been unusually low-key, rarely emerging from his quarters, which significantly eased Han Huffing's sense of pressure. Initially, during his tenure, despite relying on his unique abilities, Chapter 568, rising prestige as soon as Lei Ming took his seat. Han Huffing keenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of extraordinary energy. Lei Ming had not intended to conceal it, and having just broken through to Grade C, he had not yet stabilized his abilities, making it somewhat difficult to restrain. Upon noticing Han Huffing turning towards him, Lei Ming smiled broadly. Han Huffing's expression stiffened, disbelief evident in his eyes that in just 5 days, Lei Ming had developed extraordinary energy fluctuations, and the intensity was even greater than his own. Chapter 569. Unanimous approval. Busy Xiaoyang. The recent leadership meeting lasted the entire morning, during which Lei Ming proposed a preliminary distribution plan for the energy pills, along with a new merit calculation scheme. The distribution of energy pills would be linked to merit. Lei Ming's plan took into account the contributions of frontline combat personnel while also acknowledging the roles of administrative staff, rendering it relatively fair and reasonable. For instance, while the administrative officers did not directly participate in resource collection or combat, their presence was equally vital for the operational continuity of the survival point and the entire garrison. Chapter 570. Lovers finally united. Xiaoyang drove the off-road vehicle smoothly into the garrison compound. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Muyu remarked with a smile, "It seems quite grand." They even hung red lanterns at the entrance. In the back seat, Xiao Lin chimed in cheerfully, "Of course it should be grand." Xiaoyang merely smiled, remaining focused on driving. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the small auditorium within the compound, where the festive atmosphere was even more pronounced, adorned as if for a grand celebration. Chapter 571. The Wedding of Dreams. Li Qiaoyang and Fang Wenxin rose to their feet and walked toward the stage. As Xia Yang's relatives had all passed, he had invited Xiao Lin to represent the family. However, Xiao Lin continuously waved her hands from the audience, feeling it inappropriate to ascend the stage, as she was merely an elder sister. Xiaoyang took the microphone and addressed the audience. "Sister, please come up. They say the eldest sister is like a mother. Our parents have long been gone, and we've relied on each other all this time. You have essentially raised me, so it is only fitting that you represent the male side of the family." Hearing this, Xiao Lin's eyes glistened with emotion. Chapter 572. The Wedding Night. Completion of the Liyang modification phase. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, saying, "All right. Ma, I will come back to see you tomorrow with Muyu." Although Xiaoyang had just changed his address, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, Fang Wenxin was genuinely delighted upon hearing this, nodding her head with a bright smile. Naturally, there was no reason for them to stay at the bride's family house on their wedding night, so Xiaoyang and Li Muyu would be returning home. Li Qiaoyang cleared his throat, prompting Xiaoyang to pause. Li Muyu gently tugged at his sleeve, leading him to realize that his father-in-law was signaling him. Chapter 573. Main engine testing. Heading towards the moon. Originally, Xiaoyang and the others had planned to stay for dinner before returning, but now, with Xiaoyang suddenly deciding to leave at noon, everyone was understandably concerned about what had transpired. All present were aware of the existence of Li Yang, and Li Qiaoyang and Fang Wenxin even had experience traveling into space aboard it. So Xiaoyang saw no reason to conceal the truth that he briefly explained that Li Yang was undergoing modifications to its power system and that they had achieved preliminary results. Intending to return for a test flight. Chapter 574. The Desolate Moon. Successful testing. All right. Let's first take a tour around the lunar orbit, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Ming, if everything is ready, let us set off. All preparations are complete. Ming exclaimed excitedly. Liang, let's go. Liang trembled slightly as its orbital altitude began to rise rapidly. Ming added, Brother Yang, the distance between the Earth and the Moon is approximately 300,000 kilometers. Currently, we have only modified one main engine, so we definitely won't reach the theoretical speed limit during this flight. Thus, the other main engine and all auxiliary engines will also. Chapter 575. The voyage begins. A natural fuel treasure trove during the following period, Ming and the engineering robots became the busiest individuals. Ming dedicated an entire day to thoroughly analyzing and organizing the data from the test flight, then utilized her high-speed calculations to conduct multiple simulations, ultimately formulating an improvement plan. Subsequently, all engineering robots commenced further enhancements on the modified main engine, addressing various minor issues discovered during the test flight. Meng Meng then oversaw several more tests, including ground-based idle operation tests. Chapter 576. Easy and unburdened. Landing on the moon, Liang's massive frame gently quivered and swiftly took to the skies, inside the cockpit. Not only was Li Chaoyang, who was embarking on his first journey into space, feeling a bit anxious, but even Li Mushi and others were infused with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. This was their first experience aboard Liang after its power system modifications, and they were uncertain of the extent of its performance enhancements. The ascent from the ground until exiting the atmosphere proceeded similarly to before. Considering the friction of the atmosphere against the ship's hull. Chapter 577. Setting foot on the moon, establishing the base station minutes later, the group, clad in their spacesuits, gathered in the lower cabin. Each of their helmet visors was secured, through which Xiaoyang could still discern the uncontainable excitement on each face that in truth, Xiaoyang himself was also quite exhilarated. After all, this was the moon, the celestial body that graced the night sky of Blue Star. And now they were about to set foot upon it. How could one not feel thrilled? Each spacesuit was automatically connected to the Liang systems. Chapter 578. Base station production, special check-in rewards. Liang's colossal frame gracefully ascended above the desolate lunar surface, tracing an arc at an altitude of around 100 meters, circumventing a circular mountain, and speeding toward the lunar terminator. As Xiaoyang sat in the cockpit, he caught a glimpse of the clock in the corner of the central control panel, which had just ticked past midnight. This electronic clock was still set to the time zone of Xia Country on Blue Star, signifying that a new day had commenced in Xia Country. A thought crossed Xiaoyang's mind. It was time to check in. On the Blue Planet, Chapter 579, the initial experience of the alien survival pod and all-terrain vehicle. Xiaoyang initially assumed that the survival pod module was composed of individual alloy boxes, akin to a mining base. However, upon completion of production, he discovered that while there were indeed a few boxes of components, they were quite limited. The main body of the survival pod module was entirely integrated. Xiaoyang surmised that such an integrated structure was essential for enhanced reliability, stability, and airtightness. After all, once the survival pod was put into operation, it would be subjected to a vacuum environment, thus constantly enduring significant internal and external pressure differentials. Chapter 580. Astonishing Helium, 3 Yield and Successful Return Journey. Before departing, Xiaoyang piloted the Liang vessel, revisiting the 5 mining workstations to collect the rare metals and solid helium, 3 materials extracted over the past few days. The yield of rare metals and titanium was disappointingly low, given the brief time frame, but it was better than nothing. However, the production of solid helium, 3 exceeded Xiaoyang's expectations in just a few days. The solid helium, 3 refined from the mining workstations was more than sufficient to cover the consumption for this lunar voyage, with even a surplus remaining. After all, the extraction of helium-3 was no trivial task. Chapter 581. Class A Nest, Cleaning Up the Remaining Fish. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang sprang up, hastily dressing while exclaiming, "Wait for me. I shall be there momentarily." According to the plan, the area to be patrolled by the Liang vessel that evening was approximately 300 kilometers in a straight line from the Jiangqing survival point. Should there be a source beast nest in that vicinity, it would pose a significant threat to the Jiangqing survival point. Nevertheless, after 7 days of searching, Xiaoyang noted that the density of source beast nests was relatively low. Otherwise, they would not have gone a week without any discoveries done, of course. This was merely the situation on land. The conditions in the ocean remained unknown. Chapter 582. Instant Kill, Destroying the Nest, and Abundant Rewards. In an instant, the battle knife in Xiaoyang's hand transformed into a series of razor-sharp blades, invisible to the naked eye, enveloping the Class A source beast in the span of a single breath. Xiaoyang unleashed a multitude of strikes. With a series of sharp sounds, gaping wounds appeared on the Class A source beast, blood gushing forth. Suddenly, a ring of earthy yellow light erupted from the source beast, halting Xiaoyang's assault as he realized that even his exceptionally sharp Class A alloy battle knife struggled to penetrate the beast's defenses. Chapter 583. Custom-made Special Item Blind Box. Congratulations, host. You have received a Battleship Hull reinforcement package. Upon hearing this announcement, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback that he could not help but inquire, "What is this hull reinforcement package?" The system's voice responded. The current host battleship, Liang, is only suitable for short-term ventures into space, primarily operating in planetary orbit. This package can reinforce and modify the hull, significantly enhancing its airtightness and protective capabilities, allowing for better maintenance of the atmospheric environment within the ship and improved isolation from cosmic radiation, thereby providing the battleship with preliminary capabilities for conventional nuclear propulsion within a stellar system. Chapter 584. Excited Thunder. The carpet search comes to an end. Thunder, gazing at the pair of glasses in Xia Yang's hand, asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is a portable detector, specifically designed to identify parasitic beasts." Xia Yang replied without hesitation that he then briefly introduced the functions of the parasitic beast identification device. As Thunder listened, the look of surprise on his face grew increasingly pronounced. He could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Xiao Xia, this is fantastic." With this, the difficulty for parasitic beasts to infiltrate the survival point has increased exponentially. Chapter 585. Fair Trade. Mobilizing national resources. In the office of the Garrison Area Commander, Thunder beamed as he looked at the neatly arranged 38 sets of parasitic beast identification devices on the desk. His excitement palpable, he continuously expressed his gratitude to Xia Yang. "Xiao Xia, with these devices, the safety of the Jiangqing survival point will undoubtedly improve significantly." Thunder enthused. "I have already assigned this task to the Dragon Brigade's Commander Long, who will dispatch the most reliable personnel to carry out the inspections." Xia Yang nodded with a smile, saying, "The usage of this instrument is quite straightforward and easy to master. However, it is imperative to ensure." Chapter 586. Inventory of Gains. Strengthening Power. Having experienced the apocalypse in his previous life, Xia Yang understood that many leaders of various survival points, as well as smaller settlements, possess considerable strength themselves at the onset of the apocalypse. Most of those who established survival points were high-ranking military officials. Even without awakened abilities, their influence and connections within the military allowed them to effectively command armed forces. However, with the maturation of energy liquid extraction technology and the increasing number of awakened individuals, coupled with the emergence of numerous civilian superhumans, if these leaders remained. Chapter 587. Instant Kill. The emergence of Class S Source Beast. Mere months after the apocalypse began, the oceans of the Blue Planet had completely frozen over. Thus, from space, the entire Blue Planet appeared as a colossal ice sphere that at this moment, the eastern waters of Xia Country had transformed into an endless expanse of ice. Yet beneath the thick ice layer, the sea continued to surge. According to previous rough scans, most source beasts were active beneath the ice, with a significant number of high-level source beasts spending the majority of their time in the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Chapter 588. The terrifying near-SS level source beast. The journey to Mars approaches. In a remarkably brief period, both the Liang vessel and the near-SS level source beast had reached their maximum speeds. The altitudes of both were rapidly increasing, while the distance between them gradually diminished. Observing the data on the control screen indicating the decreasing distance, Xia Yang and his companions experienced firsthand the terror of high-level source beasts. The sheer velocity was astonishing. It is worth noting that the Liang was already climbing at full power, yet the speed of this source beast surpassed it by a considerable margin. Chapter 589. Sharpening Weapons and Preparing for a Return to Familiar Grounds. Thunder smiled as he remarked, "The required quantities have long been tallied, but the commander has been coordinating with various survival points to gather the basic resources you need." He initially planned to present the demands after collecting a batch of resources. As the old commander put it, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask for something without showing some sincerity. Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "What kind of theory is that? There's no need for such formality. Remember, the production of the parasitic beast identification devices also requires time. Isn't that counterproductive? Uncle Lei, please tell me the demand quantity. I'll expedite the preparations over the next few days and travel as per your plans."